Alright, my brotatoes, before we begin, take a moment to settle in, because this is one I think you're really going to love for sleep. Something steady and easy to follow. We're easing into the story of Winston Churchill and how one person's voice, timing, and decisions quietly shaped the course of history in ways that are still felt today. If slow, slightly boring history helps that spiralling brain power down, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is. I'm always excited to see who all is tuning in. Now dim your lights, get into that comfy spot, maybe let a fan or some soft background noise run, and let's slowly wander into the story. The story of Winston Churchill begins in the grand halls of Victorian England and stretches across 2 world wars to reshape the modern world. You're about to discover how one man's voice became the sound of defiance when darkness threatened to consume Europe. Tonight, as you settle into comfort, let this story of courage and determination carry you through the remarkable life of Britain's greatest wartime leader. You find yourself standing outside Blenheim Palace on a cold November night in 1874. The massive Baroque structure rises before you in the darkness. Torches flicker along the stone walls. Inside, a baby has just been born 2 months earlier than expected. The infant arrived in a small ground floor room. The family had not prepared for such an early delivery. Lady Randolph Churchill had been dancing at a ball when labour began. She barely made it to this modest chamber before giving birth. The child is Winston Leonard Spencer Churchill. He enters the world with a shock of red hair and a lusty cry. His father, Lord Randolph, paces the halls above. His mother recovers slowly from the unexpected ordeal. You walk through the palace gardens as dawn breaks. Frost covers the carefully manicured hedges. The estate stretches for miles in every direction. This is where young Winston will spend his earliest days. The palace was a gift from a grateful nation to his ancestor, the first Duke of Marlborough. But the grandeur of Blenheim does not translate to warmth in young Winston's childhood. You watch as the years pass. His parents remain distant figures. Lord Randolph pursues his political career with fierce ambition. Lady Randolph moves through London society like a bright comet. Winston rarely sees them. He spends most days with his nanny, Mrs. Everest. She's a plump woman with kind eyes and gentle hands. You can hear her singing lullabies in the nursery. She rocks the small boy when he wakes from nightmares. She bandages his scraped knees after falls in the garden. Mrs. Everest becomes the centre of Winston's young world. He calls her Womb. She calls him Winnie. Their bond grows stronger as his parents remain absorbed in their own lives. You see the boy's face light up when Womb enters the room. You watch his smile fade when she must leave. At age 7, Winston is sent away to boarding school. You stand beside him on the platform as the train pulls away. He clutches a small bag containing his belongings. Tears stream down his face. Womb had hugged him goodbye that morning. His mother had barely glanced up from her correspondence. The school is St. George's in Ascot. The headmaster believes in strict discipline. You watch Winston struggle through his first weeks. The other boys seem to know the rules already. Winston breaks them without meaning to. The punishments come swift and hard. He receives beatings with a birch rod. The pain is sharp and immediate. You see him biting his lip to keep from crying out. At night in the dormitory, he pulls the thin blanket over his head. He thinks of Womb and Blenheim and better days. His academic performance is poor. Winston cannot seem to focus on Latin declensions or Greek conjugations. His mind wanders to stories of soldiers and battles. He draws pictures of cavalry charges in the margins of his textbooks. The masters grow frustrated with his inattention, but you notice something the teachers miss. When Winston reads history or literature, his eyes shine with interest. He devours tales of Nelson and Wellington. He recites poetry with feeling and passion. His memory for these subjects is exceptional. After 2 years of misery, his parents finally remove him from St. George's. His health has suffered. He is thin and pale. They send him to a school in Brighton where the sea air might restore him. You walk beside Winston along the pebbly beach. He breathes deeply of the salt breeze. Colour slowly returns to his cheeks. The new school is better. The masters are less harsh. Winston begins to find his footing. He joins the rifle corps and discovers a love of military pageantry. You watch him march in formation, his small shoulders thrown back with pride. He polishes his rifle until it gleams. At 13, Winston moves to Harrow School. You climb the hill with him on his first day. The ancient buildings loom above. Generations of Britain's elite have passed through these halls. Winston feels the weight of expectation pressing down. He's placed in the lowest form due to his poor showing on the entrance exam. Latin remains his nemesis, but his English teacher recognises something special. Winston can write with power and clarity. His essays crackle with energy. His vocabulary expands like a river in flood. You sit beside him in the library as he reads Churchill's history of his ancestor Marlborough. Winston traces his finger along the battle maps. He mouths the words describing great cavalry charges and clever manoeuvres. Something stirs inside him. A sense of destiny, perhaps. A feeling that he too might do great things. His father visits rarely. When Lord Randolph does appear, Winston desperately seeks his approval. You watch the boy rehearse things to say. He practices telling his father about his achievements, but Lord Randolph remains cold and distant. He criticises Winston's poor marks in mathematics. He dismisses the boy's enthusiasm for military history. The rejection cuts deep. Winston writes letters to his father that go unanswered. He saves his small achievements hoping to impress him. Nothing seems good enough. You see the hurt in Winston's eyes each time his father departs without a kind word. His mother is warmer but equally absent. Lady Randolph moves through Europe's fashionable circles. She writes Winston chatty letters from Paris and Vienna, but she does not visit. She does not attend his school events. Winston keeps every letter she sends. He reads them over and over until the paper grows soft. At 15, Winston makes a decision. He will pursue a military career. His father approves this choice. It requires less academic excellence than Oxford or Cambridge. Winston throws himself into preparing for the entrance exam to Sandhurst, the Royal Military College. It takes him 3 attempts to pass. You stand beside him as he opens the letter on his 3rd try. His hands shake slightly. The word accepted jumps from the page. Winston lets out a whoop of joy. He has done it. He is going to be a soldier. But even this achievement brings criticism from his father. Winston's scores only qualify him for the cavalry, not the more prestigious infantry. The cavalry requires cadets to provide their own horses. This means additional expense. Lord Randolph's letter drips with disappointment. Winston arrives at Sandhurst in 1893. You walk with him through the gates. The grounds are immaculate. Cadets in crisp uniforms march past. Winston feels a surge of belonging. This is where he wants to be. He flourishes at Sandhurst. Military subjects engage his mind in ways Greek and Latin never did. He studies tactics and strategy with passionate intensity. He learns to read terrain like a book. He masters the art of commanding men under pressure. You watch him on the parade ground. His uniform is spotless. His boots shine like mirrors. He barks orders with confidence. The other cadets respond crisply. Winston has found something he is good at. The feeling is intoxicating. In his final year, tragedy strikes. You are there when the telegram arrives. Lord Randolph Churchill has died. He is only 45 years old. The syphilis that has been slowly destroying his mind has finally claimed him. Winston rushes to London. He sees his father one last time in the coffin. Lord Randolph looks small and wasted. All the fire and brilliance that once defined him has gone. Winston realises his father will never give him the approval he craved. That door has closed forever. The grief is complicated. Winston mourns what might have been more than what was. He vows to honour his father's memory by achieving the greatness Lord Randolph never acknowledged in his son. You see the determination harden in Winston's jaw. He will prove himself worthy of the Churchill name. Mrs. Everest dies soon after. Womb, his beloved nanny, succumbs to peritonitis. Winston pays for her medical care from his limited funds. He sits by her bedside in her final days. She is the one person who loved him unconditionally. Her death leaves a hole in his heart that never quite heals. Winston graduates from Sandhurst 8th in his class of 150. He is 20 years old. His military career is beginning. You stand beside him as he receives his commission as a second lieutenant in the 4th Queen's Own Hussars. He looks resplendent in his new uniform. The gold braid gleams in the sunlight. But being a junior cavalry officer in peacetime Britain is expensive and boring. Winston has a small allowance from his mother. It is not enough to cover the costs of polo ponies and mess dinners. He needs money. He also craves action and excitement. You watch him form a plan. He will become a war correspondent. Newspapers pay well for dispatches from the front lines, and where there are wars, there is glory to be won. Winston begins writing to editors. He offers to cover any conflict anywhere in the world. His first opportunity comes in Cuba. Spanish forces are fighting Cuban rebels. Winston arranges to observe the Spanish troops. He also secures a contract with a London newspaper. He will send back reports of the fighting. You travel with him to Cuba in 1895. The journey takes weeks by ship. Winston stands at the rail watching dolphins play in the bow wave. He smokes cigars and dreams of adventure. He is 21 years old and the world feels full of possibility. In Cuba, Winston experiences combat for the first time. You crouch beside him in the jungle as bullets snap through the foliage. The sound is strange and terrifying. Winston discovers he feels exhilarated rather than afraid. The danger makes his senses sharper. Colours seem brighter. Sounds are clearer. He celebrates his 21st birthday under fire. A bullet passes within inches of his head. Winston notes this in his dispatch with dry humour. He is developing the writing style that will later make him famous. Clear, vigorous prose with touches of wit and drama. Back in England, his articles create a stir. People enjoy his vivid descriptions of battle. Winston discovers he has a talent for making readers feel present at dramatic events. He begins to see writing as more than just a way to earn money. It is a path to influence and fame. The 4th Hussars deploy to India in 1896. You sail with Winston across the Arabian Sea. The heat is oppressive. The ship rocks in the swells. Winston spends the voyage reading. He has brought crates of books. History, philosophy, economics. He is educating himself in the subjects he missed at school. India fascinates and appalls him. The colours and smells overwhelm the senses. Spices and incense mingle with less pleasant odours. You walk with Winston through crowded bazaars. Merchants call out in languages he does not understand. Children with huge dark eyes follow the tall British officer. The British military life in India is comfortable but unstimulating. Winston plays polo ferociously. He breaks his shoulder in a fall and learns to play one-handed while it heals. The injury will trouble him for the rest of his life. But Winston refuses to let it slow him down. He continues his self-education. You sit with him in his quarters as he works through Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. He reads Macaulay's Histories and Plato's Republic. He fills notebooks with thoughts and observations. His mind is like a furnace consuming fuel. Winston hears of fighting on the northwest frontier. Pashtun tribes are rising against British rule. He uses family connections to attach himself to the Malakand field force. You march with him into the brutal mountains of the frontier. The landscape is harsh and unforgiving. Rocks sharp as knives. Sun beating down without mercy. The fighting is savage. The tribesmen are fierce warriors who give no quarter. Winston sees men killed and wounded in ways that will haunt his dreams. But he also experiences the wild thrill of combat. He charges with his cavalry unit into enemy positions. Sword drawn, heart pounding, alive in every nerve. He sends dispatches back to London describing the campaign. His writing grows more confident and powerful. He does not glorify war, but he captures its terrible excitement. Readers cannot look away from his vivid accounts. Between actions, Winston writes a novel. He calls it Savrola. It tells the story of a revolutionary leader in a fictional country. The hero is clearly Winston himself, idealised and romanticised. The book is not great literature, but it shows his growing facility with words. You watch him scribble pages by candlelight after exhausting days in the field. In 1898, Winston learns of a military campaign in Sudan. British forces under General Kitchener are moving to retake Khartoum. Winston is desperate to join them. Sudan promises to be the biggest military action in years. He pulls every string available to secure a place. His mother uses her considerable charm and connections. She writes letters to ministers and generals. Finally, Winston receives orders to join the 21st Lancers as a supernumerary lieutenant. He also arranges to write dispatches for the Morning Post newspaper. They will pay him £15 per column. It is excellent money. You travel with Winston up the Nile. The ancient river flows brown and sluggish. Crocodiles bask on muddy banks. Villages of mud brick houses cluster at the water's edge. The journey takes weeks. Winston reads and writes and watches the timeless landscape slide past. The British army assembles at Omdurman, across the river from Khartoum. 50,000 dervish warriors mass to defend the city. You stand with Winston on the morning of September 2nd, 1898, as the two armies prepare to clash. The heat is already building. Dust hangs in the air. The battle begins with artillery. British guns thunder. Shells tear through the dervish ranks. But the warriors keep coming. They advance in great masses, waving spears and swords. Their courage is magnificent and terrible. Winston participates in one of history's last great cavalry charges. The 21st Lancers thunder across the desert. 400 horsemen in perfect formation. You ride beside Winston as the ground shakes beneath the pounding hooves. His sabre is drawn. His heart hammers in his chest. The charge hits the dervish line with devastating force, but the fighting becomes confused and desperate. Winston fires his pistol at point-blank range. Men and horses scream and fall. The noise is overwhelming. Afterwards, Winston will write that nothing in life is as exhilarating as being shot at without result. The British win decisively. Thousands of dervish warriors lie dead on the battlefield. Winston walks among them in the aftermath. The carnage sickens him, even as he recognises the glory of victory. War is revealing its true nature, magnificent and horrifying in equal measure. His dispatches from Sudan make him famous. People throughout Britain read his accounts. His name becomes known in circles of power. Winston Churchill is no longer just another junior officer. He is a writer and war hero. The transformation has begun. You find Winston back in England in 1899. He has resigned his commission. Military life no longer holds appeal. He has seen enough of war to last a lifetime. Besides, he has discovered his true calling. Politics. Lord Randolph's shadow still looms large. Winston's father was a brilliant parliamentarian who seemed destined for the highest offices. His career collapsed due to a combination of poor judgment and declining health. Winston is determined to succeed where his father failed. He will restore honour to the Churchill name. He stands for Parliament in a by-election at Oldham. You walk with him through the grimy industrial streets. Factories belch smoke into the grey sky. Workers in cloth caps eye the young aristocrat with suspicion. Winston gives speeches from the back of wagons. His voice rings out over the crowds. But the workers of Oldham are not impressed. Winston loses the election by a narrow margin. The defeat stings. But he learns valuable lessons about connecting with ordinary voters. He begins to understand that grand rhetoric is not enough. People want to know how you will improve their daily lives. Before Winston can lick his wounds, war breaks out in South Africa. The Boer republics have declared war on Britain. It promises to be another opportunity for glory. Winston secures a position as war correspondent for the Morning Post. They offer him £250 per month plus expenses. It is a fortune. You sail with him to South Africa in October of 1899. The voyage takes 2 weeks. Winston paces the deck impatiently. He writes articles and reads military histories. Other correspondents aboard discuss the coming campaign. Everyone expects a quick British victory. Winston arrives in Cape Town and immediately heads north to the front. He attaches himself to an armoured train conducting reconnaissance. You are aboard on November 15th when Boer artillery opens fire. Shells explode around the train. The locomotive desperately tries to escape. A shell derails several cars. The train grinds to a halt. Boer riflemen pour fire into the stranded cars. Men cry out as bullets find flesh. Winston takes command of the situation. Though technically a civilian correspondent, his military training takes over. He organises the soldiers to clear debris from the tracks. Bullets whine and snap around him. Winston seems oblivious to the danger. He walks upright, directing the men with calm authority. You watch him leave a heavy debris aside with his bare hands. His face is set with determination. Finally, the track is cleared. The engine can move again. Winston helps load the wounded aboard. He gets as many men onto the locomotive as possible, then he sends it racing away to safety. He will follow on foot with the remaining soldiers. But the Boers are already surrounding the position. Winston tries to escape across the veldt. A horseman appears and trains a rifle on him. Winston reaches for his pistol. It is not there. He left it on the train in the chaos. The Boer gestures with his rifle. Winston raises his hands in surrender. The Boers march Winston to Pretoria with other prisoners. The journey takes days. You walk beside him in the column. His mind is already working on escape plans. Capture is unbearable to his active nature. He cannot simply sit and wait for the war to end. In Pretoria, prisoners are held in the State Model School. It is not heavily guarded. The Boers do not expect British officers to break their parole. But Winston never gave his parole. As a civilian correspondent, he is not bound by military honour to remain captive. You watch him carefully observe the routines. Guards patrol on predictable schedules. The fence is climbable. Beyond lies the city, then open country, then hundreds of miles to freedom. The odds are terrible. Winston decides to try anyway. On December 12th, he makes his move. 2 other prisoners are supposed to escape with him. But when the moment comes, they cannot get over the fence undetected. Winston is already in the garden beyond. He crouches in the shadows, waiting. The others signal they cannot make it. They will try another night. Winston is alone outside the fence. He can climb back or go forward alone. Every moment he waits increases the risk of discovery. He makes his decision. He will go on alone. You follow as he slips through the dark streets of Pretoria. His heart pounds. Every sound makes him freeze. He reaches the railway line that runs east toward Portuguese East Africa. Neutral territory, freedom. 300 miles away through country swarming with Boer soldiers. Winston has no map, no compass, minimal supplies. He speaks no Afrikaans or native languages. It is close to suicide. But Winston has always possessed supreme confidence in his luck. He hops onto a slow-moving freight train. You ride with him in the darkness. The train rattles through the night. Winston huddles among coal sacks trying to stay warm. When dawn comes, he jumps off before reaching a station. He hides in a grove of trees as day breaks. His situation is desperate. He cannot travel by day without being spotted and captured. He has no food. The countryside around him is alive with people who would gladly turn him in. A reward has been posted for his capture. As night falls again, Winston takes a desperate gamble. He sees lights from a house in the distance. He will approach and hope whoever lives there will help him. The odds are against it. But he has no other options. He knocks on the door. You stand beside him as it opens. A man peers out suspiciously. Winston stammers out his situation. He is a British officer escaped from Pretoria. He needs help. The man's face remains unreadable. Then the man smiles. His name is John Howard. He's the manager of a coal mine. He's also one of the few British sympathisers in the region. Winston has stumbled upon perhaps the only house for miles where he might find sanctuary. His famous luck has held. Howard hides Winston in the mine. You descend with him into the dark shafts far underground. It is cold and damp. Rats scurry in the shadows. Winston spends days in the darkness, waiting while Howard arranges his escape. He has nothing to do but think and wait. The isolation is crushing. Finally, Howard arranges for Winston to hide in a wool shipment heading for Lourenço Marques in Portuguese territory. You squeeze into the cramped space with Winston among the bales of wool. The train lurches into motion. The journey will take days. Winston must remain absolutely still and silent. The hiding place is stifling. The wool makes breathing difficult. Winston's legs cramp from being folded in the tiny space. But he endures. After what feels like an eternity, the train finally crosses into Portuguese territory. Winston emerges, filthy and exhausted but free. The news of his escape has spread throughout the world. Winston is a sensation. Newspapers everywhere carry the story of the young correspondent's daring escape. He becomes an international celebrity overnight. His face appears in papers from London and New York. Winston rejoins the British Army in South Africa, this time as a lieutenant in the South African Light Horse. He participates in the relief of Ladysmith and the capture of Pretoria. You ride with him into the city where he was recently a prisoner. The irony is not lost on Winston. He revisits the State Model School and stands outside his old cell, a free man. When the war winds down, Winston returns to Britain as a hero. His books about his experiences become bestsellers. He writes the story of the Malakand Field Force, the River War about Sudan, and London to Ladysmith via Pretoria about his South African adventures. The royalties pour in. For the first time, Winston has real money. More importantly, he has fame. When he stands for Parliament again in Oldham in 1900, the reception is completely different. You walk with him through the same streets he walked a year earlier. Now people recognise him. They want to shake his hand and hear his stories. He wins the election comfortably. Winston Churchill enters the House of Commons at age 25. You sit in the gallery as he gives his maiden speech. His voice rings through the chamber. He speaks about the war in South Africa. He argues for magnanimity toward the defeated Boers. The speech shows both courage and wisdom. Some Conservative members grumble, but others nod approvingly. But Winston is restless in the Conservative Party. He disagrees with their position on free trade. He believes in open markets and minimal tariffs. The Conservatives are moving toward protectionism. Winston cannot support policies he considers economically foolish. In 1904, he crosses the floor of the House. He literally walks across the chamber and takes a seat among the Liberals. It is a dramatic and controversial move. Many Conservatives view it as betrayal. Winston sees it as a matter of principle. He will not sacrifice his beliefs for party loyalty. The Liberals welcome him enthusiastically. They recognise his talents. When the Liberals win a landslide victory in 1906, Winston is appointed Under-Secretary of State for the Colonies. At 31, he is beginning his ministerial career. You watch him take up his new responsibilities with characteristic energy. Winston throws himself into colonial affairs. He helps draft the constitution for the new Union of South Africa. He works on policies for Britain's African territories. His approach is often enlightened for the time, though still shaped by Victorian assumptions about empire and racial hierarchy that later generations will rightly reject. In 1908, Winston enters the cabinet as president of the Board of Trade. He's only 33. His rise has been meteoric. He immediately begins pushing for social reforms, minimum wages, labour exchanges to help the unemployed, limits on working hours. These are radical ideas for the time. You sit in his office as he works late into the night. Papers pile on his desk. Winston dictates letters and memos at a furious pace. His secretaries struggle to keep up. He is a whirlwind of energy and ideas. Sleep seems optional. That same year, Winston meets Clementine Hosier at a dinner party. You are present when they are introduced. Clementine is beautiful and intelligent. She comes from an aristocratic but impoverished family. Winston is immediately smitten. His usual confidence deserts him. He stammers and blushes. They begin courting. Winston is not naturally romantic, but he tries. He writes her letters filled with awkward declarations. Clementine sees past his social clumsiness to the brilliant, ambitious man beneath. She recognises his potential for greatness. She also sees his need for steady support and guidance. Winston proposes to Clementine in August of 1908. They are in the Temple of Diana at Blenheim Palace. The setting is appropriately grand. Clementine accepts. You stand witness as Winston slides a ring onto her finger. His hand trembles slightly. He looks happier than you have ever seen him. They marry in September at St Margaret's, Westminster. You attend the ceremony. The church is packed. Winston's political colleagues fill the pews. Clementine looks radiant in white satin. Winston looks terrified and joyful in equal measure. When they exchange vows, his voice is thick with emotion. The marriage proves to be the foundation of Winston's life. Clementine becomes his anchor and conscience. She manages their household and finances. She offers wise counsel on political matters. She tells Winston hard truths when others fear to speak. Their partnership will endure for 57 years. Children arrive. Diana is born in 1909, Randolph in 1911, Sarah in 1914, Marigold in 1918, though she will die tragically young, Mary in 1922. The Churchill household becomes lively and chaotic. Winston adores his children but struggles to show affection. His own childhood has left him uncertain how to be a warm father. In 1911, Winston becomes First Lord of the Admiralty. He is now responsible for the Royal Navy, the most powerful navy in the world. Britain's security depends on maintaining naval supremacy. Winston takes the responsibility with utmost seriousness. You watch him tour shipyards and naval bases. He interrogates admirals and engineers. He wants to understand every aspect of the fleet. Winston drives the Navy's modernisation. He pushes for converting from coal to oil power. Oil-fired ships are faster and more efficient. He champions the development of new dreadnought battleships. He increases naval budgets over fierce opposition. Critics call him a warmonger. Winston believes he is preparing Britain for inevitable conflict. Tensions are rising in Europe. The great powers are locked in rival alliance systems. Germany is building a powerful fleet to challenge British supremacy. Arms races spiral out of control. Winston can feel war approaching like a gathering storm. He works frantically to ensure the Navy is ready. When war finally erupts in August 1914, Britain's fleet is at battle stations. Winston's preparations have put the Navy in position to control the seas from day one. You stand with him at the Admiralty as reports flow in. German ships are bottled up in port. British vessels patrol the oceans. The first phase of the war at sea belongs to Britain, but the war quickly becomes a nightmare. Enthusiasm curdles into horror. The trenches of the Western Front become a charnel house. Millions of men die for yards of muddy ground. The cheerful predictions of quick victory prove tragically wrong. This will be a long, grinding war of attrition. Winston searches desperately for a way to break the stalemate. He proposes a naval attack on the Dardanelles Strait. British ships will force their way through to Constantinople. Turkey will be knocked out of the war. Supplies can flow to Russia through the Black Sea. The Central Powers will be outflanked. The plan is bold and imaginative. It might work, but the execution is bungled from the start. The naval attack in March 1915 fails. Mines and Turkish artillery devastate the British fleet. Ships are sunk or badly damaged. The Navy retreats in defeat. Winston then advocates for a land invasion. British and Commonwealth troops land at Gallipoli in April. You wade ashore with the Anzac soldiers. Turkish fire pours down from the heights. Men fall in heaps on the beaches. The landing is a disaster. The troops are pinned down in narrow beachheads. Months of brutal fighting follow. The casualties mount sickeningly. Disease ravages the camps. The summer heat is brutal. Still, the troops cannot break through the Turkish defences. Gallipoli becomes synonymous with futile slaughter. Public opinion turns against Winston. He's blamed for the catastrophe. In May 1915, Winston is forced to leave the Admiralty. The blow is devastating. He is 40 years old. His political career appears finished. The newspapers savage him. Political allies desert him. Winston falls into deep depression. The black moods that will plague him throughout life close in like fog. He takes a position as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, a meaningless sinecure. For a man of Winston's energy and ambition, the idleness is torture. He paints to keep from going mad. You watch him set up his easel in the garden. He attacks the canvas with fierce concentration. The act of creation provides temporary relief from despair. But Winston cannot bear being sidelined while the war continues. In November 1915, he resigns from the government. He takes a commission as a lieutenant colonel and goes to the Western Front. If he cannot lead the nation, he will at least fight for it. You arrive with him in France. The trenches are worse than anything he imagined. Mud and filth everywhere. The stench of decay and death. Rats the size of cats. The constant crack of rifles and boom of artillery. Men living like animals in holes in the ground. Winston commands the 6th Royal Scots Fusiliers. His men are initially sceptical of this politician playing at soldier, but Winston wins them over with courage and common sense. He shares their dangers and hardships. He scrounges extra supplies for them. He leads from the front during trench raids. During quiet moments, Winston writes letters to Clementine. You read over his shoulder as he pours out his heart. He misses her desperately. He longs to be back in the political arena. The battlefield has shown him he is a man of words and ideas, not primarily a man of action. His weapon is language, not the rifle. After several months, Winston returns to London. He resumes his seat in Parliament. Slowly, painfully, he begins rebuilding his political reputation. He speaks in debates, he writes articles, he reminds people of his abilities. The road back from Gallipoli will take years, but Winston is patient and persistent. In July 1917, Winston returns to government as Minister of Munitions. You walk with him through armaments factories. The work is vital if unglamorous. Britain needs shells and guns and bullets in unimaginable quantities. Winston drives production with his usual intensity. Factories run around the clock, output soars. When the war finally ends in November 1918, Winston has been partially rehabilitated. His work at munitions has reminded people of his abilities, but Gallipoli still hangs over him like a dark cloud. Many will never forgive him for that disaster. Winston must live with being blamed for one of the war's greatest failures. The years after the Great War are tumultuous. You stand with Winston as he navigates the choppy waters of post-war politics. In 1919, he becomes Secretary of State for War and Air. He oversees the demobilization of millions of soldiers. He deals with labor unrest and political upheaval. Winston is viscerally opposed to Bolshevism. The Russian Revolution horrifies him. He sees communism as a threat to civilization itself. He advocates British intervention to crush the Bolsheviks. Most of his colleagues consider this impractical. The British people want peace, not new wars. Winston's anti-communist crusade becomes an obsession that damages his political standing. In 1921, he becomes colonial secretary. You travel with him to Cairo for a conference on Middle Eastern affairs. The Ottoman Empire has collapsed. Britain must decide how to govern its new territories. Winston helps draw borders and install rulers. The decisions made in these meetings will echo through history, often tragically. The 1920s are difficult years for Winston personally. His mother dies in 1921 after falling downstairs. Little Marigold, his beloved daughter, dies of septicemia in 1922 at age 2. The loss devastates both Winston and Clementine. You see the pain in his eyes for months afterward. He paints obsessively to cope with the grief. Winston loses his parliamentary seat in 1922. For 2 years he is out of Parliament entirely. He feels cut adrift. Politics has been his life for over 2 decades. Without it, he is lost. He writes to fill the time and earn money. His multi-volume history of World War I becomes a bestseller, but writing is a poor substitute for power. In 1924, Winston makes another dramatic party switch. He rejoins the Conservative Party he left 20 years earlier. Some mock him for having no fixed principles. Winston argues he has not changed. The parties have moved around him. Principles matter more than labels. Whether this is true or self-justification depends on your perspective. The Conservatives win the election. Winston is appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer. He is now in charge of Britain's finances during a difficult economic period. You sit in his office at the Treasury as he grapples with thorny problems. Unemployment is high. Industry is struggling. The pound sterling needs stabilising. Winston makes a fateful decision. He returns Britain to the gold standard at the pre-war exchange rate. Economists warn this will make British exports uncompetitive. Winston dismisses their concerns. He sees the gold standard as a symbol of British strength and stability. The decision proves disastrous. British industry suffers. Unemployment rises further. Winston will later call it the greatest mistake of his life. In 1926, the general strike paralyses Britain. Millions of workers walk off the job. The government faces its greatest domestic crisis in generations. Winston takes a hard line. He edits the government propaganda sheet, the British Gazette. His editorials are fiery and uncompromising. The strike eventually collapses, but Winston's harsh rhetoric makes him even more unpopular with working people. The 1930s begin with Winston out of government. The Conservatives lose the 1929 election. The new Labour government has no place for Winston. He's 54 years old. To many observers, his career is winding down. He will be remembered as a talented but erratic politician who never quite fulfilled his early promise. You walk with Winston through what he will later call his wilderness years. He writes prolifically. Books, articles, speeches. He works on Marlborough, a massive biography of his famous ancestor. The writing is magnificent, though historians quibble with his interpretations. Winston is never one to let facts interfere with a good story. He builds a wall at his country house, Chartwell. You work alongside him, mixing mortar and laying bricks. The physical labour soothes him. He takes pride in his craftsmanship. He builds a cottage for his daughter Mary using his own hands. The work is competent if not professional. Winston jokes he could have been a bricklayer if politics failed. He paints constantly. Oils are his medium, landscapes mostly. He attacks canvases with bold strokes and vivid colours. His paintings are not subtle, but they have energy and life. Painting provides respite from his black moods. When depression threatens, Winston picks up a brush. The act of creation lifts the darkness, at least temporarily. But Winston cannot ignore politics entirely. He watches events in Europe with growing alarm. A new menace is rising in Germany. Adolf Hitler and his Nazi party have come to power. Hitler promises to restore German greatness and overturn the Versailles Treaty. His speeches drip with venom toward Jews and other groups he considers inferior. Winston begins warning about the Nazi threat. You sit in the House of Commons as he delivers speech after speech. Germany is rearming. Hitler is building a massive military machine. Britain must respond by strengthening its own defences. The government and public largely ignore him. People are war-weary. They want to believe peace is secure. Winston particularly warns about air power. Germany is building hundreds of bombers and fighters. Britain's air defences are woefully inadequate. If war comes, German bombs will rain down on British cities. Thousands will die. The government must invest urgently in the Royal Air Force. Again, his warnings fall on deaf ears. He is mocked as a warmonger and alarmist. Cartoons depict him as a bellicose old man seeking glory. Colleagues roll their eyes when he speaks. Winston the Prophet is dismissed as Winston the Crank. You see the frustration in his face. He knows he is right, but cannot make anyone listen. His political isolation deepens over the India question. The government is moving toward granting India more self-governance. Winston vehemently opposes this. He believes the British Empire must be maintained. Indian independence would begin its unravelling. He campaigns fiercely against reform. This is not Winston's finest hour. His views on empire are those of his Victorian upbringing. He cannot conceive of India without British rule. His rhetoric sometimes crosses into racism that makes even his allies uncomfortable. The India campaign damages his credibility further. He seems like a relic from a bygone age. But on Germany, Winston is proven right. Hitler remilitarizes the Rhineland in 1936. He annexes Austria in 1938. At Munich, Britain and France agree to let Germany take the Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia. Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain returns waving a paper promising peace in our time. Winston denounces Munich as a disaster and defeat. You stand in Parliament as Winston delivers his devastating response. Britain had a choice between war and dishonour. They chose dishonour, and they will have war. The words are prophetic and terrible. Chamberlain and his supporters hate Winston for speaking this truth, but some younger MPs begin to wonder if the old man might be right after all. In March 1939, Germany seizes the rest of Czechoslovakia. The Munich Agreement lies in tatters. Even Chamberlain realises Hitler cannot be appeased. Britain begins rearming in earnest. Suddenly, Winston's warnings do not seem so alarmist. People remember he was right when others were wrong. When Germany invades Poland in September 1939, Britain and France declare war. Winston is immediately recalled to the government as First Lord of the Admiralty. He returns to the same post he held 25 years earlier. A signal goes out to the Royal Navy. Winston is back. You can almost hear the cheers from ships around the world. But the war goes badly from the start. Poland falls in weeks. The Western Front is quiet through the winter. This is the phony war. Britain and Germany glare at each other but do not fight. The public grows restless and confused. Is this really war, or some strange new kind of peace? In April 1940, Germany invades Norway. British forces try to intervene but are outmanoeuvred. The Norway campaign is a disaster. Ironically, Winston as First Lord is largely responsible. But the failure is blamed on Chamberlain's government as a whole. Confidence in the Prime Minister craters. A crucial debate is held in the House of Commons in May. Chamberlain's supporters try to defend the Norway operation. Critics savage the government's handling of the war. The debate becomes a referendum on Chamberlain's leadership. Even some Conservatives turn against him. The decisive moment comes when Leo Amery, a Conservative MP and old friend of Winston's, quotes Oliver Cromwell. "You have sat too long here for any good you have been doing. In the name of God, go." The words echo through the chamber. Chamberlain's face turns ashen. His government is doomed. On May 10th, 1940, Neville Chamberlain resigns. King George VI must choose a new Prime Minister. The choice is between Winston Churchill and Lord Halifax. Halifax is the safer choice, respected, cautious, from the right background. But Halifax knows he cannot lead Britain in war. He steps aside. Winston Churchill becomes Prime Minister at age 65. You stand with him in his new office at 10 Downing Street. He has reached the summit after decades of struggle. But the timing could hardly be worse. That very day, Germany launches its invasion of France in the Low Countries. The Nazi blitzkrieg has begun. You stand at Winston's shoulder as he faces his first crisis as Prime Minister. German panzers are racing through the Ardennes. The French army is reeling. The British Expeditionary Force is in danger of being cut off. Everything is happening terribly fast. Winston forms a coalition government. Labour and Liberal leaders join his war cabinet. Clement Attlee becomes Deputy Prime Minister. Political rivalries are set aside. The nation must present a united front. You watch Winston welcome former opponents into positions of power. The moment is too grave for party politics. On May 13th, Winston appears before Parliament as Prime Minister for the first time. You are in the gallery as he speaks. I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears and sweat. His voice is grave but resolute. We have before us an ordeal of the most grievous kind. We have before us many, many long months of struggle and suffering. The words are not optimistic. Winston does not promise easy victory, but his honesty is bracing. He asks the House for its confidence. What is our policy? Victory. Victory at all costs. Victory in spite of all terror. Victory however long and hard the road may be. For without victory, there is no survival. The speech electrifies the nation. Here at last is a leader who understands the stakes. Winston is not trying to minimise the danger or offer false comfort. He is preparing Britain for the ordeal ahead. His words give people courage to face what is coming, and what is coming is catastrophic. The German advance cannot be stopped. The French army is disintegrating. The British Expeditionary Force retreats toward the Channel ports. 300,000 British and French soldiers are trapped on the beaches of Dunkirk. The German pincers are closing. Annihilation seems inevitable. Winston orders the Royal Navy to evacuate as many men as possible. You stand on the beach at Dunkirk in late May. The situation is desperate. German artillery pounds the beaches. Luftwaffe bombers attack in waves. Ships are sunk before they can load troops. The harbour is unusable. Men wade into the surf hoping to be picked up. Then something remarkable happens. Hundreds of civilian boats cross the channel. Fishing boats, pleasure yachts, river barges, anything that can float. Their civilian crews navigate through bombs and shells to reach the beaches. They ferry soldiers from shore to the waiting warships. The little ships of Dunkirk become legend. Against all odds, over 300,000 men are evacuated. It is not a victory. The British army has lost all its heavy equipment, but the men are saved to fight another day. Winston warns the nation not to mistake a deliverance for triumph. Wars are not won by evacuations, but Britain has bought time to continue the fight. France is doomed. German forces reach Paris in mid-June. The French government collapses. Winston flies to France repeatedly trying to stiffen their resolve. You accompany him to desperate meetings with French leaders. They are defeated men. They speak of armistice. Winston argues passionately for continuing the fight. His words fall on deaf ears. On June 22nd, France signs an armistice with Germany. Britain stands alone. The United States is neutral. The Soviet Union has a pact with Hitler. The British Empire faces Nazi Germany without allies. The situation looks hopeless. Many expect Britain to seek terms. Surely fighting on alone is suicide. Winston never considers surrender. On June 4th, after Dunkirk, he delivers another great speech to Parliament. You listen as his voice fills the chamber. Even though large tracts of Europe have fallen into the grip of the Gestapo, we shall not flag or fail. We shall go on to the end. We shall fight on the seas and oceans. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the hills. We shall never surrender. The words are more than rhetoric. They are a declaration of Britain's will to resist. Winston is committing the nation to fight until victory or annihilation. There will be no compromise with evil. The speech is broadcast around the world. In occupied countries, people huddle around illegal radios and weep with hope. Britain has not given up. Hitler expects Britain to seek peace. When no offer comes, he begins planning an invasion. Operation Sea Lion will land German forces on the English coast. But first, Germany must control the air. The Luftwaffe launches a campaign to destroy the Royal Air Force. The Battle of Britain begins in July and reaches its climax in August and September. You stand in Fighter Command headquarters watching the battle unfold. Plots show German formations crossing the Channel. Young RAF pilots scramble to intercept. Dogfights swirl across the summer sky. Smoke trails mark falling aircraft. The odds favour Germany. They have more planes and pilots, but the RAF has advantages. They are fighting over home territory. Downed pilots who survive can return to duty. The British have radar to provide early warning, and they have the Spitfire and Hurricane, fighters that can match the German aircraft. Winston visits fighter stations. You accompany him as he meets young pilots between missions. They are boys, really, 19 and 20 years old. Their faces are drawn with exhaustion. They fly multiple sorties each day. Many will not survive the week. Winston shakes their hands and thanks them. His eyes are bright with unshed tears. The battle reaches crisis in late August. German bombers attack RAF airfields. Hangars and runways are cratered. Fighter production cannot keep pace with losses. The RAF is being ground down. A few more weeks of this and air superiority will pass to Germany. Then invasion becomes possible. Then Hitler makes a crucial mistake. After British bombers hit Berlin, he orders the Luftwaffe to attack London instead of continuing to target airfields. The change in strategy gives the RAF breathing space. Fighter strength begins to recover. You stand in London as the bombs fall night after night. Buildings burn, civilians die, but the RAF survives. By late September, it is clear Germany has lost the Battle of Britain. The RAF is still operational. Hitler postpones and then cancels Operation Sea Lion. Britain will not be invaded. Winston gives credit where it is due. Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few. The fighter pilots have saved the nation, but the blitz continues. German bombers come every night. London burns. Coventry is devastated. Cities throughout Britain suffer. You walk through rubble-strewn streets with Winston. He tours bombed areas to show solidarity with victims. People recognise him and call out. His presence heartens them. If Winston can face the bombs, so can they. Winston's own life is in constant danger. German intelligence knows his movements. Bombs fall near wherever he goes. He refuses to hide. He appears on rooftops watching the raids. He visits anti-aircraft batteries and bomb shelters. His courage is not reckless bravado. It is a calculated decision to share the risks ordinary people face. His daily routine is exhausting. You shadow him through endless days. He wakes late, having worked past midnight. He takes a bath while dictating memos. He works in bed through the morning, a brief nap after lunch. Then more meetings, phone calls and paperwork until the small hours. He consumes enormous amounts of champagne and whiskey. The staff marvels that he can function at all, but Winston thrives under pressure. The responsibility energizes rather than crushes him. This is what he was born for. All his life has been preparation for this moment. Leading Britain through its darkest hour requires exactly his combination of courage, eloquence, and indomitable will. He's finally in the right place at the right time. His speeches become weapons. On radio broadcasts, Winston addresses not just Britain but the whole world. His voice becomes the voice of resistance. In occupied Europe, people risk death to listen. In America, his words build sympathy for Britain's cause. Winston paints the struggle in civilizational terms. This is not just about territory or politics. It is a fight between light and darkness, freedom and slavery. He cultivates the relationship with America obsessively. President Roosevelt is sympathetic but hampered by neutrality laws and public opinion. Winston writes him long letters laying out Britain's needs. Destroyers, aircraft, weapons, supplies. America becomes the arsenal of democracy, shipping war material to Britain. Winston also begins developing a personal relationship with Roosevelt. They exchange hundreds of messages. The tone becomes warm and familiar. Winston signs himself as a former naval person. Roosevelt responds in kind. The friendship between the two leaders becomes a cornerstone of the alliance that will eventually win the war. Money is running out. Britain is spending its gold and dollar reserves at an unsustainable rate. By late 1940, bankruptcy looms. Winston lays the situation before Roosevelt. Without American help, Britain cannot continue fighting. Roosevelt responds with Lend-Lease. America will lend Britain the weapons and supplies it needs. Payment can be deferred until after the war. Lend-Lease is a lifeline. It keeps Britain in the fight through 1941. But Winston knows Britain cannot win alone. America must enter the war. He watches anxiously as Roosevelt navigates American domestic politics. Isolationist sentiment remains strong. Getting America into the war seems impossible. Then on December the 7th, 1941, Japan attacks Pearl Harbor. America is finally at war. Winston hears the news with overwhelming relief. You are with him when he learns. He goes to bed that night knowing Britain is saved. America's industrial might will tip the balance. Victory is now possible, though it may take years. Winston immediately travels to Washington. You accompany him on the voyage across the Atlantic. He works constantly, preparing for meetings with Roosevelt. When he arrives, the two leaders establish an instant rapport. They talk for hours about strategy and coordination. The alliance is forged in these meetings. Winston addresses Congress on December 26. You sit in the gallery as he speaks to American lawmakers. He acknowledges that his mother was American. If my father had been American and my mother British, instead of the other way around, I might have gotten here on my own. Laughter fills the chamber. Winston has charmed them completely. But he also delivers serious warnings. The war will be long and hard. Japan's early victories in the Pacific are just beginning. Dark days lie ahead before the dawn. Winston does not sugarcoat reality, but he projects absolute confidence in ultimate victory. The forces arrayed against the Axis powers are overwhelming. Tyranny cannot prevail against the combined might of free peoples. The years 1942 and 43 are the hinge of the war. You stand with Winston as the balance slowly tips. Early defeats give way to hard-won victories. The tide is turning, though the end remains distant. North Africa becomes a critical theatre. British forces under General Montgomery face German troops led by Rommel. The Desert War swings back and forth. Winston follows every battle anxiously. You sit with him in the map room studying intelligence reports. He moves pins representing divisions and brigades. The fate of Egypt and the Suez Canal hangs in the balance. In October 1942, Montgomery attacks at El Alamein. For 12 days, the battle rages across the desert. Finally, Rommel's forces break and retreat. It is Britain's first clear victory over Germany. Winston is jubilant. This is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning. Across the world, America wins a crucial naval battle at Midway. Japanese expansion is checked. In Russia, German forces are locked in brutal combat at Stalingrad. The Wehrmacht is learning that the Soviet Union cannot be easily conquered. The Axis powers are stretched thin across multiple fronts. Winston works to coordinate Allied strategy. He travels constantly despite his age. You accompany him to conferences in Casablanca, Quebec, Cairo and Tehran. The meetings are exhausting. Churchill, Roosevelt and Stalin debate how to defeat the Axis. Tensions flare over strategy and post-war plans, but they maintain unity against the common enemy. The relationship with Stalin is particularly complex. Winston despises communism. But he recognizes the Soviet Union is bearing the heaviest burden. Russian casualties dwarf those of other allies. Stalin demands a second front in Western Europe to draw German forces away from Russia. Winston argues for attacking Germany through Italy and the Balkans first. The Americans support Stalin's position. At Tehran in November 1943, the decision is made. Operation Overlord will invade France in 1944. American and British forces will land on the beaches of Normandy. It will be the largest amphibious operation in history. Winston has reservations about the plan. He fears a bloodbath, but he bows to the combined judgment of Roosevelt and Stalin. Back in Britain, preparation for D-Day dominates 1944. You walk with Winston among troops training for the invasion. They're young and fit and confident. Winston envies their youth. He's approaching 70. The years of stress and overwork are taking their toll, but he cannot slow down. The war demands everything he has. On June 6, 1944, Allied forces land in Normandy. The invasion succeeds despite fierce German resistance. Winston desperately wanted to observe from a ship offshore. His military advisors talked him out of it. The risk was too great. Winston sulks but accepts their judgment. You stand with him in the war room as reports stream in. The landings are succeeding. The second front has opened. Paris is liberated in August. You walk the streets with Winston as he visits the newly freed city. Parisians mob him with joy. They remember his broadcast during the dark years. His voice kept hope alive. Winston is moved to tears by the reception. He has waited years to see Paris free again. But new horrors are emerging. Reports reach London of Nazi death camps, the systematic murder of Jews and other groups on an industrial scale. Winston has known for years that terrible things were happening, but the full scope of the Holocaust is only now becoming clear. The revelations sicken him. This is what Britain has been fighting against. Pure evil. The war in Europe grinds toward conclusion through late 1944 and early 1945. German forces retreat but fight stubbornly. Hitler refuses to surrender. The destruction continues. Cities are reduced to rubble. Millions more die. You walk through devastated German towns with Winston. The scale of destruction is overwhelming. Winston's health suffers. He catches pneumonia after the Yalta Conference in February 1945. For days his life hangs in the balance. Doctors fear for the 70-year-old Prime Minister. But Winston's constitution is strong. He recovers and returns to work. There is too much to do. He cannot rest yet. In April, Roosevelt dies. Winston is grief-stricken. He has lost a great friend and partner. Harry Truman becomes president. Winston must now build a relationship with a man he barely knows. The transition adds uncertainty at a crucial moment. Germany finally surrenders on May 8, 1945. Victory in Europe Day brings jubilation throughout Britain. You stand with Winston on the balcony of Buckingham Palace alongside the royal family. Enormous crowds fill the streets below. They cheer themselves hoarse. Winston gives his famous V for Victory sign. The moment is triumph and vindication. But Winston's thoughts are already turning to the peace. The Soviet Union is tightening its grip on Eastern Europe. Stalin shows no inclination to allow free elections in Poland and other countries. Winston fears a new tyranny is replacing the old. He warns of an Iron Curtain descending across Europe. Once again, he's prophetic. The Cold War is beginning. In July, Britain holds its first general election since 1935. Winston campaigns, but without enthusiasm. He is exhausted. The Labour Party promises sweeping social reforms. They campaign on building a better Britain, not on past glories. You watch the returns come in with Winston. The result is stunning. Labour wins a landslide. Winston is voted out of office. The rejection wounds him deeply. He led Britain through its darkest hour. Now, with victory achieved, the people turn to someone else. Winston tries to accept the decision gracefully. Democracy has spoken, but privately he is devastated. You see him struggle with depression in the months that follow. He is 70 years old. Most men would retire. Winston instead becomes leader of the opposition. He continues fighting in Parliament. He delivers speeches warning about Soviet expansion. The famous Iron Curtain speech is given in Fulton, Missouri in March 1946. From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an Iron Curtain has descended across the continent. The speech is controversial. Some accuse Winston of warmongering again. But events prove him right. The Cold War becomes the defining struggle of the post-war era. Winston's warnings help shape Western policy toward the Soviet Union. Containment rather than appeasement becomes the strategy. He writes his war memoirs, 6 massive volumes detailing the conflict from his perspective. The books are magisterial works of history and literature. They cement Winston's reputation and interpretation of events. As he says, history will be kind to him because he intends to write it. The memoirs win him the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1953. Winston returns as Prime Minister in 1951 at age 76. You walk with him back into 10 Downing Street. He has achieved something almost unprecedented. Dismissed by voters, he has returned to power, but this second term lacks the drama of his wartime leadership. He is older and slower. The great battles have been fought and won. He suffers a serious stroke in June 1953. The government covers up the severity. Winston gradually recovers but is diminished. His mental sharpness comes and goes. He should resign but cannot bear to let go. Finally, in April 1955, he steps down. He is 80 years old. His political career spanning 55 years is over. Winston remains in Parliament as a backbencher until 1964. He rarely speaks. His presence is mostly symbolic. He is a living monument to Britain's finest hour. People come just to see him sitting in his familiar spot, the old lion, nearly deaf and increasingly frail but still present. His final years are quiet. He spends time at Chartwell painting and feeding his fish. Clementine remains by his side. Their marriage has endured everything. She knows him better than anyone. She sees past the public image to the vulnerable man beneath. Winston dies on January 24th, 1965. He is 90 years old. You're there in his final moments. The great voice is stilled at last. The indomitable will has finally surrendered to time. Britain mourns its greatest son. His funeral is the grandest state ceremony in British history. World leaders attend from dozens of nations. The cortege moves through London to St. Paul's Cathedral. Hundreds of thousands line the streets in tribute. You walk among the crowds. Faces are wet with tears. People have lost more than a leader. They have lost a symbol of courage and defiance. Winston is buried at Blenheim, near the palace where he was born. The journey has come full circle. The boy born 2 months early in a small ground-floor room became the man who saved Western civilization. His legacy will endure as long as people value freedom over tyranny. What made Winston Churchill matter? You ponder this as night settles around you. Part of it was circumstance. He lived at the right moment to make maximum impact. Britain needed exactly his qualities in 1940. Another time, his flaws might have overshadowed his gifts. But Winston also made his own destiny. His relentless ambition drove him through decades of setback and failure. Lesser men would have quit. Winston kept fighting. He believed in himself even when no one else did. That self-belief sustained him through the wilderness years until the moment arrived. His command of language gave him power beyond any office. Winston understood that words shape reality. His speeches did not just describe events. They made people willing to endure unendurable things. His rhetoric became a weapon as important as any gun or tank. He made terrible mistakes. Gallipoli haunted him forever. His views on empire and race were products of Victorian prejudice. He could be cruel and thoughtless to those around him. His drinking and depression could have destroyed him. Winston was never a plaster saint. He was profoundly human, flaws and all. But when the ultimate test came, Winston rose to meet it. In 1940, Britain needed a leader who would never surrender. They needed someone who could make people believe victory was possible against all evidence. They needed Winston Churchill. And he was there. His legacy is complex. Conservatives claim him as one of their own. Liberals point to his social reforms. Imperialists celebrate his defence of empire. Anti-fascists honour his stand against Hitler. Winston contains multitudes. He cannot be reduced to simple categories. Perhaps that is fitting. Great figures are rarely simple. Winston was brilliant and foolish, generous and selfish, visionary and blind. He saved democracy while holding views that seem undemocratic. He championed freedom while defending empire. The contradictions are part of who he was. What endures is his courage, physical bravery in war, moral courage in speaking truth, political courage in standing alone when necessary. Winston showed that individuals can matter enormously. One person with conviction can change the course of history. He also showed the power of never giving up. Winston faced more failures than most people experience. Each time he picked himself up and kept going. His career was a testament to resilience. Success came not from avoiding failure, but from refusing to be defeated by it. As you drift towards sleep, Winston's voice echoes one final time. Never give in, never give in, never, 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 never. In nothing great or small, large or petty. Never give in except to convictions of honour and good sense. The words were spoken to students at Harrow in 1941. They summarise his entire philosophy of life. The boy who was born too early and sent away too young became the man who stood firm when the world was falling apart. Winston Churchill changed history because he refused to accept defeat. That spirit, that stubborn insistence on fighting for what is right, remains his greatest gift. The story of his life is ultimately hopeful. It says that courage matters, that words have power, that one person can make a difference, that setbacks need not be final, that redemption is possible, that the fight for freedom is always worth it. You close your eyes as the first light of dawn touches the horizon. The world Winston helped save continues turning. New challenges arise. New leaders will be tested, but the example he set endures. When darkness threatens, someone will remember the British Prime Minister who never surrendered. Someone will find courage in his words. Someone will choose to fight rather than submit. Winston Churchill's legacy lives on not just in history books, but in the hearts of everyone who refuses to give up. His story reminds us that ordinary people can achieve extraordinary things, that our finest hours may lie ahead, not behind, that hope is always justified, even in the darkest night. Sleep now, knowing that courage and determination can overcome seemingly impossible odds. The spirit that saved Britain in 1940 lives on in all of us. We carry forward the torch Winston held high when the world needed light most desperately. His voice falls silent, but his message echoes through the ages. Never surrender, never give in. Always believe that dawn will break, no matter how long the night. You stand on a wooden deck that moves beneath your feet like a living thing, watching the coast of Spain fade into mist and memory. The year is 1527, and you have signed articles to sail westward across an ocean that most of Europe still considers more rumour than reality. What follows is not an adventure tale of discovery and glory, but the quieter, stranger truth of what it meant to live for months on a floating wooden box, suspended between two worlds that might as well have been on different planets. The smell hits you before anything else when you first climb aboard. A combination of tar, wet rope, bilge water, and something else you cannot quite name but will come to know intimately. It is the smell of wood that has been damp for years, of salt that has worked its way into every fibre and grain, of men living in close quarters with no privacy and limited washing water. In a few weeks, you will stop noticing it. In a few months, you will smell it in your dreams. Your sea chest sits in the space you have been allotted below deck, which is not really a space at all, but rather the absence of someone else's belongings. You have roughly 2 feet of width to call your own, wedged between a carpenter's mate from Seville who snores like a wounded bull, and a young rope maker from Cadiz who has already been sick 3 times, and you have not yet cleared the harbour. The ceiling, deck, you must learn to call it a deck, hangs so low that you cannot stand upright. You will spend the next several months either crouching or lying down, except when you are topside performing the endless tasks that keep a ship moving. The first night, you lie in the darkness listening to the ship. She creaks and groans like an old house in a windstorm, but these sounds are alive and conversational. The timbers speak to each other in squeaks and moans. The ropes hum different notes depending on their tension. Water slaps against the hull in rhythms that change with every shift in the wind. Around you, 30 other men breathe and snore and occasionally cry out in their sleep. Someone is quietly weeping. Someone else is praying. Most are simply trying to find a position where they can sleep without rolling into their neighbour when the ship tilts. You have been issued your rations for the week. Ship's biscuit that is already harder than roof tiles, salt pork that has a faintly greenish tinge in certain light, dried peas that rattle like pebbles in their sack, and a ration of wine that tastes like vinegar someone forgot in a barrel for several years. The biscuit, you discover, must be soaked in wine or water before you can eat it without risking your teeth. Even then, it has the texture of salted cardboard and about as much flavour. The pork is better if you don't think about how long it's been preserved or what's growing in the salt crust. Your first morning watch begins at 4 o'clock, which means being shaken awake in darkness so complete you cannot see your hand in front of your face. You stumble topside with the others, still half asleep, and report to the boatswain, who assigns you to help adjust the sails. This sounds simple enough until you are actually climbing the rigging in the dark, with the ship rolling beneath you and the ropes rough enough to sand the skin from your palms. The experienced sailors move like spiders, confident and quick. You move like a drunk man climbing a ladder during an earthquake. The horizon stretches in every direction, empty and grey in the pre-dawn light. There is something deeply unsettling about this emptiness that you are not prepared for. On land, even in the most desolate places, there are features: a distant hill, a tree, a rock formation. Here there is nothing. The sea and sky meet in a line so perfect it looks drawn with a ruler, and between that line and the ship there is absolutely nothing worth looking at. This nothingness will be your view for the next 2 to 3 months, weather permitting. By the end of the first week, your hands are covered in blisters that have burst and reformed and burst again. Your shoulders ache from hauling ropes. Your back hurts from the constant crouching below deck. You've discovered that your stomach, which you had always considered quite reliable on land, has opinions about constant motion that it never bothered to share before. You're not properly seasick, not like poor Rodriguez, the rope maker, who cannot keep down even water, but you're not entirely well either. Food sits uneasily. Sleep comes in strange, shallow waves. You feel perpetually slightly dizzy, as if you have been drinking since noon. The ship's hierarchy reveals itself quickly. At the top is the captain, whom you see perhaps twice a day, and who seems to exist in a different world from the rest of you. He has a cabin, he has privacy, he eats food that does not come from a common barrel. Below him is the master, who actually runs the ship and knows more about navigation and sailing than anyone else aboard. Then come the boatswain and the carpenter, and the various mates and specialists. At the bottom are common sailors like yourself, interchangeable and numerous, expected to do whatever needs doing whenever it needs doing, which turns out to be approximately all the time. There is no single moment when you realise you're truly at sea, no dramatic severance from land. Instead, it happens gradually, like falling asleep. On a clear day, you can still make out the mountains of the Spanish coast as a smudge on the horizon. The next day they are gone, and in their place is more water, and then more water beyond that. You have stepped off the edge of the world you knew, and there is no going back until the wind and current decide to carry you to the other side. Time at sea operates differently than time on land. On land, days are marked by changing scenery, by different tasks, and by the movement of people and animals and seasons. At sea, every day is nearly identical to the one before it, distinguished only by minor variations in wind direction and the slow degradation of the food supply. You wake, you work, you eat, you sleep, and the ship continues its endless rocking motion, regardless of whether you are conscious to experience it. The ship's bell marks the passing of watches, each 4-hour period rung out in a pattern of chimes that becomes the heartbeat of your existence. 1 bell means the first half-hour of the watch has passed. 2 bells mark the first hour. By 8 bells, 4 hours have elapsed and a new watch begins. You learn to wake automatically at certain bells, and to judge the time by the pattern of sound even before you fully open your eyes. The bells become more reliable than any other measure of time, more trustworthy than the sun, which hides behind clouds for days at a stretch. Your duties rotate through a predictable cycle. There is always a sail to be adjusted, always rope to be spliced, and always something that needs holy stoning or scraping or retarring. The deck must be swabbed each morning, which sounds simple until you're doing it in a cold rain with water sloshing over the sides, and your hands so numb you can barely grip the mop. The rigging must be inspected constantly for wear. The barrels in the hold must be checked and rotated. The bilge must be pumped. The bilge pumping is everyone's least favourite task, though no one complains because complaining is pointless, and also because there is a shared understanding that some experiences are too universally miserable to require comment. The bilge is where all the water that seeps into the ship collects. Rainwater, seawater that splashes over the sides, condensation, and various other liquids you prefer not to identify. This water must be pumped out regularly, or the ship will slowly sink under its own accumulated dampness. The pump is operated by hand, requiring 2 men to work handles in a rhythm, while a third ensures the leather gaskets are properly seated. The smell that rises from the bilge when you open it is something you wish you could unknow. It is decay and rot and sourness all combined into a visible miasma that seems to cling to your clothes for days afterward. Food preparation happens twice daily, weather permitting. The ship's cook, a one-eyed man from Galicia whose name no one can pronounce correctly, presides over a firebox that is more dangerous than it has any right to be. Building a fire on a wooden ship in the middle of an ocean requires a special kind of optimism or insanity, possibly both. The firebox sits on a bed of sand and is surrounded by buckets of water, but everyone understands that if a fire ever got loose below deck, you would all die screaming long before you could lower a boat. The cook boils everything. Peas are boiled until they disintegrate into a greyish paste. Salt pork is boiled until it achieves a texture somewhere between leather and rubber. On good days, when the seas are calm enough and the supplies hold out, you might get a stew made from the ship's biscuit pounded into crumbs, boiled with pork fat and whatever dried vegetables have survived the damp. This concoction is grandly called lobscouse and is supposed to be nourishing. It tastes like wallpaper paste mixed with regret. Your daily wine ration is distributed at noon and in the evening. The wine, if you can call it that, has turned to vinegar and then evolved beyond vinegar into something that might strip paint. You drink it anyway because water stored in wooden barrels for weeks develops interesting properties, including a greenish tinge and small swimming things you try not to examine too closely. The wine, however vile, is at least reliably vile in ways you understand. Thursdays are supposed to be different because Thursday is meat day. On Thursdays you receive your full ration of salt pork, whereas on other days you make do with peas and biscuit. The anticipation of Thursday pork becomes absurdly important. You find yourself thinking about it days in advance, remembering the taste of meat, however preserved and however boiled, as if it were some delicacy instead of a chunk of pig that has been sitting in a barrel for the better part of a year. Between watches, during the brief periods when you're neither working nor sleeping, you exist in a strange limbo. There is nothing to do. There is nowhere to go. You cannot take a walk. You cannot visit a friend in another part of town. You cannot even really have a proper conversation because the wind and waves create a constant background noise that makes talking exhausting. So you sit. You stare at the water. You watch the clouds. You count the barrels lashed to the deck. You examine your hands and notice how the calluses have calluses now. You think about food you have eaten on land. You remember what it felt like to walk on ground that didn't move. Some men carve. They make small figures from scraps of wood, or they practice fancy knotwork with bits of rope. Some men gamble, using dried peas as currency since actual money is useless aboard ship. Some men sleep whenever possible, banking rest against the next storm or emergency. A few men have brought books, which they read until the pages begin to separate from the damp, and then they read them again because there is nothing else. You discover that boredom has depths you never suspected. There is surface boredom, the kind you feel waiting for something specific to happen. Below that is a deeper boredom, a kind of grey mental fog where you stop even wishing for stimulation and simply exist in a state of numb acceptance. Below that is something else. A strange place where your mind starts generating its own entertainment from nothing, where you can spend 20 minutes watching a particular wave and finding it genuinely interesting, and where the waylight hits the sail becomes a source of actual fascination. You understand that the ship is being navigated, but the actual process remains mysterious and somewhat magical to you, and most of the common sailors. The officers possess instruments that they consult with great seriousness. A cross-staff, an astrolabe, and a compass that sits in a special box near the helm. They take measurements of the sun's height at noon, making marks on charts and performing calculations that involve numbers larger than you ever learned in the village school where you spent 3 winters learning to read and write. The compass, at least, makes basic sense. The needle points north, always north, drawn by some invisible force toward the top of the world. At night, when the clouds clear, you can see the North Star holding its position while the other stars wheel around it like dancers. The officers use this star to verify the compass, taking sightings and making adjustments to their charts. But how they determine where you are on the vast blank ocean, how they know whether you are 200 miles from your destination or 2,000. This remains as opaque to you as church Latin. The captain guards his charts like holy relics, keeping them in his cabin wrapped in oiled cloth. You've glimpsed them once when delivering a message, and they looked less like maps than like artistic interpretations of maps, with sea monsters drawn in the empty spaces and compass roses blooming like flowers. The coastlines are approximate, the distances are approximate. Everything about ocean travel you are coming to understand is approximate. Dead reckoning is the primary method of navigation, which sounds ominous until you learn it simply means calculating your position based on your speed, direction, and time travelled. The ship's speed is measured by throwing a log tied to a knotted rope over the stern and counting how many knots pass through your hands in a specific time period. This gives you your speed in what will eventually be called knots, though right now it is just called making good way, or barely moving depending on the number of rope sections that slip by. Direction comes from the compass, assuming the compass is working correctly and has not been confused by lightning or the mysterious magnetic variations that occur in certain parts of the ocean. Time comes from the hourglass, which must be turned every half hour by whoever has been assigned glass-watching duty. If the glass-watcher falls asleep or forgets, or simply does not care, your entire navigation system slides into inaccuracy. This happens more often than the officers would like to admit. Given these methods and their obvious potential for error, it is remarkable that ships ever arrive anywhere near their intended destination. And indeed, many do not. The ocean bottom is littered with ships that miscalculated, that thought they were farther from land than they were, or farther from rocks, or that simply got lost in the featureless blue and ran out of food before finding anything solid. Your captain claims to have sailed this route before, which is reassuring until you realise that before was 7 years ago, and ocean currents change, and coastlines in the New World are still being discovered, and what he remembers as a reliable landmark might have been a different island entirely, or possibly a cloud formation that looked like an island. Navigation at this point in history is part science, part experience, part luck, and part wishful thinking. The lead line provides the only reliable information about your location, but only when you are close enough to shore for the bottom to be reachable. The line is marked at various depths with different materials, leather, cloth, bits of rope, so the man throwing it can call out the depth even in darkness. When the leadsman begins to find bottom at 100 fathoms, then 80, then 60, everyone knows land is approaching even if you cannot see it yet. The spacing of these soundings tells the officers about the shape of the seafloor, which can indicate proximity to certain known harbours or shoals. But in the deep ocean, the lead finds nothing. The line runs out its full 200 fathoms and still touches no bottom. You are suspended over depths that would swallow cathedrals and still have room for more. This knowledge sits uneasily in your mind during night watches when you are alone with your thoughts and the dark water hissing past the hull. Beneath you, miles beneath you, is a world you will never see, populated by creatures no one has ever imagined, in darkness so complete that no light has touched it since the world was made. Weather at sea is not the same as weather on land, where you can go inside when it rains or build a fire when it gets cold. At sea, weather is the environment, the entirety of your existence, something you cannot escape or ignore or wait out in comfort. When it rains, you get wet and stay wet because there is nowhere dry. When the sun beats down, you burn because there is no shade except below deck, and below deck is dark and airless and somehow hotter than topside despite being out of direct sunlight. The wind is your master and your servant simultaneously. Too little wind and you sit motionless, wallowing in swells that make everyone sick, going nowhere, consuming supplies while making no progress. Too much wind and you are overpowered, forced to reduce sail, sometimes forced to run before the storm with bare poles, hoping the hull can take the battering, hoping the mast can handle the strain, and hoping everyone remembers how to tie proper knots, because now is when it matters. Storms announce themselves in subtle ways that the experienced sailors recognise long before you do. The light changes, taking on a peculiar yellow-grey quality. The clouds build in specific formations that mean nothing to you, but cause the boatswain to start checking the lashings on everything movable. The wind shifts direction and picks up speed, and there is a smell to it, a charged electric smell that makes the hair on your arm stand up. When a storm hits properly, it is nothing like thunder showers on land. This is not rain you can watch from a window. This is water coming from every direction at once, from above, from the sides, over the rails, and up through the deck seams. The ship tilts at angles that seem geometrically impossible. You cling to whatever you can grip and try to follow, shouted orders you can barely hear over the wind's roar. The sails that you do not take down in time tear themselves to pieces with sounds like cannon fire. Waves break over the bow with enough force to knock a man off his feet and wash him overboard if he's not secured. The worst part of storms is not the fear, though there is plenty of that. The worst part is the helplessness. There is nothing you can really do except hold on and wait. You cannot fight a storm. You cannot negotiate with it. You cannot even hide from it effectively. You can only endure and hope the ship is strong enough, the officers skilled enough, and luck favourable enough to see it through. After a storm passes, the work begins. There are always repairs, torn sails to be replaced, rope to be respliced, and deck cargo to be resecured. There are always injuries to be tended, though the ship's surgeon is more enthusiastic than qualified, and his preferred treatment for almost everything is bleeding, which seems counterproductive for men who are already exhausted and battered. And there is always the inventory of what was lost, barrels washed overboard, provisions ruined by seawater, sometimes men who were there yesterday and are not there anymore, simply gone, taken by a wave or a falling spar or the sea's casual violence. But there are also days of perfect weather, days when the wind is steady from the right quarter, and the sun is warm but not scorching, and the sea is that impossible deep blue that does not exist on land. On these days the ship seems to sail herself, requiring only minor adjustments to the helm. The crew's mood lifts, someone sings, someone else tells a story, the cook makes something almost edible. You remember why people have been going to sea for thousands of years, despite all the evidence suggesting this is a terrible idea. The doldrums are worse than storms in their own way. When the wind dies completely and the ship sits motionless on glassy water, everything becomes urgent and nothing can be done. You're consuming supplies, you're drinking water and eating food, but you're going nowhere, making no progress toward the destination that holds the promise of fresh provisions and solid ground. The heat becomes oppressive. The ship stinks worse than usual because the air does not move. Tempers fray. Small disagreements become arguments. Arguments become grudges that will last the entire voyage. During one stretch of calm that lasts 6 days, you watch a barrel floating in the distance, noting with growing unease that its position relative to the ship does not change. For 6 entire days, you make no progress whatsoever. The barrel mocks you, floating there in the same spot on the horizon, a wooden reminder that forward movement is not a given, but a gift from wind and current that can be withdrawn without notice. Life on a ship creates its own peculiar society. A small floating village where everyone knows everyone else far too well, and there is no possibility of privacy or escape from people you have come to dislike. Friendships form quickly and intensely. Enmities form just as quickly, and can last entire voyages over incidents that would be forgotten in a day on land. There is the carpenter from Seville in the space next to yours, the one who snores. His name is Miguel, and he is 40-something years old with hands scarred from decades of working with tools. He has sailed this route 5 times before, and treats the ocean with the casual familiarity of someone who knows exactly how dangerous it is, but has stopped being impressed by the danger. He shares his tobacco with you sometimes, and you share the dried figs your mother pressed into your hand before you left. Neither of you says much, but there is a companionship in the silence. Rodriguez, the young rope maker who started the voyage sick, recovers by the second week and reveals himself to be relentlessly cheerful, in a way that should be annoying but somehow is not. He is 18 years old and has never been farther from Cadiz than Barcelona. Everything about this voyage amazes him. The size of the waves, the depth of the water, and the speed at which dolphins swim alongside the ship. His enthusiasm is infectious enough that even the surliest sailors find themselves explaining things to him, showing him knots and telling him stories. The boatswain is a different sort entirely. He is perhaps 35, broad-shouldered and perpetually sunburned, with a voice that could cut through a hurricane. His job is to enforce order and maintain discipline, which he does with a combination of shouted commands and creative profanity that could blister paint. But he is also fair in his way, expecting everyone to work hard, but expecting no more than he himself does. When a spar breaks during a storm and needs to be replaced immediately in conditions that are frankly terrifying, he is up in the rigging alongside everyone else, working as hard as the youngest sailor. The cook, the one-eyed Galician, speaks Spanish so heavily accented that half the crew cannot understand him, which might be just as well given that most of what he says appears to be complaints about the quality of the provisions he is expected to transform into meals. He's been sailing since before you were born and has opinions about everything: the correct way to store salt pork, the uselessness of Portuguese navigation methods, and the superiority of Galician wine over the vinegar you are currently drinking. He is also, you discover, an excellent singer, and sometimes in the evening he sings old ballads in a language that might be Galician, or might be something older, songs about sailors who never came home and women who waited for ships that never returned. There is a boy aboard, perhaps 14 years old, who serves as cabin boy to the captain and runs messages between officers. He's quick and clever, and learning navigation from the master, and everyone knows he'll be an officer himself in a few years if he survives. He treats this voyage as an education, asking questions about everything, examining the charts when allowed, and practicing his knots during spare moments. His optimism about the voyage and about the sea in general makes you feel ancient and cynical at 26. There are tensions, of course. A ship this size cannot hold this many men this long without friction. Someone is always snoring too loud or taking up too much space or shirking duties or stealing food from the common stores. The sailor everyone calls Portuguese João, even though there are 3 other Portuguese sailors aboard, has a habit of forgetting his turn at the bilge pump. This has been noticed. There are muttered conversations about this forgetting. It will eventually be addressed, probably not pleasantly. 2 men, sailors who signed on together from the same village, have not spoken to each other in 3 weeks, over some dispute about a woman back home. They work alongside each other in complete silence, communicating only through eloquent glares. This could continue for the entire voyage. It has happened before. The officers occupy a different world, eating separately, sleeping separately, and making decisions that affect everyone without consultation or explanation. This creates a natural resentment, but it is also understood that someone needs to be in charge. Someone needs to maintain authority, or the whole system falls apart. The ship operates on a hierarchy as rigid as anything in church or aristocracy, and while you might not like it, you understand its necessity. Around the 4th week, something shifts in your mind. The initial strangeness of being at sea has worn off. You no longer wake up surprised to find yourself on a moving wooden platform surrounded by endless water. The routine has become automatic. You can tie half the knots in your sleep now, literally, having woken yourself up several times going through the motions. But with the acceptance of routine comes a peculiar kind of isolation. You start to forget what solid ground feels like. When you close your eyes and try to remember walking on land, the memory feels distant, almost dreamlike. Did the ground really stay still? Was there really a horizon with trees and buildings? Your mother's face is getting harder to recall clearly. The smell of your village, wood smoke and animal manure and whatever the baker was making, seems like something you invented rather than something you actually experienced. Time distorts. Days blend together into a continuous present that has no clear beginning or end. You know intellectually that weeks have passed, but experientially it feels like one very long day that never quite finishes. The sameness of the routine, the unchanging view, the repetitive tasks, all of it creates a mental fog where past and future become less real than the immediate moment of hauling rope or swabbing deck or choking down ship's biscuit. You find yourself thinking about land in ways that surprise you. Not grand thoughts about exploration or discovery, or the glory of reaching the new world. Instead, you think about small things with an intensity that seems disproportionate. You think about apples. You spend an entire watch imagining biting into a fresh apple, the way the skin breaks under your teeth, the sweet juice and the crisp white flesh. You can almost taste it, and the almost taste is somehow worse than not thinking about it at all. You think about walking, just walking, on ground that does not move, in a straight line for more than 50 feet without having to turn around or climb over something. The ship is perhaps 70 feet long, and every day you walk its length hundreds of times, and every time you reach the end you have to turn around and walk back. The concept of walking in one direction for miles, of choosing to walk to a different village just to see what it looks like, becomes fantastically appealing. The night sky at least provides some comfort. On clear nights, when you're not on watch and can lie on deck looking up, the stars are more numerous and brighter than they ever were on land. Without the smoke of cooking fires and candles, without the lights of villages, the sky reveals itself in its full glory. You can see the Milky Way as a luminous river across the darkness. You can watch shooting stars arc across the heavens. You can find the constellations the Master has taught you, the ones sailors use for navigation, but also the ones that are just there, ancient patterns traced by Greeks and Romans and Phoenicians before them. There is something deeply unsettling about the ocean at night. During the day, at least you can see. You can watch the waves, spot potential problems, and take comfort in the visible presence of your shipmates and the ship herself. But at night, especially on moonless nights, the darkness is absolute. The ocean becomes a presence you can only hear. The endless slap and hiss of water against the hull, the groan of timbers, and the singing of wind through rigging. You are suspended in darkness over depths you cannot see, cannot comprehend, trusting that the ship will continue to float, that the navigator knows where you're going, and that dawn will eventually come. Some men handle this isolation better than others. Rodriguez continues his cheerful chatter, apparently unfazed by the monotony. Miguel simply accepts it, having done this enough times that he knows it will end eventually, and there is no point complaining about what cannot be changed. But others withdraw into themselves. You watch men become quieter week by week, speaking only when necessary, spending their free time staring at the water with expressions of profound absence. There is one sailor, an older man from Portugal whose name you never learned, who stopped speaking entirely around week 5. Not because anything dramatic happened, no argument, no injury, no incident. He simply stops talking. He still does his work. He still eats his rations. But he has retreated somewhere inside himself where words are not needed or have stopped making sense. The officers notice but do nothing as long as he continues working. Silence is not against any rule, though it unsettles the other sailors in ways they do not discuss. You develop small rituals to mark the passage of time and maintain your sense of self. Every morning you count your remaining small store of figs, even though the number decreases by predictable increments, and counting them serves no purpose except to confirm that time is passing. You keep a small pebble from home in your pocket and touch it periodically, as if maintaining contact with this small piece of solid earth will keep you anchored to the reality of land. You whisper your own name to yourself sometimes just to hear it, to remind yourself that you are still you, and not just another pair of hands hauling rope. The psychological weight of the voyage accumulates slowly like water seeping into the bilge. Each day adds only a little to the burden, but week after week the accumulated weight becomes significant. You are tired in ways that sleep does not fix. You are lonely despite being surrounded by men. You are homesick for places and people you were not even particularly fond of before leaving. The village baker, who always shortchanged everyone on bread weight, now seems like a charming character you would give anything to argue with again. By week 6, the food situation has become genuinely concerning. The ship's biscuit has developed an ecosystem. Small grey weevils live in the barrels, and the biscuit pieces are often more whole than substance. The accepted practice is to tap your biscuit against the table before eating it, which dislodges some of the weevils. Not all of them, that would be impossible, but enough that you can eat it without the texture being overwhelmingly squirmy. You have stopped thinking of the remaining weevils as contamination and started thinking of them as protein, which is either pragmatic or deeply worrying depending on your perspective. The salt pork has transformed from merely unappetizing to actively questionable. The meat that is supposed to be pink under its salt crust has taken on a greenish sheen, and it smells like something that died and was not discovered for several days. The cook insists this is normal, that salt pork always smells like death and disappointment. He boils it for hours, which does reduce the smell to merely nauseating rather than actively offensive. The resulting meat has the texture of shoe leather and about the same amount of flavour, but it is protein, and your body craves it enough that you chew through it without complaint. The peas have held up better than most provisions, possibly because they were already essentially immortal when loaded aboard. Boiled into submission, they form a greyish paste that sticks to your ribs and requires no chewing. This is good because your teeth are starting to hurt, your gums are getting soft, and chewing has become an activity you avoid when possible. The cook says this is normal, that it is just scurvy starting, that everyone gets it on long voyages, and that it will get better once you reach land and can eat fresh food again. This is not particularly reassuring. The wine has passed through several stages of vinegar and has now achieved a state that might best be described as aggressive acidity. It could probably be used to clean rust off metal. You drink it anyway, holding your breath and swallowing quickly, because the alternative is water that has turned green in the barrels and hosts small swimming creatures that were definitely not present when the water was first stored. Some men have started catching rainwater during storms, holding up cups and trying to collect clean water before it runs across the deck and picks up the taste of tar and wood and whatever else makes deck water undrinkable. Protein becomes an obsession. You dream about meat, not the salt pork that you're eating, but real meat, fresh meat, the kind you remember from festivals and market days, roasted chicken, grilled fish, beef stew with actual vegetables that are not dried and reconstituted. Your waking thoughts increasingly revolve around food. During watches, when there is little to do, you mentally catalogue every meal you remember eating in the last year, examining each one in detail, remembering flavours and textures with an intensity that seems almost religious. The ship's stores also include rice, which sounds promising until you taste the rice that has been sitting in a damp hold for 6 weeks. It has absorbed various flavours from its environment, creating a taste profile that could generously be described as complex and more accurately described as musty. The cook attempts to improve it by boiling it with some of the salt pork fat, which does make it more edible in the sense that everything tastes like salt pork fat, which at least is a familiar flavour. There are also dried fish, which seemed like a good idea when they were loaded aboard, and have since become an argument against fish in general. The drying process has concentrated the fishiness to levels that are almost weaponizable. When the cook opens a barrel of dried fish, everyone within 20 feet knows it immediately. The resulting meal tastes exactly like you would imagine fish would taste if fish were a form of punishment. You eat it because not eating means being hungry, and being hungry means being weak, and being weak on a ship means not being able to do your work, and not doing your work means the boatswain becomes interested in your welfare in ways that are not pleasant. There is a moment, about 7 weeks in, when you're eating your evening ration of boiled peas and weevil-enhanced biscuit and questionable salt pork, when you realise you've forgotten what being fully satisfied after a meal feels like. You're always hungry, not starving, The rations are calculated to keep men working, if not comfortable, but never satisfied. Your stomach is always a little empty. Your body is always wanting more. This perpetual low-level hunger becomes as much a part of your existence as the motion of the ship or the sound of the waves. The few luxuries that were brought aboard have long since been consumed. The dried figs your mother gave you are gone. Someone's wheels of cheese have been distributed and eaten. The small stores of honey and preserved fruits that were supposed to make the voyage more bearable lasted perhaps 3 weeks before being depleted. Now you are down to the basics: biscuit, pork, peas, and aggressive wine, and you will be eating these same things in the same combinations for however many more weeks it takes to reach land. Ironically, you are surrounded by food. Fish jump alongside the ship regularly. Birds land in the rigging. The ocean contains more fish than you could eat in a lifetime, but catching them is difficult. Fishing lines are deployed when weather permits, and occasionally someone hauls up something edible. These fish are distributed among the crew and devoured with a desperate enthusiasm that surprises everyone who experiences it. Fresh fish, even small ones, even ones that are mostly bones, taste like the finest delicacy after weeks of salt pork and weevils. One morning, someone catches a seabird that made the mistake of landing on a yardarm within grabbing range. There is a serious discussion about cooking it. The cook points out that seabirds taste terrible, that they eat fish and other things you do not want to think about, and that even boiling one for hours will not improve the fundamental fishiness of the meat. This argument is ignored. The bird is plucked, cleaned, and boiled. The cook is proven correct. It tastes like fish-flavoured chicken in the worst possible way, but everyone eats their share anyway because it is meat, and it is different from salt pork, and variety matters when you've been eating the same thing for weeks. You're becoming a different person, though the change is so gradual you barely notice it. Your hands, which were soft when you started this voyage, are now covered in calluses thick enough that you can grip rough rope without much pain. You can tie knots without thinking about them. Bowlines, clove hitches, and sheet bends, each one flowing from your fingers in the correct sequence, even when you're half asleep or fully exhausted. These knots will stay with you for life, muscle memory written so deeply that you could probably tie them as an old man even if you forgot your own name. You have learned to walk on a moving deck without thinking about it. The first few weeks you stumbled constantly, reaching out to grab rails and ropes for balance. Now your body automatically adjusts to the ship's motion, shifting your weight without conscious thought, moving across the deck with a rolling gait that would look absurd on land but is perfectly suited to a tilting, swaying platform suspended on water. When you do return to land, you will find yourself still swaying, still adjusting for motion that is not there, your inner ear confused by the stillness of solid ground. You have learned to sleep anywhere, in any position, in almost any weather. The first weeks, you needed darkness and quiet and relative comfort to sleep. Now you can fall asleep sitting up, leaning against a mast with rain falling on your head. Because when you are tired enough, sleep happens regardless of conditions. You have learned to wake instantly when your name is called or a bell rings or someone shakes your shoulder, going from unconscious to working in seconds, because there is no room aboard ship for grogginess or gradual waking. You have learned to judge the weather from subtle signs, the smell of the air, the shape of clouds, the behaviour of birds, and the feel of the wind on your skin. You cannot predict storms as well as the experienced sailors, but you are learning. You notice when the barometer drops, when the light takes on that particular yellow quality, and when the swells begin to organise themselves into patterns that mean bad weather is coming. This knowledge is bought with experience, with time spent watching and learning and occasionally being caught by surprise when you miss the signs. You have learned the ship's language, the particular creaks and groans that mean she is working normally versus the sounds that indicate something is wrong. The rhythmic squeaking of the rudder post is normal. The sharp crack of wood under strain might mean a timber is splitting. The singing of over-tight rigging means you need to ease off before something breaks. The ship talks constantly, and you have learned to listen, to interpret and to respond to what she is telling you. You have learned to work aloft, climbing the rigging to adjust sails while the ship rolls beneath you and the deck looks impossibly small and far away. The first time you had to go up in rough weather, you were terrified. Now you are merely carefully respectful of the height and the danger. You understand that one hand is for the ship and one hand is for yourself, that you check every grip before trusting your weight to it, and that you move deliberately and never quickly, because quick movements aloft lead to falls, and falls lead to death or injury that amounts to the same thing when you are weeks from any doctor worth the name. You have learned to splice rope, a skill that seemed impossibly complex when first demonstrated. Now your fingers can tease apart the strands, weave them together in the correct pattern, and create a splice stronger than the rope itself. You take pride in this, in the neat uniform appearance of your splices, and in the fact that experienced sailors now sometimes ask you to help with particularly difficult splicing work. You have learned patience of a kind you never knew existed on land. On land, if you were hungry, you ate. If you were tired, you slept. If you were uncomfortable, you adjusted your position. At sea, you cannot control these things. You are hungry, but the next meal comes when it comes, not before. You are tired, but your watch has 3 more hours before you can sleep. You are uncomfortable, but there is no comfortable position to be found, so you exist in discomfort until it becomes normal, and you stop noticing it as much. You have learned the value of small things. A dry pair of socks is treasure. A cup of water that does not taste actively foul is a luxury. A night of sleep uninterrupted by emergency or rough weather is a gift. These small comforts, which you would not have noticed on land, become the highlights of your existence. You hoard them in memory, recalling the time 2 weeks ago when you slept 6 hours straight, or that morning when the cook made a biscuit that was actually crispy instead of soggy. You have learned that you are stronger than you thought, both physically and mentally. Before this voyage, you would not have believed you could work a full watch on minimal sleep and bad food, then work another half watch because the weather demanded it. You would not have believed you could climb swaying rigging in a storm. You would not have believed you could endure weeks of monotony without going mad. But here you are, doing all of these things, surviving in an environment that would have broken the person you were before boarding this ship. By the 8th week, you have stopped asking how much farther. Everyone has stopped asking how much farther. The officers do not know with any precision, and asking only reminds everyone that you are still nowhere near land. The voyage takes as long as it takes. The wind determines the speed. The currents determine the route. You are passengers on a journey whose duration cannot be known in advance, only endured until completion. The ship herself is showing the strain of the voyage. Sails that were new when you departed are now patched in multiple places, the neat squares of canvas visible as slightly different shades of white. Ropes are fraying and being replaced section by section. The deck planking is worn smooth in the high traffic areas. Everything wooden is swelling and shrinking and warping with the constant damp. The carpenter spends his days making repairs, fixing problems before they become emergencies, and occasionally discovering problems that have already become emergencies without anyone noticing. You're all showing strain as well. Everyone has lost weight. The combination of hard work and inadequate nutrition means your clothes hang loose, your belt needs new holes, and your face has become gaunt. Your gums are definitely bleeding now when you eat the hard biscuit, leaving pink stains that you try not to examine too closely. Several men have developed sores that do not heal properly, the early signs of serious scurvy. The ship's surgeon bleeds them, which helps nothing but at least gives the appearance of medical intervention. Tempers are shorter. The small irritations that were amusing in week 2 are infuriating in week 8. Portuguese João's continued forgetting of his bilge duty finally comes to a head when 2 sailors confront him directly. There is shouting, there is shoving. The boatswain intervenes before it becomes actual fighting, and João is assigned double bilge duty for the next week. This is considered fair by everyone except João, who sulks but complies because the alternative is worse. The silence between the 2 sailors from the same village, has evolved from angry silence to something more like weary acceptance of silence. They will probably never speak again. Their friendship, whatever it was, has been killed by proximity and grudge, and the particular kind of ossification that happens when you see the same person every day for months, with no escape from their presence. New friendships have formed, though. You and Miguel and Rodriguez have become a sort of unit, eating together when possible, sharing tobacco and stories, and working alongside each other when the duty rotation allows. These friendships are circumstantial, formed by proximity and shared misery, but they feel real nonetheless. You suspect you will remember these men for the rest of your life, even if you never see them again after making port. The younger sailors talk about what they will do when they reach land. They will eat fresh bread. They will drink clean water from a well. They will sleep on ground that does not move. They will walk in straight lines for miles. Their plans are elaborate and specific and touchingly naive, as if the new world is simply Spain relocated across an ocean, rather than a genuinely different place with different challenges. The older sailors, the ones who have done this before, say less. They know that reaching land means the beginning of different hardships. The work of unloading cargo, the negotiations over pay, the temptation to spend all your wages in the first port tavern, and the eventual necessity of signing onto another ship, because what else are you qualified to do now? But they do not share these thoughts with the younger men. Let them have their dreams of fresh bread and stable ground. The master takes sun sightings every day at noon, weather permitting, using his cross-staff to measure the sun's angle above the horizon. He makes calculations, consults his charts, and announces that you are making good progress. This is encouraging until you realise he's been announcing good progress for weeks, and you are still nowhere near land. Good progress and you are learning are relative concepts. Birds begin appearing more frequently, which is taken as a positive sign. Land birds, the master explains, do not venture far from shore. Their presence suggests proximity to solid ground, though how much proximity remains unclear. Could be a day away, could be a week. The ocean is large, and bird flight range is variable, and everything about navigation is approximate. You start having dreams about land with increasing frequency. Not coherent dreams with plots, but sensory fragments, the smell of pine trees, the sound of a stream, the feeling of grass under bare feet, the taste of fresh milk. You wake from these dreams with a physical ache, a homesickness so intense it is almost painful. You have been at sea so long that land has become a mythical place, something you remember but are not entirely sure still exists. The first sign that land is genuinely close comes from the leadsman finding bottom at 100 fathoms. The announcement sends a ripple of excitement through the entire crew. For weeks, the lead has found nothing but depth. Now there is something down there, something solid, which means the seabed is rising, which means a coastline is approaching. The mood aboard ship shifts noticeably. Men work with more energy. Conversations become more animated. Even the food seems slightly less awful when eaten with the knowledge that better food is coming soon. The second sign is the watercolour. The deep blue of mid-ocean is giving way to a greenish tint that indicates shallower water. Floating debris appears, branches, leaves, and things that could only have come from land. Someone spots what might be a bird or might be a piece of bark, but either way it is something that is not just empty ocean, and that is progress. The third sign is the smell. On a morning watch you catch a scent on the wind that makes you stop mid-task. It is the smell of earth, of vegetation, of land. It's so faint you're not entirely sure you're not imagining it. But others smell it too, and the master confirms it. Land smells can carry far over water under the right conditions. You are close now, not there, but close. The next day, the lookout in the crow's nest calls out the word everyone has been waiting to hear. Land. The announcement is greeted with a cheer that probably frightens fish for miles. You rush to the rail along with everyone else, straining to see what the lookout's height advantage has revealed. At first, you see nothing. Then, as the ship rises on a swell, you glimpse it. A thin, dark line on the horizon. so faint it could be a cloud, but it is not moving like a cloud moves. It is land. It is real. You're not going to spend the rest of your life on this wooden box after all. The approach to land is slower than anyone wants. The coast is visible but distant. The wind, which was favourable for crossing the ocean, is now coming from the wrong direction for easy entry to the harbour. The ship must tack back and forth, making zigzag progress, gaining a mile and losing half a mile over and over. This is infuriating when land is in sight, but seems to get no closer. You have travelled thousands of miles across open ocean, and now these last few miles are taking hours. But eventually, finally, the harbour mouth approaches. You can see buildings now, you can see trees, you can see people moving on the shore, tiny figures engaged in normal land activities that seem impossibly exotic after 2 months at sea. The ship glides into harbour with a ceremony that feels both significant and anticlimactic. The anchor drops with a splash and a rattle of chain. The voyage is over, except it is not quite over, because you cannot just leave. There are formalities, customs inspections, health checks, and official permissions. The harbour officials come aboard and spend hours examining papers and cargo, while you and the other sailors wait. So close to land you can smell it properly now. Earth and vegetation and cooking fires and human habitation, but still trapped on the ship. When you're finally allowed to disembark, stepping onto the dock is profoundly disorienting. The ground does not move. Your body, which has spent 2 months adjusting to constant motion, keeps adjusting for motion that is not happening. You stagger like a drunk, reaching out to steady yourself on stable ground that does not need steadying. Other sailors are having the same problem, walking with exaggerated caution, trying to convince their inner ears that the world has changed. The first fresh food you eat, a piece of bread purchased from a dock vendor, is so overwhelmingly delicious you actually close your eyes while chewing it. It is just bread. Ordinary bread. Probably not even particularly good bread, but after 2 months of weevil-infested ship's biscuit, it tastes like something angels would eat. You eat it slowly, savouring every bite, making it last, while your stomach, unused to fresh food, sends up confused signals about what is happening. Fresh water from a well tastes clean. Impossibly, incredibly clean. No slime, no floaters, no taste of wood or barrel, just water, cold and pure and perfect. You drink until you feel slightly sick, then drink more, unable to believe that water can taste this good, that you took this for granted all those years before sailing. That night, sleeping in an actual bed in a shorefront boarding house that caters to sailors, you lie awake despite your exhaustion. The bed is too still. The room is too quiet. The absence of the ship's constant motion and sound feels wrong somehow. You have spent 2 months adapting to life at sea, and now you must adapt back to life on land, and the transition is strange. You think about what the voyage has changed in you. You are physically different, lighter, harder, more scarred, but the mental changes are harder to quantify. You have experienced something most people never will, seen horizons most people never see, and survived conditions that would terrify your former self. You have learned that you are capable of more than you believed, both in terms of endurance and in terms of adaptation. You think about the crew, dispersed now to various boarding houses and taverns, pursuing their own versions of the fresh food and stable ground they have craved for weeks. You will probably never see most of them again. Ships scatter their crews with each voyage, picking up new sailors and losing old ones to other ships or other ports or other fates. But you will remember them. Miguel with his casual competence, Rodriguez with his unflagging enthusiasm, and the cook with his songs in languages you could not identify. You think about the ocean itself, which you have come to know in ways that are impossible to explain to people who have not experienced it. The ocean is not one thing but many things, beautiful and terrifying, monotonous and surprising, life-giving and deadly, often simultaneously. It is vast beyond human comprehension, yet intimate in the way it surrounds and contains and defines life aboard ship. You have spent 2 months suspended over depths you cannot imagine, trusting your life to wood and rope and wind and the skill of men who were strangers when you started. The voyage has given you stories you will tell for years, though you suspect they will sound more dramatic in the telling than they felt in the living. The truth about long ocean voyages is that they are mostly boring. The dramatic moments, storms, dangers, crises, are real, but brief. The vast majority of the time is spent doing routine work in routine ways, while slowly travelling across a featureless expanse of water. But that is the story no one wants to hear. People want drama and adventure, not the reality of weevil-filled biscuits and endless rope splicing. You wonder if you will do this again. Right now, lying in a real bed on the stable ground, you cannot imagine voluntarily getting back on a ship. The memory of constant dampness and bad food and endless watches is too fresh. But you know that memory fades. The discomforts will become less vivid over time, while the sense of accomplishment, of having done something difficult and survived it, will remain. In a few months, when your savings run low and you need work, the sea will call again. It always does for men who have sailed. The ocean gets into your blood in ways you cannot explain, do not fully understand until you have experienced it. You think about time and how it has operated differently during the voyage. 2 months at sea felt simultaneously endless and brief. Each day felt long in its monotony, yet weeks passed in a blur of similar days. You left Spain in one season and arrived in the New World in another. You departed as one version of yourself and arrived as a slightly different version, shaped by experience and hardship and the peculiar demands of life aboard ship. The sounds of the port drift through your window, men shouting in Spanish and Portuguese and languages you do not recognize, carts rumbling on cobblestones, music from a nearby tavern, and the ordinary sounds of human habitation. After 2 months of hearing only wind and waves and the creaking of your own ship, these sounds are almost overwhelming in their variety and complexity. The world on land is so full of things, so crowded with stimuli and activity and options. At sea, life was simple even when it was hard. There were only so many things you could do, only so many places you could go. The constraints were absolute but also freeing in their way. You drift towards sleep, your body finally beginning to accept that solid ground is real and will be here tomorrow. Tomorrow you will report back to the ship for unloading duty. Tomorrow you will learn where the next voyage is going and when it departs. Tomorrow you will begin the process of forgetting the discomforts of this voyage, while the memories of accomplishment settle into place. But tonight you are simply here, on land, in a bed that doesn't move, listening to sounds that are not wind and water, tasting air that doesn't smell like salt and tar and bilge. And despite everything the voyage contained, the hardship, the danger, the boredom, the fear, you're satisfied with yourself in ways you have never quite felt before. You have crossed an ocean. You have endured what needed enduring. You have learned what needed learning. You have become, in some fundamental way, a different person than you were when you boarded that ship in Spain 2 months ago. And whether or not you ever sail again, this will remain true. The ocean has marked you, taught you, and changed you in ways that will last long after the calluses fade and the rope burns heel. Outside your window, the ship rocks gently at anchor, already preparing for her next voyage, already forgetting this crew in anticipation of the next. But you will remember her, and the journey, and the impossible endlessness of water and sky, and the slow transformation that happens when you spend enough time suspended between two worlds belonging fully to neither. And with that thought, finally, you sleep. Your earliest ancestors were performing before Netflix, before Broadway, and before anyone even considered charging for entertainment. Imagine a cave from 40,000 years ago. The fire is crackling. Someone begins to tell a story about the day's mammoth hunt, and the dishes are finished. Well, there weren't dishes, but you get the idea. The interesting part, though, is that they did more than merely recount the tale. Oh no, that would be too easy. Someone took a mammoth hide and began to play the role of the mammoth. Someone else posed as the courageous hunter. To symbolise the shaman who blessed the hunt, a third person picked up some berries and painted stripes on their face. Before you know it, you have the first dinner theatre in human history, complete with method acting, real costumes and a small intimate setting. Remember, these weren't just any old shenanigans. Directors of contemporary community theatre would be envious of the practical uses of these early productions. Important survival knowledge, such as which berries won't kill you, and how to avoid becoming something else's dinner, was passed down thanks to them. They strengthened ties within the community because nothing unites people like seeing Uncle Grok perform his encounter with a saber-toothed tiger for the 15th time, complete with homemade sound effects and increasingly complex mime work. The irony is that we were already formulating what would eventually become the fundamental principle of all performances. The audience must voluntarily suspend their disbelief. Everyone gathered around that fire was well aware that it wasn't actually a mammoth, but rather Bob in a fur suit, his hands cupped around his mouth, making trumpet-like noises. However, they consented to comply, allowing themselves to be drawn into the narrative. Even though the costumes have become much more elaborate and the venues are much less likely to be overrun by real wild animals, that is the magic contract between the performer and the audience that still exists today. These early performances also appear to have been more than casual affairs, according to archaeological evidence. Figures wearing ornate headdresses and participating in ritualistic activities are depicted in cave paintings from Lascaux and other locations in what seem to be ceremonial poses. Certain cave formations, according to some researchers, were picked especially for their acoustic qualities, natural amphitheatres, where tales could be told and retold with the most dramatic effect. These early societies' performance traditions evolved along with them. Coming-of-age rituals, successful hunts, territorial agreements, and seasonal celebrations of the solstices all became occasions for ever more complicated theatrical performances. The shaman or tribal storyteller developed into something like a director, directing group activities and maintaining the customs of telling some stories. A few thousand years later, you're in ancient Egypt, where someone had the brilliant notion that if ordinary stories were good, then stories about pharaohs and gods must be fantastic. With intricate costumes, makeup techniques that would make a contemporary drag queen weep with admiration, and scripts, hieroglyphic ones, of course, the Egyptians transformed the primal human urge to perform into something that approached professional theatre. In essence, Egyptian religious ceremonies were high-stakes theatrical productions. If you fumbled your lines, you risked upsetting a god, which was far worse than receiving a poor review in the local papyrus. Nor were these solemn, quiet services. They were grand events with hundreds of participants, intricate processions and special effects that must have appeared completely magical to viewers who were unaware of their workings. The story of the god's death and resurrection was narrated over several days of performances that swept across entire cities during the yearly Osiris festivals, which were especially theatrical. Parts of the story would be assigned to different neighbourhoods, resulting in a theatrical experience that stretched throughout the entire city and made contemporary site-specific theatre appear positively modest. The fact that Egyptian performance created numerous customs that still exist today is what makes it so fascinating. They created complex methods for implying supernatural happenings on stage, such as trapdoors for gods to come and go, ornate masks and costumes to turn human actors into gods, and meticulously planned movements that gave the appearance of supernatural strength. The idea of a theatrical season linked to agricultural and religious calendars was also invented by the Egyptians. A year-round cycle of theatrical activity that kept audiences interested and performers employed was created by the various festivals that held various kinds of performances throughout the year. They realised something that contemporary theatre producers are still discovering. Audience loyalty is increased by consistent programming. Papyri and Egyptian tomb paintings also demonstrate that these performances weren't stuffy or overly solemn. There was a place for comedy, frequently in the form of minor characters and servants who offered light-hearted relief from the more sombre divine drama. The Egyptians recognised that audiences needed a few laughs to keep things from becoming too serious. Even in tales about life, death, and eternal judgment. We now travel to ancient Greece, where someone had the brilliant idea to elevate storytelling to a formal activity, complete with regulations, contests, and the kind of critical thinking that would make graduate students today feel completely at home. It was impossible for the Greeks, bless them, to simply appreciate a good story. They had to classify it, evaluate it, and then most likely compose a philosophical treatise on whether or not it effectively elicited catharsis through fear and pity. The Greeks created what is now known as formal drama during religious festivals celebrating Dionysus, the god of wine, which explains a lot about theatre's relationship with altered states of consciousness, in the 6th century BCE. Picture the scene. Throngs of people gathered in massive outdoor amphitheatres carved into the sides of hills, listening to actors in flowing robes and ornate masks narrate tales of heroes, gods, and the occasional dysfunctional family that would make contemporary soap operas appear positively restrained. Let's take a moment to discuss those amphitheatres, though, as they were engineering wonders that contemporary architects continue to admire. About 17,000 people could fit in Athens' Theatre of Dionysus, and the acoustics were so well designed that a whisper from the stage could be heard in the back row. Excellent knowledge of sound and space without the use of microphones or amplification. Every audience member had an unhindered view of the action thanks to the seating arrangement, which was set up in a perfect semicircle. By the way, the masks weren't merely decorative. The person in the back row, who is likely squinting and questioning whether they should have brought their antiquated equivalent of opera glasses, needed something to help project emotion in those enormous amphitheatres. These masks were artistic creations, carved to symbolise various character types and emotions. Happy, sad, angry, confused. All the emotions you go through on a normal Monday morning, but artistically captured in plaster, wood and linen that would make contemporary designers cry. The Greeks are credited with creating the idea of the tragic hero, but they also unintentionally created stage fright. His name lives on in the word thespian, though I'm sure he never imagined future actors would use it to sound more important at dinner parties. Imagine poor Thespis, who is frequently regarded as the first actor, standing alone on stage for the first time and likely thinking, "What have I gotten myself into? Yesterday I participated in a chorus, and now suddenly everyone is staring at me, expecting me to be engaging on my own." Greek tragedy dealt with serious issues such as justice, fate, family honour, and whether or not the gods were amused at human expense. Spoiler alert, they usually were. Aeschylus created what were effectively ancient miniseries with greater production values and more divine intervention through his trilogies, which examined a single theme across several plays. In order to create that delicious tension that keeps you wriggling in your seat, Sophocles perfected the art of dramatic irony, in which the audience knows something that the characters do not. However, the Greeks also provided us with comedy, and it was politically incorrect and delightfully crude in ways that would make audiences today gasp and then giggle in private. Because Aristophanes' plays were full of political satire, bathroom humour, and the kind of jokes that made respectable citizens clutch their togas and pretend to be scandalised while actually enjoying every minute, he would have thrived on social media. It is impossible to exaggerate how competitive Greek theatre is. Playwrights, actors and choruses competed for prizes and public recognition during the dramatic festivals, which were more than just parties. Think of the Olympics for the theatre, complete with all the political scheming, artistic competitions and heated public arguments over the judges, while losers likely went home and grumbled about the judges not appreciating their artistic vision. Winners rose to fame throughout the Greek world. The chorus was the centre of these productions, despite being frequently disregarded in contemporary discussions of Greek theatre. They were talented performers who represented the voice of the community in the play by dancing, singing and commenting on the action. They weren't merely background singers. A production's success or failure depended on its chorus, and training one required months of rigorous rehearsal. When the Romans saw Greek theatre, they thought, "This is nice, but what if we made it bigger, more spectacular, and threw in some gladiators?" Because if the Romans were good at anything, it was taking someone else's brilliant idea and making it much better with more marble, more violence, and much better engineering. Roman theatre was entertainment on a scale that would make contemporary production companies shiver with fear and jealousy. They constructed massive theatres, some of which could accommodate up to 40,000 people. Can you imagine packing a theatre that big today for a single dramatic performance rather than a sporting event or rock concert? Rome's 20,000-seat Theatre of Marcellus was so exquisitely designed that portions of it still stand today and are used as the base for Renaissance palaces that were erected on its remains. The Romans changed theatrical technology in ways that would not be matched until the modern era, but they didn't stop at size. They featured elaborate set pieces that could be changed between acts using sophisticated machinery hidden beneath the stage floor, hoists that could lift actors into the air to represent gods or flying creatures, and trapdoors that were controlled by intricate mechanical systems special effects that wouldn't look out of place in a contemporary theme park. Roman theatre engineering produced the first retractable awnings to shield spectators from the sun and rain, intricate subterranean spaces beneath the stage for the storage of equipment and sets, and even crude air conditioners that cooled the air on hot days using aqueduct water. Instead of relying on ideal weather, they made going to the theatre a cosy year-round activity. From a social point of view, this is where Roman theatre becomes truly fascinating. The Romans viewed theatre more like we do television today. Popular entertainment for the masses, supported by the government or wealthy sponsors, and intended to keep the populace content and distracted. This is in contrast to the Greeks, who saw theatre as both entertainment and a spiritual experience connected to religious festivals. Free admission was provided by wealthy individuals seeking social status or politicians hoping to win over voters. The shows had to be suitable for everyone, from senators to dock workers, in order to appeal to the widest possible audience. This democratic approach to entertainment gave rise to storytelling innovations that put mass appeal ahead of creative experimentation. The clever servant who was always smarter than his master, the young lover who was attractive but not very intelligent, the irascible old man whose stinginess caused most of the plot complications, and the cunning parasite who flattered wealthy. Patrons in exchange for food and favours were all examples of stock characters that audiences would instantly recognise in Roman comedies. Does that sound familiar? Even today, these character types can be found in sitcoms and romantic comedies. The ensemble comedy model that we still use today, 2,000 years later, was essentially established by the Romans. It is impossible to overestimate the impact of Roman comedy on subsequent theatrical traditions. Throughout the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance, plays by Plautus and Terence were studied and copied. Shakespeare directly appropriated Roman storylines and character types. Roman theatre is the source of the fundamental framework of romantic comedy, which consists of young lovers kept apart by obstacles, complications involving mistaken identities, and a resolution in which everyone gets married. However, the idea of theatre as a spectacle for public amusement was also invented by the Romans. Their successful productions travelled from city to city across the empire, establishing the first theatrical touring circuit. To bring professional entertainment to provincial towns that might never otherwise see anything more sophisticated than local festivals, picture the logistics of transporting entire acting companies, elaborate sets, and costumes across hundreds of miles of Roman roads. Roman audiences were infamously picky and outspoken about what they liked. They had no qualms about vocally and instantly expressing their disapproval if they didn't enjoy a performance. Both positive and negative effects on the development of theatre resulted from this, as it established a culture in which popularity and entertainment value were valued more highly than artistic ambition. The first celebrity culture centred on performers was also created by the Romans. Actors who achieved success became well known throughout the empire, and rumours and conjecture surrounded their private lives. Does that sound familiar? They invented the idea of a touring star who could attract audiences just by virtue of their reputation, going from city to city to play their most well-liked parts. You might assume that theatre simply put on its masks and went home for a few centuries after the fall of Rome. It had to be extremely inventive about where it lived and how it survived, but not quite. The early Christian church had conflicting opinions about theatrical performances. On the one hand, they disapproved of Roman theatre's connection to violence, pagan festivals, and general immorality. However, they soon discovered that religious stories could be effectively taught through performance to those who were illiterate, which was the majority of the population. As a result, theatre found a new home in churches, beginning with straightforward Bible story reenactments during services. Imagine that during Easter morning services, members of the congregation would pretend that Christ's empty tomb had been discovered. This would likely involve improvised costumes and a good deal of nervous laughter from amateur actors who had never performed on stage before. Since Latin, the church's official language, was typically used for these early liturgical dramas, the majority of the audience was more interested in the spectacle than in fully comprehending every word. This resulted in increasingly complex visual presentations that use staging, costume and action rather than speech to convey narrative and emotion. The Easter story was briefly dramatised in the Cem Quiritus trope, which is frequently cited as the origin of all medieval drama. It began as a straightforward call and response between a clergyman who represented the angel at the tomb and another clergyman who represented the three Marys searching for Christ's body. Jesus of Nazareth. He is not here, he is risen. Whom do you seek? This is where medieval theatre becomes wonderfully human and charmingly chaotic. These religious performances outgrew the churches as they became more elaborate and well-liked. Entire communities participated in large-scale productions known as morality plays, which were essentially medieval after-school specials with titles like Everyman and The Castle of Perseverance, or mystery plays, which told biblical stories. These local productions were pulled by wagons known as pageant wagons, which would move around a town, stopping at various stations during the day. The carpenters would be in charge of Noah's Ark, naturally. The bakers would be in charge of the miracle of the loaves and fishes. The metalworkers would likely be stuck with any scenes that required armour or weapons. And the Goldsmiths' Guild would usually be in charge of the scenes involving the three wise men and their pricey gifts. Part of what made medieval theatre so charming was that the outcomes were frequently hilariously uneven. Imagine going to a play where Noah's Ark was constructed by real carpenters and looked amazing, and then right after that there's a scene where the angels are obviously just the apprentices of the baker, dressed in bed sheets, and they're desperately trying not to trip over their makeshift wings. For one day's performance, the Guild of Shipwrights would make an ark that could actually float. The Guild of Weavers might make costumes that were works of art, and the Guild of Blacksmiths would forge armour that was entirely authentic. The way that medieval performance combined the sacred and the ridiculous without seeming to care about tonal consistency was one of its most delightful features. Comic relief characters would appear everywhere, even in the most religious productions. In nativity plays, the shepherds were frequently portrayed as foolish country people who offered amusement in between the more sombre scenes. In the midst of a tale about divine judgment and salvation, there is slapstick humour because Noah's wife was traditionally a shrewish character who refused to board the ark without a fight. One of the most well-known medieval dramas, The Second Shepherd's Play, has a subplot about a sheep thief who attempts to conceal his stolen sheep by posing it as his newborn child, with his wife cradling it and saying it only has a peculiar complexion. This farce parallels the nativity story, resulting in a play that serves as both popular entertainment and religious instruction. We sometimes forget that medieval audiences recognised that a little humour helped make difficult spiritual subjects easier to understand and more memorable. They were being pragmatic, not disrespectful. You need to give them something to laugh at and something to think about if you want them to remember the lessons in your play. Medieval drama was staged in a way that was both inventive and useful. The majority of performances were held outside in marketplaces or town squares, so portable and weatherproof stage designs were required. The pageant wagon system made it possible for several plays to be presented at various venues at the same time, resulting in a festival-like atmosphere that persisted for days. Some communities created staging systems that were even more complex. In order to follow the entire biblical story from creation to Judgment Day, audiences moved between the Chester mystery plays, which were presented on a number of fixed stages spread out across the city. In order to create enormous outdoor festivals that attracted people from hundreds of miles away, other communities constructed makeshift amphitheatres in fields outside of town. Theatrical aspirations grew in tandem with the prosperity of medieval society and the size of urban centres. Productions became more complex in the 14th and 15th centuries, pushing the limits of what was possible with medieval technology. Hundreds of actors and crew members participated in these enormous multi-day passion plays during this time period. We can get a sense of the scale these productions could reach from the 1634 started Oberammergau Passion Play. Medieval adaptations were frequently even more ornate, with casts that included entire communities, numerous stages, and sophisticated special effects equipment. The technology used for staging advanced. Biblical miracles were cleverly addressed by medieval stage managers who created intricate mechanisms for parting seas or simulating divine fire, flying rigs for angelic appearances, and trapdoors for resurrection scenes. Medieval stage designers developed a specialty for depicting the mouth of hell, which is frequently a massive dragon head with a movable jaw that can swallow the damned while belching smoke and flames. Medieval theatre had a significant economic component. Investing heavily in costumes, materials, and specialised craft work was necessary for large productions. Guilds would train for their designated scenes for months, and the rivalry between them to produce the best show became a source of artistic innovation and civic pride. According to records from York, England, the mystery play cycle in the city involved 48 different wagons, and most of the adult population as organisers, craftspeople or performers. The play's economic impact was so great that they became popular tourist destinations, bringing in large sums of money for nearby merchants and innkeepers. Humanism, literacy, and the radical notion that perhaps, just possibly, the average person should have access to entertainment that wasn't solely concerned with their eternal souls, and moral advancement were all introduced during the Renaissance. Professional theatre as we know it began during this time, with permanent companies, specially constructed theatres, and the groundbreaking idea that actors could earn a living doing what they did without having to become carpenters or farmers. With stock characters that wore recognisable masks and costumes that have become so iconic that they are still instantly recognisable today, the Commedia dell'arte in Italy was perfecting improvisational comedy, with exaggerated features that allowed actors to project personality even to audiences seated close enough to see their eyes through the mask's eye holes. These were not your sombre Greek masks made to project emotion across enormous amphitheatres. Instead, they were made for intimate comedy. The fundamental character types: Pantalone, the wealthy old merchant who was constantly being conned out of his money; Il Capitano, the blustery soldier who talked endlessly about his military exploits, but turned out to be a coward when faced with real danger; Arlecchino, the cunning servant who was always smarter than his supposed betters; and the young lovers, who were typically beautiful but not particularly blessed with common sense, became so popular that they spread throughout Europe more quickly than Renaissance pasta recipes. Commedia dell'arte is especially endearing because, although the fundamental storylines and character types were the same for all acting companies, a large portion of the dialogue was improvised. Over the course of years or even decades, actors would hone their characters, coming up with unique vocal patterns, physical gestures, and running jokes that viewers would find entertaining. The audience expected the same characters to appear in each performance, albeit with slightly different circumstances and complications, so it was similar to watching a Renaissance take on improvisational comedy. The basic plot outlines or scenarios were handed down from one company to another and grew more complex. Mistaken identities, young lovers attempting to outsmart their parents, servants who were simultaneously assisting and impeding their masters, and enough physical humour to keep audiences laughing even when they couldn't fully follow the plot. Complications are all common elements of Commedia dell'arte performances, with their own costumes, props, musical instruments, and specialised equipment for outdoor performances. These travelling companies were effectively small businesses. They kept their main character types and scenarios while travelling from town to town throughout Italy and eventually throughout Europe, tailoring their performances to local languages and tastes. At the same time, something remarkable was taking place in England that would forever alter the field of theatrical literature. However, let's face it, Elizabethan theatre was not the reverent, hushed experience you might expect from something we now study with such academic seriousness. The Elizabethan era produced what many consider the greatest flowering of dramatic literature in the English language. Unlike the calm, reflective settings we now associate with serious drama, Elizabethan theatres were noisy, boisterous spaces that functioned more like a hybrid of a social club and a sporting event. Because they were on ground level, the audience known as groundlings stood in the pit and felt completely free to applaud heroes, hiss villains, and hurl objects at performers they didn't like. In general, they treated the performance as an interactive experience. They consumed food while the show was going on. Vendors offered beer, apples, and nuts. They went to the theatre to see and be seen in London society, made business deals, and flirted with possible love interests. They told the actors bluntly if a play was dull, sometimes to the extent that actors would act out of character to argue with loud audience members. Within the limitations of Elizabethan economics and technology, the theatres themselves were marvels of practical design. They were open to the sky in the middle, so performances relied on favourable weather and natural light. They were mostly made of wood and had thatched roofs. Fire was a constant worry. The Globe Theatre burned down in 1613 when a cannon effect went wrong, during a performance of Henry VIII. The weather and daylight hours dictated the performance schedules. Winter meant earlier start times or shorter plays. Even though some theatres had enough covered seating to continue with smaller audiences during light precipitation, rain could completely cancel performances. It was a straightforward yet elegant stage design, an intimacy that is hard to attain in contemporary proscenium theatres, where the audience is seated on one side of the action, was created by the main platform protruding into the audience. Hamlet stood a few feet away from some audience members during his soliloquies, allowing him to observe their distinct faces and determine how they responded to his remarks. Depending on the needs of the play, the gallery above the main stage could symbolise heaven, castle walls, or balconies. Trapdoors allowed supernatural characters to emerge from hell, a space beneath the stage. There was a curtained space behind the stage that could be used as a cave, an inner room, or anything else the script called for. These theatres relied on the imagination of the audience and the playwright's words to create atmosphere and location because they had little scenery and no lighting effects. You were aware that we would eventually arrive. 400 years later, high school students still complain about having to read William Shakespeare, and theatre professionals are still trying to understand how he was able to be so consistently brilliant while managing a theatre company and likely worrying about paying the rent. Shakespeare was writing popular entertainment for a wide range of readers, not literature for future English classes. This is the aspect of Shakespeare that is frequently overlooked in all the scholarly analysis and reverent treatment. He worked as a playwright in a fiercely competitive commercial theatre setting, producing plays on short notice for audiences who could not stand pretense, and who had plenty of other things to do if his productions didn't hold their attention. Shakespeare's genius lay in his ability to work on several levels at once, without making anyone feel condescending or excluded. Sword fights, puns, and obscene jokes that would make a contemporary R-rating committee blush were all part of the experience for the groundlings who paid a penny to stand in the pit. Sophisticated wordplay, classical references, and intricate psychological insights that unveiled new layers upon repeated viewing were provided to the educated nobility who paid more for seats in the galleries. Everyone heard gripping tales of betrayal, power struggles, love, dysfunctional families, and the sporadic appearance of ghosts to add even more difficulty to an already challenging circumstance. His comedies, which were full of misidentifications, cross-dressing characters, romantic confusion that degenerates into delightful chaos, and the kind of wordplay that makes you laugh and moan at the same time, were truly funny in ways that are still relevant today. With a villain plot that primarily provides the other characters with interesting things to react to, and enough clever dialogue to fuel several contemporary sitcoms, Much Ado About Nothing is essentially a romantic comedy about two couples who approach love from entirely different perspectives. His histories transformed dull political events, which the majority of his audience only knew in passing, into exciting adventures full of endearing characters who seemed more real than the historical figures they purportedly represented. Through stirring battle speeches and character interactions, Henry V turns a medieval military campaign into a reflection on leadership, accountability, and the price of political ambition. This keeps audiences interested even if they are not very interested in English foreign policy in the 14th century and his misfortunes. Yes, they are tragic, but in the most fulfilling sense of the word. They deal with major themes like fate, ambition, love, and retribution. But they do so by showing flawed, complex characters making decisions that have terrible outcomes. In addition to being a play about a prince who must exact revenge on his father, Hamlet is also about a person attempting to live honourably in a corrupt society, and how the quest for perfect justice can destroy everything you're attempting to defend. Shakespeare's comprehension of human psychology and all its contradictory complexity was what truly made him unique, because his characters, like real people, have internal contradictions. They seem authentic. Frequently in the same scene, Hamlet exhibits both decisiveness and indecision, bravery and cowardice, and cruelty and love. Lady Macbeth is a fiercely ambitious and extremely vulnerable person who can both plan murder and be destroyed by guilt. Iago is incredibly cunning and strangely petty. Driven by resentments that don't fully excuse the complex retaliation he plans, Shakespeare was also more aware of the desire of audiences for variety in a single evening's entertainment than most playwrights before or since. His plays combine court scenes and tavern scenes, high poetry and everyday prose, and comedy and tragedy, all within single stories that manage to remain cohesive despite their complex tones. Drama, comedy, action, philosophy and poetry are all combined into one experience that somehow feels cohesive rather than dispersed, making it similar to receiving a full entertainment package. Hamlet contains a variety of content, including a ghost story, a political thriller, a family drama, a romantic tragedy, a revenge plot, a play within a play, sword fights, philosophical soliloquies, court intrigue, and some of the most hilarious gravedigger scenes in dramatic literature. Shakespeare managed to make that list function as a single, seamless experience, but any contemporary entertainment executive would insist on dividing it into at least 3 distinct products. Shakespeare was essentially creating modern English as he wrote, so the language merits special attention. Shakespeare created or first used many of the words and expressions we use on a daily basis in his plays. He intuitively saw that language could be both poetic and conversational, elegant and approachable, and beautiful and useful. His character's speech sounds both heightened and natural, poetic and realistic. Dramatic development was as much influenced by the actual theatre locations as it was by the playwrights and performers who performed there. A microcosm of Elizabethan society and a device built to produce particular types of theatrical experiences, the Globe Theatre was more than just a place where many of Shakespeare's plays had their world premieres. The Globe's social geography provides us with a wealth of information about Elizabethan views on community, entertainment and class. The groundling stood in the pit for a penny, which was less expensive than a loaf of bread, and the least expensive form of entertainment in London. A seat in the galleries, where you would be shielded from the elements and have a better view of the action, would cost an additional penny. Although they most likely couldn't hear much conversation and undoubtedly disrupted the staging, the most expensive seats were actually on the stage itself, where affluent patrons could see and be seen by the rest of the audience. It was revolutionary to bring together people from different social classes in one place. Where else could a pickpocket, a nobleman and a shopkeeper all enjoy the same entertainment in the same place at the same time, in the strict hierarchical Elizabethan society? In London, theatre emerged as one of the few genuinely democratic establishments where individuals from wildly disparate backgrounds could share similar experiences and responses. It's easy to ignore the ways in which the architecture of these theatres impacted dramatic writing. Plays had to be performed during the day because there was no artificial lighting, so night scenes had to be completely set up through staging and dialogue. The actors must use their words and deeds alone to persuade a daytime audience that it is night time when Romeo ascends to Juliet's balcony. As playwrights learned to use words to create vivid images rather than lighting effects, this limitation produced some of the most exquisite descriptive language in English literature. With the platform extending far into the audience area, the thrust stage arrangement produced an intimacy that is difficult for contemporary theatres to replicate. Every performance felt immediate and intimate because the actors were literally surrounded by audience members on three sides. Instead of being performed to the back wall of the theatre or to empty air, soliloquies were shared directly with audience members who could touch them, fostering a sense of mutual confidence and conspiracy between the performer and the audience. Shakespeare and his contemporaries had to use dialogue, costumes and small props to create setting and atmosphere because there was a dearth of ornate scenery. A bed could turn the stage into a bedroom, a throne signified a palace, and a few branches suggested a forest. Instead of just showing viewers preset images, this economy of means compelled playwrights to be resourceful and audiences to be creative, resulting in a collaborative theatrical experience that stimulated viewers' creativity. Actors had to be incredibly adaptable because Elizabethan theatre companies used a repertory system. In a week, a single company may present 6 different plays, requiring actors to learn and play dozens of roles at once. With little rehearsal time, the top actor in a company such as Shakespeare's company, the Lord Chamberlain's men, would have to be ready to play a variety of characters and styles, such as King Lear on Wednesday, Benedick in Much Ado About Nothing on Tuesday and Hamlet on Monday. Additionally, because of this system, plays were written with particular actors in mind. Shakespeare customised roles for each member of his company based on their individual strengths, weaknesses and peculiarities. Will Kempe and Robert Armin, both of whom had distinct comedic philosophies and specialties, were the intended recipients of the clown parts. The tragic parts were written for Richard Burbage, who apparently had a regular ability to bring people to tears. English theatre started to undergo minor but important changes in 1603 when James I came to power. The emergence of private indoor theatres that catered to more affluent audiences coincided with the reign of the new king, who was more interested in lavish court entertainments than in public theatre. Shakespeare's company started its winter performances at the Blackfriars Theatre, which was a far cry from the public amphitheatres. It was more intimate, smaller, artificially candlelit, and admission was much pricier. Playwrights were inspired to experiment with more psychologically complex material and advanced theatrical techniques as a result of the more affluent and educated audience this attracted. Themes of corruption, insanity, and moral ambiguity were explored in darker, more psychologically complex plays written by playwrights such as John Webster, Thomas Middleton, and John Ford. With their graphic violence, sexual transgression, and moral complexity, The Duchess of Malfi, The White Devil, and 'Tis Pity She's a Whore challenged the conventions of what was appropriate for staging in outdoor amphitheatres during the day. More advanced staging methods were also made possible by the indoor theatres. Opportunities for atmospheric effects, abrupt illuminations, and the type of chiaroscuro lighting that painters of the era were employing to produce striking visual effects were made possible by candlelight. When audiences were unable to see all of the mechanical operations clearly, trapdoors and flying machinery could be used more successfully. In indoor theatres, music has grown in significance as a means of providing entertainment in between acts, as well as an accompaniment to the action. The development of what would eventually become theatrical orchestration as an artistic discipline, and more subdued musical effects, was made possible by the acoustics of enclosed spaces. English theatre achieved unprecedented levels of sophistication and artistic achievement during Charles I's reign, but it also began to temporarily decline. Court masques evolved into increasingly complex spectacles that fused dance, music, theatre, and visual arts in productions that were expensive and primarily used to showcase the wealth and power of the monarchy. Playwrights such as John Ford, Philip Massinger, and James Shirley produced works of significant artistic value, and public theatre flourished. However, a confrontation that would temporarily put an end to professional theatre in England was being sparked by the growing Puritan opposition to theatre as politically dangerous and morally corrupting. One of the greatest eras in English dramatic literature came to an end in 1642, when Parliament passed an ordinance banning all public theatres. Actors and playwrights were forced underground or into exile during England's 18-year ban on professional theatre. The theatrical impulse and human nature, however, have a wonderful quality that makes it impossible to eradicate theatre through legislation. Theatrical activity persisted in disguised forms throughout the Commonwealth era. The theatrical tradition was maintained through private performances in aristocratic homes, travelling entertainers who were careful not to identify as actors, and even some public performances that were passed off as musical concerts or instructional. Demonstrations. At fairs and markets, droll performances, brief comedic excerpts taken from longer plays, were presented, frequently with actors prepared to disperse if officials showed up. By offering moral instruction that coincidentally involved costumed actors enacting better stories, some theatrical entrepreneurs came up with inventive ways to get around the bans. When the monarchy was reinstated in 1660, theatre made a comeback to England, but with some notable modifications that would permanently alter the art form. For the first time, women were allowed to act on professional stages, which seems like such an obvious innovation that you wonder why it took so long to occur to anyone. In the past, young men were cast in all-female roles, which created some intriguing theatrical complications when characters in stories pretended to be the opposite gender. The ability to see real women portraying women opened up new avenues for dramatic characterization and romantic comedy. Additionally, male audience members occasionally showed greater interest in the actresses than in the plays they were performing, which led to new issues. The most well-known Restoration actress, Nell Gwyn, is a prime example of this shift's advantages and disadvantages. This conflict between artistic success and personal fame would haunt actresses for centuries as they benefited from professional opportunities while confronting social stigmas that did not apply to their male counterparts. She was a truly gifted performer who could handle comedy and tragedy with equal skill, but she's more famous today for being King Charles II's mistress. Comedy of manners and other sophisticated plays about the social intrigues of the upper classes also gained popularity during the Restoration era. Instead of being broad physical comedies, these were clever verbal entertainments that deftly parodied romantic pretenses and social norms. Consider them the forerunners of contemporary romantic comedies, albeit with tighter corsets, more complex language, and a markedly more pessimistic outlook on marriage and faithfulness. Perhaps the best example of Restoration comedy is William Congreve's The Way of the World, which features characters who navigate romantic and financial complexities with well-crafted epigrams that only true intelligence can understand. There is a lot of wit in the conversation, but it is used as a weapon in complex social warfare where reputation and wealth are at stake. Compared to their Elizabethan forebears, Restoration theatres evolved into more elegant spaces that increasingly catered to affluent patrons prepared to shell out more cash for cosier surroundings. Imported from Italian architecture, the proscenium arch theatre improved the audience-performer relationship by separating the two in subtle yet significant ways. With painted backdrops and wing flats that could be switched between acts to imply different locations, the scenery grew increasingly ornate, although it also meant that plays relied less on the imagination of the audience and more on visual spectacle. This marked a shift toward theatrical illusionism that would rule stage design for the next 2 centuries. Sentimentalism, the groundbreaking notion that viewers should be emotionally affected by what they saw rather than merely amused or intellectually stimulated, was introduced to theatre in the 1700s. Domestic tragedy and plays about common middle-class people dealing with moral quandaries as opposed to kings and nobles handling state affairs and divine intervention, became more popular during this time. With its emphasis on a young apprentice whose moral decline is caused by common human frailties, rather than fatal character defects or supernatural intervention, George Lillo's The London Merchant was revolutionary. By establishing the idea that theatre could and should represent the experiences of its audience, rather than merely offering escapist entertainment about exotic people in extraordinary circumstances, this move toward emotional realism and relatable characters set the foundation for modern drama. Emotional responsiveness and moral sensitivity were given new significance by the cult of sensibility that ruled 18th century society. Touching scenes were supposed to make audiences cry, and the number of handkerchiefs needed in the theatre on any given night was frequently used to gauge a play's success. Although this may seem too sentimental by today's standards, it was a significant acknowledgement that theatre could be used to explore emotional and moral complexity in addition to offering obscene entertainment. By creating a more naturalistic performance style that prioritised psychological realism over exclamatory technique, David Garrick transformed acting during this time. Garrick researched human behaviour and attempted to replicate it authentically on stage rather than posing and giving speeches in a formal, oratorical way. His portrayal of Hamlet received accolades for not looking like an actor giving well-known speeches, but rather like a real person dealing with real psychological issues. In addition, Garrick invented a number of theatrical techniques that are now commonplace. He was one of the first to demand that whole productions, not just individual scenes, undergo lengthy rehearsals. He created cohesive artistic visions for his productions by coordinating staging, costumes, and scenery. In order to create atmospheric illumination that increased the emotional impact of scenes, he even experimented with stage lighting effects, using reflective surfaces and hidden lamps. With periodicals like The Spectator and The Tatler reviewing plays and discussing aesthetics, the 18th century also witnessed the emergence of what is now known as theatre criticism. This led to a more self-conscious theatrical culture, where a more sophisticated audience examined and discussed artistic decisions. The development of theatrical celebrity culture as we know it today began in the late 18th century. Performers such as Sarah Siddons rose to fame in Britain and Europe, their private lives the focus of public interest, and their creative interpretations of important roles discussed with the same fervour that contemporary audiences reserve for athletes. People travelled hundreds of miles to see Siddons' Lady Macbeth perform the sleepwalking scene because she was so well known. Her departure from the stage was viewed as a loss to the nation's culture, and her performance of the part became the benchmark by which all other actresses were judged. She was the first actress to receive a statue in Westminster Abbey, something that would have been unimaginable for a performer only a century before. The development of theatre was impacted by this celebrity culture in both positive and negative ways. On the plus side, well-known actors could ensure that shows have audiences and draw funding to theatre businesses. Their notoriety contributed to the development of theatre as a legitimate art form, deserving of significant cultural consideration. On the downside, the star system started to skew theatrical production, with plays selected more for their ability to showcase specific actors than for their inherent artistic value. This resulted in a custom of star vehicles that prioritised individual skills over balanced dramatic construction and ensemble acting. Everything, including theatre, was altered by the Industrial Revolution in ways that continue to shape our perceptions of live performances. Theatre was transformed from an afternoon amusement to an evening event that could rival other nightlife activities, thanks to advancements in lighting technology that allowed indoor performances to last well into the evening. When gas lighting was first used in the early 1800s, it completely changed the possibilities for theatre. For the first time, stage lighting could be precisely adjusted to be brightened for dramatic climaxes and dimmed for intimate scenes. More complex atmospheric effects were made possible, and filmmakers were equipped with new means of directing viewers' attention and evoking strong feelings. By putting performers in the limelight and enabling the type of dramatic illumination that could isolate individual characters or produce amazing visual effects, limelight, which is made by heating lime with oxygen and hydrogen flames, was introduced, resulting in the first powerful spotlight effects. Actors would literally position themselves to catch the most flattering light during this time, which is where the well-known expression stealing the spotlight originates. As urban populations increased and the middle class grew, theatres had to expand to accommodate their leisure time and entertainment budget. Several thousand people could fit in some of the theatres constructed during this time, necessitating innovative staging and performance techniques that could successfully project to such sizable crowds. Melodrama, a theatrical genre that focused on stark moral contrasts, breathtaking special effects, and poignant scenarios that were understandable and enjoyable even in large theatres, was born as a result. The plots of melodramas included enough physical action and visual spectacle to keep audiences interested even when they couldn't hear every word of dialogue, while the heroes were entirely good and the villains were completely evil. Melodramatic plots were thrilling for audiences of the time, but delightfully absurd by today's standards. On family farms, villains threatened foreclosure, heroes swung on ropes across burning buildings, heroines were tied to railroad tracks, and evil was always severely punished, usually in a spectacular way, while virtue was always rewarded. However, melodrama fulfilled significant social roles that went beyond simple amusement. In order to help viewers comprehend the swift changes taking place in their society, a number of melodramas addressed modern social issues such as urbanization, class conflict, industrialization, and shifting family structures. The most well-known American play of the 19th century, Uncle Tom's Cabin, employed melodramatic devices to make anti-slavery points to audiences that political speeches and newspaper editorials might not have been able to reach. Additionally, touring productions that could reach audiences in smaller cities and towns gained popularity in the 19th century. As railroad networks expanded, it became financially viable to transport entire productions, complete with sets, costumes, and entire acting companies, to locations across the nation. This made it possible for audiences in far-flung places to see the same plays that were performed in large cities, establishing the first genuinely national theatrical culture. With theatrical syndicates planning tours, reserving venues, and standardizing production values across several locations, theatre emerged as a significant industry during this time. The majority of America's major theatres were under the control of the Theatrical Syndicate, which was established in 1896. Their booking choices had the power to make or ruin careers, a parallel movement that would transform dramatic literature and lay the foundation for many of the tenets that still govern serious theatre today, was emerging at the same time that popular theatre was embracing spectacle and wide emotional appeal. Henrik Ibsen, August Strindberg, and Anton Chekhov were among the first playwrights to tackle contemporary social issues through the experiences of likeable characters in familiar settings. Because it addressed marriage and women's rights honestly and in ways that went against ingrained social norms, Ibsen's A Doll's House sparked scandals across Europe. Some theatres refused to present the play's contentious ending, in which Nora abandons her husband and kids to find her own identity, without including a more traditional conclusion in which she resumes her responsibilities to her family. But the controversy was precisely the point. Ibsen and his peers felt that theatre should provoke viewers to reflect deeply on moral issues and societal issues, in addition to providing amusement. This marked a return to theatre's long-standing role as a platform for discussing significant topics, but with a particularly contemporary emphasis on psychological realism and current social issues. Chekhov mastered the art of naturalistic drama by crafting plays in which characters discuss significant topics without directly addressing them, in which the most poignant emotional moments frequently occur in silence, and in which the overall impact relies on minute details rather than dramatic climaxes. Although The Cherry Orchard is supposedly about an aristocratic family losing their estate, it's really about how hard it is to adjust to social change, and how impossible it is to cling to the past. These playwrights developed new techniques for creating psychological depth and emotional authenticity that would influence theatrical writing for the next century and beyond. Their plots centered on internal conflicts and slow revelations rather than external action and dramatic confrontations, and their characters spoke and acted more like real people than theatrical archetypes. More changes to theatre occurred in the 20th century than in any other because of two world wars, the emergence of television and film, shifting social mores, and new technological advancements. As naturalistic acting techniques gained popularity in the early part of the century, actors attempted to act as naturally as possible on stage. The more clamorous presentational style that had dominated theatre for centuries was drastically different from this. By using their own emotional experiences and creating intricate psychological backstories for their characters, Konstantin Stanislavski created methodical techniques to assist actors in creating believable characters. Modern actor training was built on the interpretation and modification of the Stanislavski method by American instructors such as Lee Strasberg, Stella Adler, and Sanford Meisner. The notion that actors should live truthfully under imaginary circumstances, transformed performance and created guidelines that are still studied and used by the majority of actors today. Meanwhile, experimental theatre artists were pushing in completely different directions, rejecting naturalistic representation entirely in favour of more abstract symbolic or ritualistic forms of performance. In Russia, Vsevolod Meyerhold created biomechanical acting methods that prioritise stylised movement and physical accuracy over psychological realism. The theatre of cruelty that Antonin Artaud envisioned would directly affect audiences' emotions and spirituality, while challenging their rational defences through powerful sensory experiences. Despite his own production's frequent failures with modern audiences, his theories shaped experimental theatre for decades. In order to keep audiences from getting emotionally engrossed in theatrical illusion, Bertolt Brecht created epic theatre techniques. In order for the audience to critically consider the social and political issues his plays addressed, he wanted them to keep a critical distance from the action. Political theatre all across the world was impacted by Brecht's alienation effects, which included direct address to the audience, songs that made commentary on the action, and staging that purposefully exposed theatrical artifice. American theatre was creating its own unique traits and contributions to the art form, while European theatre was battling modernist innovations and political upheavals. The rise of uniquely American dramatic voices that wrote about uniquely American issues and experiences occurred in the early 20th century. The first American playwright to receive widespread acclaim for his serious dramatic works was Eugene O'Neill. His early plays featured working-class characters and industrial settings that, in ways never before seen on stage, reflected the realities of American life. Later pieces like The Iceman Cometh and Long Day's Journey into Night examine personal failure and family dysfunction with a psychological depth that was comparable to anything being written in Europe. O'Neill experimented with theatrical methods that went beyond what was typically expected of theatrical entertainment in the United States. In Strange Interlude, there were lengthy aside passages where characters expressed their thoughts out loud. Masks were employed by the great god Brown to symbolise various facets of his persona. By adapting Greek tragedy to an American setting during the Civil War, Morning Becomes Electra produced a trilogy that used classical dramatic structures to analyse American history. The only time in American history that the federal government directly subsidised theatrical production was during the Federal Theatre Project, which was a component of the New Deal initiatives during the Great Depression. Thousands of theatre professionals were employed by the project between 1935 and 1939, and hundreds of productions were produced nationwide, including the groundbreaking living newspaper productions that dramatised current events and social concerns. Even though the Federal Theatre Project was eventually shut down because of political concerns about its left-leaning content, it showed that serious, socially engaged theatre was in high demand across the nation, not just in large cities. The creation of the integrated musical, which fused songs, dances and dramatic scenes into cohesive artistic experiences rather than merely entertainment reviews with well-known performers, was perhaps American theatre's most notable contribution to world drama, with songs that developed organically from the character and circumstance rather than being added as specialty numbers. Showboat, 1927, is frequently regarded as the first fully integrated American musical. The production addressed weighty topics like racial prejudice and the passing of time, demonstrating that musical theatre could tackle important issues while still offering mainstream entertainment. All right. 1943 transformed musical theatre by introducing dance sequences that progressed the plot and revealed character rather than merely offering spectacle, and by starting with a single character singing alone on stage instead of a large chorus number. Richard Rodgers and Oscar Hammerstein, the second's partnership, created a model for musical theatre design that shaped the genre for many years, through complex music and choreography that produced theatrical experiences unmatched in any other medium. West Side Story, 1957, showed that musical theatre could address modern social issues like gang violence, racial tension, and urban poverty. Classical, jazz, and popular music were all incorporated into Leonard Bernstein's score, and Jerome Robbins' choreography turned dance from a decorative element to a crucial part of the narrative. Broadway musicals' heyday, which spanned roughly the 1940s to the 1960s, produced works that shaped American culture. Songs from these shows entered the popular repertoire, and the shows themselves established Broadway as a major cultural export that influenced musical theatre development worldwide. Alternative theatres arose to accommodate more experimental work and give up-and-coming artists a platform as Broadway grew more commercial and costly. Originally characterised by their smaller size and cheaper ticket costs, off-Broadway theatres evolved into hubs for theatrical innovation and platforms for works that were unable to find a home in commercial settings. Julian Beck and Judith Malina founded the Living Theatre, which pioneered confrontational and interactive theatre that dismantled the conventional divide between audiences and performers. In addition to challenging preconceived notions about social norms and theatrical behaviour, their production of Paradise Now invited audience members to participate in the performance. Instead of adhering to conventional hierarchical structures, the Open Theatre, under the direction of Joseph Chaikin, developed ensemble-based creation techniques in which actors, directors, and writers work together throughout the creative process. Their work, which placed a strong emphasis on vocal and physical experimentation, produced performance styles that had an international impact on experimental theatre and actor training. As a separate field, performance art rejected many of the conventions of theatre, while drawing inspiration from it. Solo performances by artists like Laurie Anderson, Spalding Gray and Karen Finley blended storytelling, visual art, music and theatre in ways that defied easy classification as art. A decentralised theatrical culture was produced by the founding of regional theatre companies across the United States in the 1960s and 1970s, which lessened New York's hegemony and offered chances for theatrical growth outside of conventional commercial hubs. Organisations such as the Arena Stage in Washington, D.C., the American Conservatory Theatre in San Francisco, and the Guthrie Theatre in Minneapolis formed unique creative personalities while giving back to their communities. Regional theatres emerged as crucial venues for creating original works and bringing classic plays back to life for modern audiences. In addition to creating audiences for serious theatre in communities across the nation, they offered jobs to theatre professionals who wished to work regularly without vying for the few Broadway openings. The growth of playwright development programs, which supported up-and-coming authors through workshops, readings, and developmental productions, was also encouraged by the regional theatre movement. The works of many of the most significant American playwrights of the late 20th century, such as David Mamet, Sam Shepard, and Lanford Wilson, were developed in regional theatres. The theatre of today is part of a complex ecosystem that also includes social media, video games, streaming services, television, and movies. Instead of being supplanted by these more recent entertainment mediums, theatre has managed to integrate their innovations while preserving its fundamental qualities as a live social event. Diversity is embraced by modern theatre in ways that were unthinkable in earlier times. On contemporary stages, stories from various cultures, previously marginalised viewpoints, and experimental forms that defy conventional notions of what theatre can be coexist. Playwrights such as Tony Kushner, Lin-Manuel Miranda, and Susan Laurie Parks have produced plays that broaden the theatrical canon while appealing to new audiences. The fundamental components of theatrical performance have been improved by technology rather than replaced. Nowadays, sound design is a highly developed art form that produces aural landscapes that were not possible in the past. Computer-controlled systems are used in lighting design to produce effects that are only constrained by the designer's creativity. Real-time visual environments that adapt to live performances are made possible by digital effects and video projection. However, these technological advancements support conventional theatrical functions, such as narrating stories, setting the mood, and drawing in viewers. Realising that theatre's power is in the direct interaction between actors and audiences, the most successful modern productions use technology to complement live performance rather than to replace it. Some elements of theatre have stayed remarkably consistent over thousands of years, despite all these changes. The fundamental bond between an entertainer and their audience, the enchantment of live performances, and the potency of group storytelling have withstood all social changes and technological advancements. Being in the same room as live performers, experiencing the energy of the crowd, and realising that this specific performance will never be precisely duplicated are still incomparable. Live performances are unpredictable and crucial in ways that recorded entertainment can never match. With subtle variations brought about by the audience's mood, the performer's energy, the weather, and countless other small factors. Our cave-dwelling ancestors gathered around their fires for many of the same purposes that theatre still fulfills today. It gives difficult feelings and complicated concepts a tangible form and a common context, which aids in their processing. By offering experiences that people can talk about, debate, and remember together, it fosters a sense of community. It allows each generation to reinterpret stories and cultural values for their current relevance while preserving them. Theatre gives us the opportunity to investigate various viewpoints and options in a secure setting where we can experience repercussions without actually going through them, observe other people's decisions, and consider how we might act in comparable situations. Through the experiences of characters who represent various facets of human nature, it offers a forum for discussing ethical issues, societal issues, and interpersonal conflicts. Indeed, theatre serves many important artistic and social purposes, but it's also important to remember that it's just for fun. These small pleasures, the shared gasp of surprised and unexpected plot twist, the laughter that breaks out during a well-timed comedy sequence, the shared intake of breath during a moment of transcendent beauty, directly connect us to every audience that has ever assembled to witness other people posing as someone else. Theatre's humanity is what makes it so appealing. In contrast to television or movies, which show us still photos of actors who played their parts weeks or months ago, theatre shows us real people performing live, right in front of us. The tears shed by a theatre performer are genuine. When they laugh, it's real laughter. They must immediately correct their mistakes in front of the audience. No other art form can compare to the sense of danger and urgency this evokes. During a live performance, anything can happen. An actor may forget their lines, a set piece may break, or a costume may tear at a pivotal point. How the actors respond to these situations becomes part of the entertainment for the evening. By agreeing to overlook small errors and recognizing the skill needed to produce convincing characters and gripping narratives under such immediate pressure, the audience complicitly maintains the theatrical illusion. With theatrical traditions from all over the world influencing one another in ways that were not feasible in the past, modern theatre has a genuinely global reach. Western experimental theatre is influenced by Japanese no and kabuki techniques. Modern American playwriting is influenced by African storytelling traditions. Asian productions of Western classics adopt European directing techniques. By broadening the scope of methods, themes, and approaches accessible to modern artists, this cross-pollination has enhanced theatre. As artists strive to respect traditional forms while bringing them up to date for contemporary audiences, as well as negotiate issues of cultural appropriation and genuine representation, it has also brought forth new difficulties. Theatre innovations are now widely disseminated across national and cultural borders through the festival circuit. Festivals in Adelaide, Edinburgh, Avignon, and numerous other cities offer venues for artists from various traditions to exchange their work and have an impact on one another's growth. This international exchange has been sped up by digital communication, which has made it possible for theatre professionals to collaborate on projects, share techniques, and reach audiences around the world in ways that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Although live streaming of theatrical performances has grown in sophistication and popularity, it still serves as an addition to live theatre experiences rather than as a substitute for them. Theatre keeps changing while retaining its fundamental qualities as we look to the future. Although they haven't yet completely altered the fundamental theatrical experience of live performers working with live audiences, virtual and augmented reality technologies present new opportunities for staging and audience interaction. Theatre operations are being impacted by environmental concerns, as many businesses are implementing sustainable set construction, energy use, and touring logistics practices. As audiences, funding sources, and distribution strategies shift in response to more general social and technological advancements, theatre's economics continue to change. The same urgent subject matter that has always inspired the most compelling dramatic work is available to theatre today in the form of climate change, political polarisation, economic inequality, and technological disruption. Emerging playwrights of today are figuring out how to deal with these issues while respecting theatre's historical advantages and investigating fresh avenues for artistic expression. Tens of thousands of years ago, the first storytellers gathered around their fires and began a tradition that today's young performers are carrying on. They're learning from teachers who learned from teachers who can trace their ancestry back through centuries of theatrical tradition, an unbroken line of knowledge and technique that links actors of today to actors of the past. However, they are also developing new formats and inventive storytelling techniques that appeal to audiences in the modern era who are confronted with previously unheard of possibilities and challenges. They are performing for audiences that include people from all over the world, working in theatres that are equipped with new technology, and tackling artistic and social issues that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Theatre adapts without losing its core, which is why it endures and flourishes. While embracing new technologies, it keeps its emphasis on interpersonal connections and in-person communication. It explores the timeless themes that have always fueled dramatic literature while incorporating shifting social perspectives. In addition to developing new narratives that represent modern experience, it discovers novel ways to tell old tales. The value of theatre's emphasis on community, presence and shared experience increases rather than decreases in our increasingly digital, remote and fast-paced world. The experience of sitting in a theatre with hundreds of other people, all of whom are focused on the same live performance, feels more valuable and unique as more of our entertainment becomes personalised and customisable. Theatre serves as a reminder that humans are social beings who require opportunities to come together in physical settings where we can laugh, cry, and discuss what it means to be human. It offers a break from the never-ending stimulation of digital media in favour of the more profound rewards of focused attention, emotional involvement, and group contemplation. For the next few hours you become a part of something bigger than yourself, part of the ongoing dialogue between the past and present, between artists and audiences, and between personal experience and collective understanding that has been going on for as long as people have been gathering to tell stories. This begins when the curtain rises and the first actor enters the spotlight. You take part in one of the oldest and most enduring traditions in human history in that dimly lit theatre, with strangers who momentarily become your companions as you watch a story unfold. Together with everyone else present, you consent to believe the story being told and allow yourself to be moved by the experiences of fictional characters who are portrayed by actual people just a few feet away from you. And when the lights come up and the applause subsides, you take a little bit of that experience back into your everyday life. Memories of things that shocked, touched, or challenged you. Questions prompted by the story you've seen. Connections drawn between the experiences of the characters and your own life. And the pure joy of spending time with people who have chosen to congregate in that specific location, at that specific moment to partake in the age-old enchantment of live performance. Because it fulfills needs that technology cannot and offers experiences that no other art form can match, theatre has endured. There will always be theatres where actors and audiences gather to discuss what it means to be alive in any given time and location, as long as people have a need for stories, a desire for connection, and a search for meaning in shared experiences. So let's celebrate theatre, its absurd aspirations and deep fulfillments, its age-old wisdom and modern inventions, and its capacity to make us laugh, cry, and think, often all in one evening. Cheers to the actors who dedicate their lives to playing different roles, the directors who transform unfinished material into meaningful experiences, the designers who build worlds out of plywood and imagination, and the audiences who consistently turn up night after night, willing to believe whatever story is being told. The custom is upheld, the curtain is raised, and the never-ending dialogue between the performer and the audience, the story and the listener, and the imagination and the real world continues. May your own performances, whether on stage or in the everyday theatre of life, be full of the ideal ratio of humour and drama, knowledge and awe and individual expression and group harmony. Sweet dreams. Picture yourself standing in any European city of that era. The streets would be narrower than any alley you'd feel comfortable walking down today, packed with wooden houses that lean toward each other like gossiping neighbours. The smell would hit you first, a mixture of wood smoke, horses, unwashed wool and chamber pots being emptied from upper windows. People bathed infrequently, not because they enjoyed being dirty, but because hauling and heating water was exhausting work. The population was still recovering from the Black Death, which had swept through a century and a half earlier like a terrible storm, taking perhaps a third of Europe's people with it. Cities felt emptier than they should, with abandoned buildings standing like gaps in a smile. But paradoxically, this tragedy had created opportunities. With fewer people competing for resources, wages rose, social mobility increased, and ordinary folks began to imagine lives their grandparents never could have dreamed of. Spain in 1492 was having what we might call a moment. For nearly 8 centuries, the Iberian Peninsula, Iberien, had been a patchwork of Christian and Muslim kingdoms, sometimes fighting, sometimes trading, always influencing each other in ways that created one of medieval Europe's most sophisticated cultures. But that January, something dramatic happened. The Catholic monarchs Ferdinand, and Isabella, finally conquered Granada, Granada, the last Muslim kingdom in Spain. This wasn't just a military victory, it was the culmination of what the Spanish called the Reconquista, meaning reconquest. For Ferdinand and Isabella, this moment marked Spain's transformation from a collection of squabbling kingdoms into something approaching a unified nation. They were feeling confident, ambitious, and perhaps a bit intoxicated with their own success. This matters for our story, because confident monarchs are more likely to fund risky ventures that sensible people would avoid. The economic situation in Europe was getting complicated in ways that would sound oddly familiar to you. There was an international trade imbalance that kept everyone up at night. European nobles wanted spices from Asia, pepper, cinnamon, nutmeg and cloves, with the kind of desperate longing you might reserve for your favourite comfort food. These spices weren't just about making food taste better, though that was certainly part of it. They were status symbols, preservatives and sometimes medicines. Having a well-stocked spice cabinet was like driving a luxury car today. But here's the problem. These spices came from Asia through a complex network of middlemen. Arab merchants controlled much of the trade, moving goods through the Middle East. Then Venetian and Genoese traders would buy them at marked up prices and sell them at even higher prices throughout Europe. By the time pepper reached your dinner table, it had passed through so many hands that it was literally worth its weight in gold. Wealthy Europeans were essentially hemorrhaging money eastward, and there seemed to be no way to stop it. The traditional route to Asia went overland through territories controlled by the Ottoman Empire, which had recently conquered Constantinople, in 1453. The Ottomans weren't particularly interested in making trade easy for European Christians. They added their own fees, imposed restrictions, and generally made the whole process as expensive and frustrating as possible. This created what economists would call a supply problem and what everyone else would call a massive headache. European merchants and monarchs began wondering, wasn't there another way to reach Asia? Couldn't someone find a route that bypassed all these middlemen and their inflated prices? The Portuguese had been working on one answer for decades. They were methodically sailing down the African coast, mapping every inlet and island, gradually working their way toward the southern tip of Africa. It was slow, methodical work, the maritime equivalent of carefully painting a house, one section at a time. By 1488, Bartolomeu Dias had finally rounded the Cape of Good Hope, proving that there was a sea route to Asia around Africa. But this route was long and dangerous and required multiple stops for supplies. Surely, some people thought, there must be a shorter way. What if you could sail directly west across the Atlantic and reach Asia from the other side? The world was round, after all. Educated Europeans had known this for centuries, despite what your elementary school teacher might have told you about Columbus proving the Earth was round. The question wasn't whether the world was round, but how round it was, and what lay between Europe and Asia. Into this world of economic anxiety, geographical speculation, and post-conquest confidence walked a man with an idea that most people thought was ridiculous. But before we meet him properly, let's understand just how vast his ambitions were and how many people told him he was absolutely out of his mind. Christopher Columbus, or Cristoforo Colombo, Cristoforo Colombo in his native Italian, or Cristobal Colon, Cristobal Colone in the Spanish he adopted, was not the kind of person you'd expect to change world history. He was born around 1451 in Genoa, a bustling Italian port city to a family of wool weavers. Not poor exactly, but definitely working class by the standards of the day. Young Christopher didn't want to spend his life working with wool. He was drawn to the sea with a kind of magnetic attraction that some people feel for certain callings. By his 20s, he was working as a merchant sailor, travelling the Mediterranean and learning the practical realities of navigation, weather patterns, and how to keep a wooden ship from sinking, which was a surprisingly complicated task. What made Columbus different from other sailors wasn't his navigational skill, though he was certainly competent, but rather his obsessive conviction that he had figured something out that everyone else had missed. He believed he could reach Asia by sailing west across the Atlantic, and that this route would be shorter and easier than going around Africa. Now, here's where things get interesting. Columbus wasn't exactly wrong about the world being round, but he was spectacularly wrong about its size. He had studied various geographical texts, including the works of the ancient Greek astronomer Ptolemy, and the medieval traveller Marco Polo. Based on his reading and a fair bit of wishful thinking, Columbus calculated that the distance from the Canary Islands to Japan was about 2,400 nautical miles. The actual distance is more like 12,000 nautical miles. Columbus was off by a factor of 5, which in navigation terms is like thinking your local grocery store is a 5-minute walk when it's actually in a different state. Most educated people of the time knew Columbus's calculations were wrong. When he first pitched his idea to Portuguese King John II, the king assembled a committee of mathematical and geographical experts who basically told him, "Thanks, but this gentleman has no idea what he's talking about." The Portuguese were polite about it, but their message was clear. Columbus's plan would result in ships running out of food and water long before reaching Asia, leading to the crew dying miserably in the middle of the ocean. Not the kind of investment that makes sense. Undeterred, and Columbus was nothing if not stubborn, he took his proposal to Spain. This was around 1485, and Spain was still busy with the Granada campaign. Ferdinand and Isabella heard him out but weren't immediately convinced. They formed their own committee of experts, who spent years studying Columbus's proposal and came to essentially the same conclusion as the Portuguese. The man's geography was deeply flawed. But here's where Columbus's personality becomes crucial to our story. He wasn't the kind of person who accepted no as a final answer. He kept pushing, kept refining his pitch, and kept showing up at court like that one relative who won't stop talking about their business idea at family gatherings. He was persistent to the point of being annoying, but that persistence was precisely what his plan required. Columbus spent years in Spain, waiting, petitioning, and gradually making connections. He wasn't wealthy or particularly well-born, but he had a gift for self-promotion that would make modern marketing executives jealous. He dressed well, carried himself with confidence, and spoke about his plans with such conviction that some people started to believe him despite the mathematical evidence suggesting otherwise. During these years of waiting, Columbus developed a quasi-religious interpretation of his mission. He began to see himself not just as an explorer seeking a shorter trade route, but as someone destined to spread Christianity to distant lands. This wasn't unusual for the time. Religious and commercial motivations were thoroughly mixed in 15th century European thinking. But for Columbus, this religious dimension became increasingly important. He was, in his own mind, doing God's work as much as the monarch's work. The breakthrough came in 1492, shortly after Granada fell. With the Reconquista complete, Ferdinand and Isabella suddenly had time, attention, and perhaps some surplus funds available. More importantly, they were in that dangerous psychological state where recent success makes you more willing to take risks. They'd just accomplished something that had taken their ancestors centuries. Maybe this Genoese sailor with his grand plans wasn't so crazy after all. The terms Columbus negotiated reveal either tremendous self-confidence or spectacular audacity, depending on your perspective. He demanded not just funding for the voyage, but also titles and privileges that seemed absurdly presumptuous. He wanted to be named Admiral of the Ocean Sea, governor of any lands he discovered, and receive 10% of all wealth generated from his discoveries. And he wanted these privileges to be hereditary, passing to his children and grandchildren. Most people approaching monarchs with a business proposal don't start by demanding noble titles and a significant cut of hypothetical future profits. But Columbus wasn't most people, and somehow, remarkably, Ferdinand and Isabella agreed to his terms. Perhaps they figured that if the voyage failed, the titles would be meaningless anyway. If it succeeded, well, they'd deal with the consequences then. By April 1492, everything was in place. Columbus had his commission, his titles, and most importantly, his funding. Now came the practical work of actually assembling an expedition capable of sailing into the unknown Atlantic Ocean and hopefully returning to tell about it. Imagine you've just been given permission to attempt something that most experts think is impossible, will probably kill you, and requires convincing other people to come along and risk their lives on your questionable mathematics. That was Columbus's situation in the spring of 1492, and he approached it with the methodical efficiency of someone who'd spent decades preparing for exactly this opportunity. The first challenge was ships. Columbus needed vessels that were seaworthy enough to handle Atlantic conditions, large enough to carry supplies for what might be a very long voyage, yet small enough to be manoeuvred and maintained by relatively small crews. After some searching, he secured 3 ships from the port town of Palos, P-A-H-L-O-S. The largest was the Santa Maria, which served as Columbus's flagship. She was a now, a type of cargo vessel that was sturdy but not particularly fast or manoeuvrable. The Santa Maria was probably around 60 feet long, about the length of a modern bowling lane, and could carry perhaps 40 crew members along with months of supplies. She wasn't beautiful by anyone's standards. Medieval ships were built for function rather than elegance, with high castles at the bow and stern that made them look somewhat top-heavy and awkward. The other 2 ships were caravels, the Pinta, Pienta, and the Niña. Caravels were smaller and faster than naus, with triangular lateen sails that allowed them to sail closer to the wind. They were the sports cars of 15th century maritime technology, quicker, more responsive, and generally more fun to sail, though less spacious and comfortable than larger vessels. Finding ships was relatively easy compared to finding crews. Word had gotten around Palos that some Genoese sailor wanted to recruit men for a voyage into the Atlantic with no clear destination. This was not an attractive job posting. Sailors of the era were tough, experienced men who made their living understanding risk, and most of them thought Columbus's plan sounded like an elaborate form of suicide. Columbus had help recruiting, though, from the Pinzon brothers, particularly Martin Alonso Pinzon, an experienced local captain whose reputation helped legitimize the expedition. When Pinzon agreed to captain the Pinta, other sailors started to reconsider. If someone as capable as Pinzon thought this voyage was worth attempting, perhaps it wasn't complete madness. The crews they assembled were a fascinating cross-section of late medieval society. There were experienced sailors who'd spent their lives reading weather and waves, young men seeking adventure and wealth, a few minor criminals who'd been offered pardons in exchange for joining the voyage, and specialists like the fleet's surgeon, carpenter and cooper, the person who maintained the water barrels, which was an absolutely critical job. Provisions for the voyage required careful calculation. Too little food and they'd starve, too much, and the ships would be dangerously overloaded. They loaded ship's biscuit, a rock-hard bread that could last for months without spoiling, though it tended to develop weevils that crunched between your teeth. There were barrels of salted meat and fish, dried legumes, cheese, olive oil, wine and water. Fresh food was impossible to preserve for long voyages, so after a few weeks at sea, everyone would be living on preserved foods that tasted increasingly unappealing. The ships also carried live animals, chickens for fresh eggs, a few pigs in case they needed fresh meat, and the ship's cats, whose job was killing rats. Medieval ships always had rats, which ate stored food, chewed through ropes, and generally made nuisances of themselves. The cats were valued crew members whose contributions to the voyage were just as important as any sailors. Navigation equipment was relatively simple by modern standards. Columbus had magnetic compasses for determining direction, though everyone knew they didn't point exactly north, and you had to adjust for this error. For determining latitude, how far north or south you were, he could use an astrolabe, ASS true labe or quadrant, to measure the angle of the sun or North Star above the horizon. These instruments required clear skies and steady hands, and even when used perfectly, they were only accurate to within a degree or two. Determining longitude, how far east or west you'd travelled, was essentially impossible with 15th century technology. The best you could do was estimate based on your speed and direction, a technique called dead reckoning that required educated guessing and accumulated errors rapidly. Columbus would be sailing into the unknown with only a vague idea of where he was, and no reliable way to know how far he'd gone. The expedition was scheduled to depart from Palos on August 3rd, 1492. In the days before departure, there must have been a strange mixture of excitement, anxiety, and last-minute preparations. Sailors said goodbye to families they might never see again. Supplies were loaded and checked and loaded again. Columbus reviewed his charts and calculations one more time, though by this point he probably had them memorized. The night before departure, Columbus and his men attended a final mass, asking for divine protection on their journey. This wasn't just religious convention, they were genuinely afraid of what lay ahead. The Atlantic Ocean was known to Europeans mostly through rumours and occasional fishing expeditions that didn't venture far from shore. What Columbus proposed was sailing directly into that vast blue mystery, trusting that eventually they'd find land on the other side. On the morning of August 3rd, with the tide turning favourable and wind from the right direction, the three ships raised their anchors and began moving toward the harbour mouth. Families gathered on shore to watch them leave, waving and probably praying. The ships were small enough that you could still see individual people on deck as they passed into the open ocean and turned south toward the Canary Islands, their last stop before heading into the unknown. And with that, the voyage that would change world history began not with drama or fanfare, but with creaking wood, snapping canvas, and the ordinary work of sailing that these men had done hundreds of times before. Except this time, they were sailing toward a destination that existed only in Columbus's confident imagination. The journey to the Canary Islands was routine. These were well-known waters that Spanish and Portuguese sailors had been navigating for decades. The three ships reached the islands in about a week, and there they stopped for repairs and final preparations. The Pinta had developed rudder problems that needed fixing, and everyone wanted to make sure all equipment was in perfect condition before heading into the true unknown. They departed the Canary Islands on September 6th, sailing west into the Atlantic with favourable winds filling their sails. For you, sitting comfortably in the 21st century, it's hard to imagine what those first days must have felt like. These men were leaving behind everything familiar and sailing toward nothing certain. The last sight of land disappeared behind them, and ahead lay only water extending to the horizon in every direction. The rhythm of life at sea in 1492 had a certain timeless quality. Days began before dawn, when the night watch would be relieved by fresh sailors. The ship's boy would turn the ampoleta, ampolleta, the half-hour glass that marked time, and sing out a traditional verse to mark the new watch. Breakfast might be ship's biscuit softened in wine, perhaps with some cheese or olives if you were lucky. During the day there was always work to be done. Sails needed adjusting as wind conditions changed. Ropes required constant attention. They stretched, frayed, and needed replacing. The ship's hull had to be pumped regularly because wooden ships always leaked at least a little, and that water had to be removed before it accumulated. Men took turns at these tasks, breaking the monotony of sailing, with the satisfaction of keeping their vessel in good order. Columbus maintained a careful log of the voyage, noting wind conditions, estimated distances travelled, and any unusual observations. Interestingly, he kept two versions of his reckoning, one that showed his true estimates of how far they'd travelled, and another, shorter version that he shared with the crew. The idea was to prevent them from becoming too anxious about how far they'd ventured from home. Whether this deception actually fooled anyone is debatable. Experienced sailors could judge distances pretty accurately just by watching the water slide past the hull. The weather during those first weeks was remarkably cooperative. The trade winds, Reliable easterly winds that blow across the Atlantic at certain latitudes pushed them steadily westward. The ocean was relatively calm, with gentle swells that rocked the ships but didn't threaten them. For sailors accustomed to the temperamental Mediterranean or the stormy North Atlantic, this steady, mild weather must have seemed almost suspiciously pleasant. But as days turned into weeks with no sign of land, anxiety began to grow. By late September, they'd been sailing west for nearly 3 weeks, longer than most sailors had ever been completely out of sight of land. The crew started noticing small signs and interpreting them as evidence that land must be near. A bird flying past became proof that land was just over the horizon. Floating seaweed suggested nearby shores. Even changes in cloud formations were analysed for hints of land. Columbus was careful to note these signs in his log, sometimes with more optimism than the evidence warranted. Part of this was genuine belief. He expected to reach Asia any day now, based on his faulty calculations. Part was leadership, keeping the crews hopeful and focused on the goal rather than their growing fears. Food remained adequate, but was becoming monotonous. Fresh provisions from the Canary Islands were long gone. Everyone was living on ship's biscuit, salted meat that had to be soaked in water before it was chewable, dried beans, and endless water that tasted increasingly of the wooden barrels that held it. There was wine too, though it was carefully rationed. Drunk sailors were dangerous sailors, especially when you were in the middle of an ocean with no landmarks. The ships maintained visual contact with each other during the day, sailing close enough to see each other's sails. At night, they would hang lanterns to mark their positions. Columbus had given strict orders that the ships should stay together. If one developed problems or made an important discovery, the others needed to know immediately. Sometimes in the evening, when weather permitted, sailors would shout back and forth between vessels, sharing news and maintaining the social connections that helped preserve morale. As October arrived and they entered their 5th week at sea, the mood was becoming tense. There had been false alarms where someone thought they saw land, only to realise it was just clouds on the horizon, or a trick of light on water. Each disappointment made the next alarm less credible. The men began to wonder, quietly at first, then more openly, whether Columbus actually knew where he was going. Columbus himself must have been experiencing private doubts, though he couldn't show them. Leaders in crisis can't afford the luxury of openly questioning their own decisions. Each day he would take his readings, consult his charts, make his calculations, and assure everyone that Asia must be close now. Very close. Any day now. The ships were well built and well maintained, but they were experiencing the normal wear that any vessel endures after weeks at sea. Small leaks required more frequent pumping. Sails developed tears that needed patching. Ropes stretched and frayed. Nothing catastrophic, but the cumulative effect reminded everyone that these were old wooden vessels held together with tar, rope and hope, carrying them across an ocean whose extent they had severely underestimated. On October 10th, more than a month after leaving the Canaries, there was apparently some kind of confrontation, with crew members demanding that they turn back. Columbus's response, according to his log, was to promise that if they didn't find land in the next few days, they would indeed return home. Whether this promise was genuine or just a stalling tactic is unclear. What is clear is that Columbus bought himself a little more time, and that time would prove to be exactly enough. The night of October 11th was clear, with a moon bright enough to illuminate the ocean. The ships continued sailing west under full sail, pushed by steady trade winds that had barely varied in the weeks. The watch was changed regularly, with fresh sailors taking their positions while tired ones went below to rest, though probably few men were actually sleeping. Everyone sensed that something was about to happen. Around 10 p.m, Columbus thought he saw a light in the distance, something like a candle moving up and down. He called others to look, but the light disappeared before anyone could confirm what it might have been. Was it real, or just wishful thinking? Columbus noted it in his log, but didn't make any dramatic announcements. A leader who cried, "Land," too often would lose all credibility. The real discovery came at 2 a.m. on October 12th. Rodrigo de Triana, a sailor keeping watch on the Pinta, saw something darker than the night sky ahead. A solid shadow that didn't move like waves. He shouted the words that everyone had been waiting to hear. Tierra! Tierra! Land! Land! The Pinta fired a cannon to signal the other ships. That boom echoing across the dark water must have woken anyone who was sleeping, and sent everyone else rushing to the rails to see for themselves. Yes, there it was, an unmistakable dark mass ahead of them, the silhouette of land against the starlit sky. Columbus immediately ordered the sails reduced. In darkness, approaching unknown shores was extremely dangerous. There might be reefs, sandbars or rocks that could tear open a ship's hull in seconds. Better to heave to and wait for dawn than risk everything when they were so close to their goal. So the three ships bobbed in the gentle swells just offshore, everyone awake and excited, waiting for sunrise to reveal what they had found. As dawn broke on October the 12th, 1492, the crews of the Santa Maria, Pinta and Nina saw before them a low green island fringed with white beaches. The water was a brilliant turquoise, so clear you could see the sandy bottom. Palm trees swayed in the warm breeze. Birds wheeled overhead. After more than a month of seeing nothing but ocean, the sight of land, any land, must have seemed almost miraculous. What they had found was a small island in what we now call the Bahamas. The native Taino people called it Guanahani, though Columbus would rename it San Salvador, meaning Holy Saviour in Spanish. The Spanish lowered boats and rowed ashore. Columbus, dressed in his finest clothing and carrying the royal banner, stepped onto the beach and formally claimed the island for Ferdinand and Isabella. He planted a cross and had a notary record the entire proceeding in proper legal language. From the Spanish perspective, this ceremony transformed unknown wilderness into Spanish territory, though of course the Taino people who'd been living there for generations might have had opinions about this if anyone had bothered to ask them. Speaking of the Taino, they emerged from the forest cautiously, curious about these strange visitors who had arrived in enormous boats with white wings. The Taino were a sophisticated people with their own complex culture, agriculture and social organisation. They wore little clothing, the Caribbean climate didn't require it, and decorated their bodies with paint and ornaments. To Spanish eyes, accustomed to layers of wool and leather, this seemed exotic and somewhat shocking. Columbus tried to communicate through gestures, establishing that you can convey basic ideas without shared language. Though understanding anything complex or nuanced was impossible, the Taino were friendly and curious, bringing gifts of parrots, cotton thread, and darts to trade for the glass beads and brass bells the Spanish offered. Both sides thought they were getting a tremendous bargain. The Taino valued the novel European goods, while Columbus thought the cotton thread and especially any gold ornaments the Taino wore were signs of greater wealth nearby. Over the following days and weeks, Columbus would island hop through the Bahamas and along the coast of Cuba and Hispaniola, now Haiti and the Dominican Republic, always searching for the wealthy Asian civilizations he expected to find. He kept asking in gestures where he could find gold, spices, and the great cities he'd read about in Marco Polo's accounts. The Taino kept pointing him onward to other islands, possibly because they had some gold, or because they were diplomatically trying to send these persistent strangers somewhere else. Columbus interpreted every gesture as confirmation that he was getting closer to the wealth of Asia, though in reality he was exploring islands whose inhabitants lived in sustainable balance with their environment, and had little interest in accumulating the kind of mineral wealth that obsessed Europeans. The landscape Columbus explored was beautiful in ways that his European experience hadn't prepared him for. The Caribbean in October is warm but not oppressively hot, with reliable trade winds that keep the air moving. The water is remarkably clear, teeming with colourful fish that must have amazed sailors accustomed to the murky waters of European coasts. The forest was dense with vegetation that was simultaneously exotic, and vaguely familiar. Palm trees they recognised, but also plants that had no European equivalents. Columbus's log from this period reveals someone caught between wonder at what he's seeing and frustration that it doesn't match his expectations. The islands are beautiful, yes, but where are the great cities? The sophisticated commerce? The warehouses full of spices? He kept expecting to round the next headland and find something that looked like his imagined Asia, but instead found more islands, more forest, and more villages of friendly but not particularly wealthy people. On Christmas Day, the Santa Maria ran aground on the north coast of Hispaniola. The ship couldn't be saved, though the crew and most of the supplies were rescued without loss of life. Columbus took this as a sign that he should establish a settlement there, which he called La Navidad, the Nativity. He left 39 men behind with supplies and instructions to build a fort and search for gold, while he prepared to return to Spain in the 2 remaining ships. The decision to return was driven by practical necessity. He needed more supplies, more men, and needed to report his discoveries to Ferdinand and Isabella. But it was also driven by growing concerns about crew morale and the seaworthiness of his remaining vessels. The Niña and Pinta had been at sea for months now, and needed proper maintenance that couldn't be done on a beach in the Caribbean. The return voyage began in January 1493, and it was immediately clear this wouldn't be as pleasant as the outbound journey. The trade winds that had pushed them so reliably west were now blowing against them. Columbus had to sail north first to reach the westerlies, winds that blow from west to east at higher latitudes, which meant more time at sea and more wear on already tired ships and crews. The crews were exhausted, the ships were showing their age, and everyone was surviving on increasingly unappetizing provisions. But morale was better than on the outbound voyage, because now they knew land existed out there. They'd seen it and walked on it, and they were going home with proof of their discoveries. Columbus had loaded the ships with samples of plants, including pineapples and tobacco leaves, as well as live parrots whose colourful plumage and to mimic sounds made them perfect ambassadors from the New World. He had also brought several Taino people with him, some voluntarily and some very much not. This was standard practice for 15th century explorers, bringing back native people to demonstrate to monarchs what you'd found, and to potentially train as interpreters for future voyages. The morality of this practice is deeply troubling by modern standards, but Columbus didn't see it that way. In his mind, he was introducing these people to Christianity and European civilization, which he believed was self-evidently beneficial for everyone involved. The return voyage was rougher than the journey out. February in the North Atlantic is not pleasant sailing weather. The ships encountered storms that tossed them like toys, testing every joint and seal. There were days when the crew could do little besides hold on and pray while waves crashed over the decks and wind tore at the rigging. Medieval ships were remarkably resilient, but they weren't comfortable, and in heavy weather they were genuinely frightening. During one particularly fierce storm, Columbus had a moment of panic that the expedition's discoveries might be lost if both ships sank. He wrote a brief account of his discoveries, sealed it in a cask, and threw it overboard, hoping that if the worst happened, someone would eventually find the cask and Spain would at least know what he'd accomplished. The cask was never found, but the gesture reveals how uncertain he was about surviving the voyage home. They made landfall in the Azores, Portuguese islands in the mid-Atlantic, in mid-February, taking on fresh water and provisions. The Portuguese authorities there were suspicious of these Spanish ships returning from who knows where, and there were some tense moments involving accusations of unauthorized exploration. But Columbus managed to navigate these political complications and continue towards Spain. The final approach to the Iberian Peninsula brought more storms, and the Pinta and Niña were separated. Columbus in the Niña was blown to Portugal, while the Pinta under Martin Alonso Pinzon headed directly for Spain. Both ships survived, though Pinzon, exhausted and ill from the voyage, would die shortly after reaching home. Columbus landed in Lisbon on March 4th, and had to explain to the Portuguese king why he was showing up in a Spanish ship after making discoveries in waters the Portuguese considered within their sphere of influence. It must have been a delicate conversation, but Columbus handled it diplomatically and was eventually allowed to continue to Spain. He finally reached Palos on March 15th, 1493, more than 7 months after departing. The entire town turned out to welcome the returning explorers. Here were men who'd sailed into the Western Ocean and somehow returned alive, bringing parrots and plants and stories that seemed almost too incredible to believe. Was it true they'd reached Asia? Columbus certainly seemed to think so, though some observers probably had doubts. News of the discovery spread across Spain with the speed of all really good gossip. Within days, Ferdinand and Isabella knew that Columbus had returned with tales of finding land far to the west. They summoned him to Barcelona, where the royal court was currently residing, to present his findings formally. Columbus made this journey into a kind of triumphal procession. He brought his Taino companions, dressed them in European-style clothing, and paraded them through towns along the way. He displayed the parrots, the gold ornaments, and the exotic plants. People gathered to stare at these wonders, and Columbus played the role of conquering hero with evident enjoyment. The formal reception at the Barcelona court was everything Columbus could have hoped for. Ferdinand and Isabella received him with great honour, had him sit in their presence, a significant gesture of royal favour, and listened to his accounts with evident interest. The court was dazzled by the parrots and exotic goods, impressed by the gold samples, and intrigued by the Taino people, whom Columbus presented as proof of the sophisticated populations he'd encountered. In Columbus's telling, his discoveries were everything he'd promised and more. He had reached Asia, or at least islands off the Asian coast. He had found friendly populations ready to embrace Christianity. There was gold available, and surely greater wealth lay just a little further west. All Spain needed to do was support a second, larger expedition, and the riches of the east would flow directly into Spanish coffers, bypassing all those expensive middlemen. Ferdinand and Isabella were convinced. Within months they were organising a second voyage with 17 ships and over 1,000 men, settlers, soldiers, priests and artisans who would establish a permanent Spanish presence in these new lands. Columbus would lead this much larger expedition back across the Atlantic to follow up on his initial discoveries. The speed with which this second expedition was organised reveals how important Columbus's discovery seemed to Spanish monarchs. They weren't just interested in exotic plants and friendly islanders. They saw an opportunity to establish Spanish power in new territories and hopefully gain direct access to Asian wealth. Columbus's discovery had opened a door, and Spain was determined to walk through it before anyone else could. But there was also anxiety beneath the celebration. The Portuguese were understandably concerned about Spanish expeditions sailing into waters they considered their territory. To prevent conflict between two Catholic kingdoms, Pope Alexander VI, who happened to be Spanish, drew a line on the map of the Atlantic, the Treaty of Tordesillas, in 1494, dividing the non-European world between Spain and Portugal. Everything east of the line would be Portuguese, everything west would be Spanish. It was an audacious act of cartographic imperialism, 2 European kingdoms and the Pope calmly dividing up the entire world between them. Of course, neither the Taino people nor any of the other populations living in these discovered territories had been consulted about this arrangement. From their perspective, these strange visitors in big ships had shown up uninvited and were now claiming ownership of everything they saw. It was a fundamental misunderstanding that would have tragic consequences in the coming decades. Now, as you settle deeper into your blanket with perhaps that second cup of tea, let's talk about what Columbus's 1492 voyage actually meant, because the reality is more complicated and more interesting than the simplified versions you might remember from school. First, let's address what Columbus didn't do. He didn't prove the Earth was round. Educated Europeans had known that for over 1,000 years. He didn't discover America in any meaningful sense. People had been living there for at least 15,000 years, and Viking explorers had visited North America centuries before Columbus. He didn't even set out to discover a new continent. He was trying to reach Asia, and remained convinced until his death that he had succeeded. What Columbus actually did was establish a permanent connection between two hemispheres that had developed separately for thousands of years. This connection, which historians call the Columbian Exchange, transformed both sides in ways that nobody involved could have predicted. From the Americas to Europe, Africa and Asia came crops that would reshape agriculture worldwide. Potatoes became a staple food in Ireland and Northern Europe, supporting population growth that wouldn't have been possible otherwise. Tomatoes transformed Italian cuisine, though Italians were initially suspicious of these strange red fruits. Corn became crucial for feeding both people and animals throughout the world. Chocolate and vanilla created entirely new categories of flavour. Tobacco spread globally with effects, both social and medical, that are still with us today. From Europe, Africa and Asia to the Americas came wheat, rice, sugarcane and bananas, along with livestock including horses, cattle, pigs, chickens and sheep. These animals and plants transformed American landscapes and indigenous ways of life. The horse, in particular, revolutionized life for many Native American peoples, especially on the Great Plains, where mounted hunting transformed entire cultures. But the exchange also carried diseases, and this is where the story becomes tragic. European diseases, smallpox, measles, typhus and others, devastated indigenous American populations who had no immunity to these illnesses. Within a century of Columbus's first voyage, the native population of the Caribbean was essentially extinct, and mainland populations had suffered mortality rates that are almost impossible to comprehend. Some estimates suggest that 90% of indigenous Americans died from introduced diseases within a century of first contact. This wasn't intentional genocide in most cases. People in the 15th and 16th centuries didn't understand how diseases spread or how immunity worked, but the effect was genocidal regardless of intent, and it facilitated European conquest and colonization in ways that wouldn't have been possible if native populations had remained at pre-contact levels. The Americas were conquered not primarily by Spanish steel and gunpowder, but by invisible microscopic organisms that travelled alongside the explorers. The discovery also sparked what we might call the first true age of globalization. Within decades of Columbus's voyage, Spanish, Portuguese, English, French, and Dutch explorers were crisscrossing the oceans, mapping coastlines, and establishing trade networks that connected distant regions for the first time. Products, ideas, people, and diseases began flowing around the world in patterns that had never existed before. This globalization had profound economic effects. The influx of American silver into Europe, particularly from the mines of Potosi in modern Bolivia, caused inflation and economic disruption while also funding European expansion. The plantation economies established in the Americas created demand for enslaved African labour, leading to the horrific Atlantic slave trade that would transport millions of people in chains across the ocean over the following centuries. The environmental impacts were equally profound. European farming practices, animal husbandry and land use patterns transformed American landscapes. Forests were cleared for agriculture, native species were displaced by introduced ones, and ecosystems that had existed for millennia were fundamentally altered within generations. For Spain, Columbus's discoveries marked the beginning of a vast American empire that would last for over 3 centuries. At its height, Spanish America stretched from California to Tierra del Fuego, T-E-A-I-R, U del Fuego, including most of South America, Central America, Mexico, the Caribbean, and significant portions of what is now the United States. This empire generated enormous wealth for Spain, though interestingly, that wealth didn't translate into lasting economic development. Spain in 1800 was arguably less economically dynamic than it had been in 1500, suggesting that sometimes sudden wealth can be as disruptive as it is beneficial. Columbus himself made 3 more voyages to the Americas after 1492, exploring more of the Caribbean, the coast of Central America, and the northern coast of South America. Each voyage brought new discoveries, but also increasing frustration. He never found the wealthy Asian civilizations he expected. The settlements he established struggled with disease, hunger, and conflict with indigenous peoples. His administrative abilities as governor didn't match his skills as navigator and explorer. Columbus's later years were marked by declining royal favour, legal battles over the privileges he'd been promised, and growing bitterness about not receiving what he felt he deserved. He died in 1506, still believing he'd reached Asia, never understanding that he'd actually encountered 2 continents entirely unknown to European geography. His reputation has fluctuated wildly over the centuries. In the 19th century, he was celebrated as a visionary hero who opened a new world. In recent decades, he's been more critically examined as someone whose voyages initiated conquest, colonization, and cultural destruction. Both views contain truth, though neither captures the full complexity of what actually happened. Perhaps the most accurate way to think about Columbus is as someone who was simultaneously brave, stubborn, visionary, and deeply flawed, someone whose achievement was real, but whose understanding of what he'd achieved was limited, and whose voyages had consequences far beyond anything he intended or could have imagined. The 1492 voyage wasn't the end of a story, but the beginning of many stories. Stories of exploration and exploitation, cultural exchange and cultural destruction, economic transformation, and environmental change. These stories are still playing out today. When you eat a tomato, ride a horse, or use a word borrowed from a Native American language, you're participating in exchanges that began with Columbus's voyage across the Atlantic. As we approach the end of our journey through 1492, let's slow down and consider some of the small human details that often get lost in the grand historical narrative. Because understanding the voyage isn't just about dates and routes. It's about imagining what the experience was actually like for the people who lived through it. Think about what it meant to be at sea for 33 days in 1492. There was no privacy on these small ships. You slept in shifts on the deck or in cramped spaces below, surrounded by the same few dozen men day after day. You couldn't shower or properly bathe. Your clothes became stiff with salt spray and sweat. The constant motion of the ship meant you were never fully still, even when trying to rest. Your hands would be rough with rope burns and calluses. The sun would beat down during the day, and at night the temperature would drop enough that you'd be grateful for any covering you could find. Food was always slightly unpleasant. Ship's biscuit was hard enough to break teeth, and was usually full of weevils that you learned to ignore because protein is protein. The salted meat had been preserved for months, and tasted predominantly of salt, requiring hours of soaking before it was remotely edible. Water from the barrels developed an increasingly unpleasant taste as the voyage progressed, taking on flavours from the wood and whatever had been stored in those barrels before. Wine helped mask the taste, but wine rations were carefully controlled. The sounds of the voyage would become a constant backdrop. The creaking of wood as the ship flexed in the waves, the snap of canvas as wind filled the sails, the splash of water against the hull, and the squeal of ropes under tension. At night, these sounds would be punctuated by the calls of the watch marking time and the occasional shout as someone spotted something in the darkness, usually nothing but imagination playing tricks. The sailors would have developed rituals and superstitions to manage their anxiety. Seeing a shark following the ship might be interpreted as a bad omen. Birds appearing would be taken as signs of nearby land. Changes in watercolour, floating seaweed, or shifts in wind direction would all be analysed and discussed endlessly. When you have nothing to do but sail and worry, every detail becomes significant. Columbus himself probably slept little during the voyage. As commander, he felt responsible for every decision, every course correction, and every interpretation of wind and weather. His cabin on the Santa Maria was probably barely large enough to lie down in. and he would have spent most of his time on deck, consulting with his pilots, checking instruments, and projecting confidence even when he might have felt doubt. The moment when Rodrigo de Triana spotted land must have been electric. After weeks of tension and increasing doubt, suddenly there it was. Proof that Columbus's calculations, however flawed, had led them to land rather than doom. The relief must have been overwhelming. Men who had been contemplating mutiny were suddenly vindicated for continuing. The impossible had become real, visible on the horizon. Walking on solid ground after 33 days at sea produces a strange sensation. Your body has adapted to constant motion, and suddenly the earth feels like it's swaying, even though it's perfectly still. This phenomenon, which sailors call land legs, would have made those first steps on the beach of San Salvador feel unsteady and dreamlike. The sand would have felt impossibly soft compared to wooden decks. The smell of vegetation and earth would have been almost overwhelming after weeks of smelling nothing but salt water and unwashed men. The encounter with the Taino people must have been profound for both groups. Imagine being a Taino person on Guanahani that October morning. You're going about your usual activities when suddenly you see something impossible. Floating houses with enormous white wings approaching your island. People emerge from these floating houses dressed in bizarre, colourful clothing that covers their entire bodies. They have hair on their faces which seems strange and somewhat unsettling. They carry metal objects that shine in the sun like nothing you've ever seen. These strangers make sounds that aren't quite language. They don't know any of the words you know, and you don't know any of theirs. They seem friendly but also somewhat aggressive, claiming ownership of things that clearly already belong to your people. They're fascinated by small amounts of gold that you wear as ornaments, but seem uninterested in things that have real value in your culture. From the Spanish perspective, the Taino seem to be living in a kind of Eden. Warm climate, abundant food, no obvious poverty or warfare. But they also seemed naive and unsophisticated by European standards, lacking the metal tools, complex architecture, and obvious accumulation of wealth that Europeans associated with civilization. This initial impression would shape European attitudes toward indigenous Americans for centuries, with tragic consequences. The parrots that Columbus brought back to Spain must have caused a sensation. Imagine being a Spanish peasant who'd never left your village, who'd never seen any bird more exotic than a peacock, suddenly seeing these brilliantly coloured creatures that could mimic human speech. It would have seemed like magic, like proof that the world contained wonders you'd never imagined. The Taino people Columbus brought back experienced even more profound displacement. They went from tropical Caribbean islands to the cold stone cities of Spain, from a society they understood to one where everything was strange and often incomprehensible. They were displayed at court like curiosities, baptized as Christians whether they understood what that meant, and most of them probably died far from home, victims of European diseases or simply the stress of total cultural displacement. As we near the end of our time together tonight, it's worth acknowledging that despite centuries of scholarship, there's still much about the 1492 voyage that remains uncertain or contested. History isn't as tidy as we sometimes pretend, and honest historians admit what they don't know alongside what they do. We don't know exactly which island Columbus first landed on. San Salvador is the traditional identification, but some scholars argue for other islands in the Bahamas based on different interpretations of Columbus's descriptions. The landmarks he described don't perfectly match any single island, possibly because coastlines have changed over 5 centuries, or because his observations weren't as precise as we'd like, or because translation and transmission have introduced errors into the surviving texts. We don't know exactly how many people lived in the Americas before European contact. Estimates range from perhaps 50 million to over 100 million, but pre-contact population figures are notoriously difficult to establish. We know the population collapsed catastrophically after contact, but we're less certain about what it was before that collapse. We don't fully understand what Columbus was thinking during his later years. His writings from that period combine religious mysticism, bitter complaints about not receiving his promised rewards, and continued insistence that he'd reached Asia? Was he genuinely convinced he'd found the Indies? Or did he gradually come to suspect he'd found something else, but couldn't admit it, without undermining his own claims? We'll probably never know for certain. We also don't know what the Taino people really thought about the Spanish arrival, because we only have Spanish accounts of these early encounters. The Taino had no writing system, and Spanish observers interpreted Taino reactions through their own cultural assumptions. When the Taino seemed friendly and generous, was that their genuine response or a diplomatic strategy for dealing with potentially dangerous strangers? When they pointed Columbus toward other islands, were they genuinely directing him toward gold or trying to send him away? The Taino voice is largely absent from historical records, though archaeologists and anthropologists continue working to reconstruct their culture from material evidence. There's also ongoing debate about whether Columbus should be celebrated, condemned, or something in between. This isn't just an academic question. It affects how we name holidays, what we teach in schools, and how we think about the origins of the modern Americas. Some people emphasize his courage and navigational skill, his role in connecting previously isolated hemispheres. Others emphasize the devastating consequences his voyages had for indigenous peoples, the beginning of centuries of conquest and exploitation. Perhaps the most honest answer is that Columbus was neither hero nor villain, but something more human and complicated. Someone who achieved something remarkable through a combination of skill, stubbornness, and favourable circumstances, whose achievement had consequences far beyond anything he intended or understood. He wasn't trying to destroy indigenous civilizations or transform global ecosystems. He was trying to find a shortcut to Asia and make his fortune, but intentions and consequences are different things, and we have to grapple with both. As you prepare to drift off to sleep, here's a final thought about the 1492 voyage. Its real significance wasn't in what Columbus intended, but in what he accidentally started. He intended to reach Asia. He accidentally encountered two continents that Europeans didn't know existed. He intended to establish a quick trade route for spices. He accidentally initiated centuries of cultural exchange, conflict, and transformation that reshaped the entire world. He intended to make his fortune and secure his legacy. He partially succeeded at both, though not in ways he expected, and his legacy remains deeply contested 5 centuries later. The voyage reminds us that human actions often have unintended consequences, and that the most historically significant events aren't always the ones that people at the time thought were most important. Those 90 sailors departing Palos in August 1492 probably thought they were embarking on a risky trading expedition that would either make them rich or kill them. They had no idea they were beginning a process that would transform the entire human world. It's humbling in a way. We make our decisions based on our limited understanding, our immediate goals, and the knowledge available to us. We can't predict how those decisions will echo through time or what their long-term consequences will be. Columbus couldn't have predicted that his voyage would lead to the potato becoming a staple food in Ireland, or that horses would transform life for Plains Indians, or that the mixing of human populations from different continents would create the diverse societies that exist today. But here's something more hopeful. While we can't predict consequences, we can think about the values that guide our decisions. Columbus was motivated primarily by ambition, wealth, and religious conviction. We might choose different motivations: curiosity, compassion, sustainability, and justice. We can't control what happens centuries after we're gone, but we can try to make choices that reflect what we think is important. The story of 1492 is ultimately a story about humans venturing into uncertainty with incomplete information and making decisions that seem reasonable at the time but have unpredictable results. That's not just history, that's life. Every day, all of us make small decisions that have ripple effects we can't fully anticipate. We do our best with what we know and hope that our best is good enough. So as you close your eyes tonight, you might think about those 3 small ships sailing west across an ocean that seemed endless, carrying people who were frightened and hopeful and determined, heading toward a destination they completely misunderstood but reached anyway. It's a reminder that sometimes things work out despite our misunderstandings, and that the journey itself, however uncomfortable and uncertain, can be as significant as the destination. The Atlantic Ocean still connects Europe and the Americas, crossed now by planes in hours rather than ships in weeks. But the fundamental human experience of venturing into uncertainty, hoping for the best, and dealing with unexpected consequences remains remarkably unchanged. We're all, in our own ways, sailing into unknown waters, guided by imperfect knowledge, and hoping we'll find land on the other side. Sweet dreams, fellow traveller. May your own voyages, whatever they might be, bring you safely to shores you're happy to discover, and may the consequences of your journeys be ones you can live with peacefully. The story of 1492 is over, but your own story continues, and who knows what new worlds you might discover in the days ahead. Rest well. Tomorrow is another voyage, but tonight you can simply drift on gentle waves toward the peaceful shores of sleep, knowing that humans have always ventured into the unknown, and somehow, remarkably, kept moving forward. You stand at the threshold of your new life, feeling the salt wind push against your coat like an insistent hand trying to turn you back towards civilization. Behind you, the supply boat is already growing smaller, heading back toward the mainland village that will now exist only as a collection of distant lights after sunset. Before you rises your lighthouse, a white tower standing 70 feet tall against the grey November sky of 1887. This is your new home, though calling it home feels like calling the ocean a pond. The lighthouse occupies a rocky promontory that juts into the Atlantic like a defiant finger, surrounded on three sides by water that changes colour with the weather. Today it's the colour of pewter. Tomorrow it might be emerald green, and during storms it turns almost black, though you don't know that yet. You will learn the sea's moods the way other people learn their spouse's expressions. The lighthouse itself is surprisingly graceful, considering its utilitarian purpose. The tower is built from granite blocks, each one weighing several £100 and fitted together with the kind of precision that suggests the builders understood that lives would depend on their craftsmanship. The exterior is painted white and shows signs of the constant maintenance required to withstand salt spray and wind. At the top, the lantern room gleams with hundreds of glass panes, refracting the afternoon light into scattered diamonds. Attached to the base of the tower is the keeper's dwelling, a 2-storey stone building that looks almost cosy compared to the tower's austere functionality. Smoke rises from the chimney, evidence that the previous keeper followed protocol and left the stove burning to prevent dampness from setting into the walls. In a few hours, that previous keeper will finish explaining your duties and depart on the supply boat's return trip, leaving you alone with your new responsibilities. The path from the landing to the lighthouse is paved with stones that have been worn smooth by countless footsteps. Alongside it runs a wooden rail currently decorated with dried salt crystals that sparkle in the weak sunlight. You'll learn to appreciate that rail during winter storms when the wind tries to pluck you off your feet and send you tumbling into the rocks below. Your appointment as assistant lighthouse keeper came through the lighthouse board after months of paperwork and references. The position pays $40 per month. Not a fortune, but steady employment in an era when economic depressions come as regularly as seasons. More importantly, it offers something that's increasingly rare: a clear purpose. Every ship captain who safely navigates past this promontory will owe their success partly to your diligence, though they'll never know your name. The isolation is already palpable, and you've been here less than an hour. The nearest village is 6 miles by water, 12 by the coastal road that becomes impassable during winter storms. The supply boat comes once a month, weather permitting. During bad winters, you might go 10 weeks without seeing another human face beyond your headkeeper. For some people, this would feel like imprisonment. For you, it feels like an escape from the increasingly crowded and complicated world of the 1880s, where cities grow faster than anyone can manage them, and telegraph wires connect everything to everything else. in ways that make privacy feel obsolete. The previous keeper emerges from the dwelling, wiping his hands on his apron. He's a weathered man in his 60s whose face has been carved by wind and sun into something resembling the surrounding rock formations. His name is Jeremiah, and he spent the last 15 years at this station. Now his rheumatism has grown too severe for the constant climbing that the position requires, and he's been transferred to a harbour light with shorter stairs and more medical access. He gestures for you to follow him, and your education begins. The first lesson, he explains, is understanding that the lighthouse is not just a building, it's a machine, a living system that requires constant attention and care. Every component depends on every other component, and neglecting any single element can mean disaster for ships depending on your light. You climb the tower's interior spiral staircase, your footsteps echoing off the curved iron walls. The stairs are steep and narrow, designed to fit within the tower's tapering structure. There are 93 steps from bottom to top, and Jeremiah informs you that you'll climb them at least 6 times per day, more during storms when you need to monitor the light more frequently. Your legs will hurt for the first month, then they'll adapt, becoming strong in ways that surprise you when you eventually visit town and find you can walk up hills that wind other people. The rooms within the tower are surprisingly cosy. There's a small storage area for lamp oil, another for cleaning supplies, and a third that serves as a workshop for repairs. Everything smells of oil and metal and the particular mustiness that comes from stone buildings near the sea. The walls are thick enough that the roar of waves becomes muted to a steady background rhythm, like living inside a large seashell. At the top you emerge into the lantern room and the view steals whatever breath the climb hasn't already taken. Glass surrounds you on all sides, offering a panoramic vista of ocean, sky, and the rocky coastline stretching in both directions. The Fresnel lens dominates the centre of the room, a magnificent arrangement of glass prisms that stands taller than you and represents the pinnacle of 19th century optical engineering. Jeremiah explains that this particular lens is a third-order Fresnel, with 186 separate glass prisms arranged in concentric rings around the lamp at its centre. The lens rotates on a clockwork mechanism powered by weights that descend through the tower, requiring rewinding every 4 hours. When properly maintained and lit, this lens can amplify the light of a single lamp to be visible for 15 miles at sea. A beacon that can mean the difference between safe passage and shipwreck. The lamp itself burns colza oil, derived from rapeseed. It requires careful trimming of the wick every few hours to prevent smoking, which would blacken the lens and diminish the light. The lens must be cleaned daily with special polishing cloths that never quite lose the smell of the cleaning solution. The clockwork mechanism needs weekly oiling. The windows require constant washing to remove salt deposits. The list of maintenance tasks feels endless, but Jeremiah assures you that they'll soon become second nature, as natural as breathing. You spend the afternoon learning these tasks, your hands awkward on equipment that Jeremiah handles with unconscious grace. He shows you how to judge when the wick needs trimming by the colour of the flame, how to wind the clockwork with exactly the right tension, and how to clean the lens without leaving streaks that will scatter the light inefficiently. Each task has been refined through decades of keeper experience into something approaching ritual. As the sun begins its descent toward the western horizon, Jeremiah checks his pocket watch and nods. It's time for the most important moment of the keeper's day, the lighting ceremony. You follow him through the preparation, opening the ventilators to prevent heat build-up, checking the oil reservoir and adjusting the wick to the proper height. Then, as the sun touches the horizon, Jeremiah lights a match and applies it to the wick. The lamp catches with a soft whoosh, and immediately the lens begins working its magic. The simple flame becomes something else entirely, a brilliant beam of light that sweeps across the darkening sea as the lens rotates. Standing in the lantern room, you're surrounded by moving patterns of illumination, as if you've somehow stepped inside a kaleidoscope. It's beautiful enough that you forget to breathe for a moment. Jeremiah allows himself a small smile. This, he says, never gets old. For 15 years he's lit this lamp, and it still feels like a small miracle every time. Then he reminds you that the miracle requires constant vigilance. The lamp must never go out between sunset and sunrise, never flicker, never fail. Ships are depending on it, and ships carry human lives. That night, you take your first watch, sitting in the lantern room while the lens rotates and the lamp burns steady. Through the windows, you can see nothing but darkness punctuated by stars and the occasional phosphorescent wave crest. You understand now why lighthouse keepers develop a particular philosophy about their work. You're responsible for something larger than yourself, a light that guides strangers through danger. It's both humbling and oddly comforting. As midnight approaches, you climb down to wake Jeremiah for his watch shift. Tomorrow he'll depart, and this lighthouse will become your sole responsibility, shared only with the head keeper you haven't yet met. Tomorrow, your new life truly begins at the edge of the world, where the most important thing you'll do each day is simply keep a light burning through the darkness. The head keeper's alarm clock sounds at 4:45 a.m, which in December means you're waking in full darkness. Your room in the keeper's dwelling is small but adequate, about 10 feet square, with a narrow bed, a dresser, a washstand, and a hook for hanging your coat. The walls are whitewashed stone that stays cool in summer, and holds winter's chill like a grudge. You've learned to sleep in wool socks and under multiple blankets. You light the bedside candle from the embers you banked in your small stove before retiring. The flame struggles briefly in the cold air before steadying, casting shadows that make the room feel even smaller. Outside, you can hear the eternal conversation between wind and sea, though after 2 months here, you barely notice it unless the weather turns violent. Dressing requires efficiency in the cold. You pull on wool trousers over your long underwear, add a flannel shirt, a wool vest, and your keeper's uniform jacket. The jacket is regulation. Dark blue wool with brass buttons bearing the Lighthouse board insignia. You're supposed to wear it whenever you might encounter visitors, though out here visits are rare enough that you mostly wear it to remind yourself that you have a real job with real authority, even if your kingdom is only 70 feet of tower and a few acres of rock. The water in your washstand has a thin skin of ice that cracks when you push your finger through. You splash your face quickly, gasping at the cold, then dry with a rough towel. Your reflection in the small mirror shows someone whose face is already changing from 2 months of wind and weather. Skin slightly rougher, eyes adapted to constantly scanning horizons, and a general air of competence that wasn't there when you arrived. Downstairs, the head keeper is already stoking the kitchen stove, coaxing last night's coals back into flames and adding split wood from the box beside the hearth. His name is Samuel, and he's been a keeper for 20 years, the last 5 at this station. He's a methodical man in his 40s who approaches lighthouse keeping the way a good watchmaker approaches timepieces, with absolute attention to detail and a conviction that proper maintenance prevents most problems. The kitchen is the heart of the dwelling, warm and practical. There's the cast iron stove, a sturdy table with 2 chairs, open shelves holding dishes and dry goods, and windows facing east to catch morning light when it eventually arrives. A kettle perpetually sits on the stove, ready for tea or coffee, and the room smells of wood smoke, yesterday's fish stew, and the yeasty scent of the bread you baked 2 days ago. Samuel nods his greeting, he's not a morning talker, and you begin your part of the routine. Coffee goes into the pot, rough grounds measured by eye and water from the cistern that collects rainwater from the roof. While it brews, you slice bread from the loaf and set out butter, jam, and the smoked herring. That's been a breakfast staple since the supply boat's last visit 3 weeks ago. Breakfast is functional rather than elaborate. The smoked herring is salty enough to wake your mouth. The bread is dense and filling, and the coffee is strong enough that you can feel your thoughts organising themselves with each sip. Samuel reads yesterday's newspaper, already 4 days old when the supply boat delivered it, now a week old, but still your primary connection to the larger world. You learn that President Cleveland has made some pronouncement about tariffs, that there's been another labour dispute in Pittsburgh, and that the weather in New York has been unseasonably warm. After breakfast comes the morning inspection, which Samuel treats with the seriousness of a military drill. You both don your coats and step into the pre-dawn darkness. where the light from your lantern room still sweeps across the sea in its endless rotation. The path to the tower is familiar enough now that you could walk it blindfolded, though you're careful anyway. The stones can be slippery with overnight condensation. Inside the tower you climb the 93 steps with the ease of repetition. Your legs no longer burn by the time you reach the top, and you stopped counting steps weeks ago. In the lantern room, the lamp still burns steady, tended during the night watches. The first task is extinguishing it properly, waiting until dawn is fully established, then carefully reducing the wick before extinguishing the flame. The timing matters. Extinguish too early, and a ship might be approaching in the last darkness. Too late and you're wasting expensive oil. With the lamp out, you open the ventilators to clear accumulated heat and fumes, then begin the cleaning routine. The lens is your primary concern. Dust, salt crystals, and any soot from the lamp must be removed to maintain optimal light transmission. You use special cloths dampened with cleaning solution, working methodically through each section of the Fresnel lens. The prisms catch and scatter the dawn light as you work, throwing rainbow patterns across the lantern room walls. Samuel inspects the clockwork mechanism while you clean, checking for any wear in the gears, ensuring the weights move smoothly during the night, and adding tiny drops of oil to pivot points. The mechanism is remarkably precise, but also remarkably unforgiving of neglect. A few missed maintenance sessions could lead to irregular rotation. An irregular rotation means ships might not see the light at expected intervals. After the lantern room, you descend to check the oil storage, noting the current level in the reservoir and calculating how many more days before you'll need to transfer oil from the storage barrels. Everything is recorded in the keeper's log: oil levels, weather conditions, visibility, any ship sighted, maintenance performed, and even notable bird sightings. The Lighthouse board reviews these logs during inspections, and keepers have been dismissed for inadequate record keeping. The fog bell gets checked next, even though fog is unlikely in the current crisp December weather. The bell mechanism uses a wound spring to strike at regular intervals during low visibility, and like everything else, it requires regular maintenance. You test it briefly. The deep clang echoes across the rocks and sea, a sound both mournful and reassuring. By the time you complete the morning inspection, real dawn has arrived. The sun rises over the ocean, turning the water from black to grey to blue-green, revealing the endless texture of waves. A fishing schooner is visible to the south, probably heading back to port after a night's work. You make a note in the log. One vessel sighted, schooner rigged, course approximately northwest, distance 3 miles. Back in the dwelling, you and Samuel divide the day's work. You'll handle the paperwork and begin repairs on the supply shed's roof, which leaked during the last storm. You'll manage the daily maintenance tasks and start preparing tomorrow's bread. There's also laundry that needs doing. The Lighthouse board is particular about keepers maintaining neat appearances, and that means regular washing despite the extra work involved. The rest of the morning unfolds in productive routine. You refill oil lamps, sweep floors, check the rain cistern level, and inventory supplies against the list you're preparing for the next supply boat. There's a meditative quality to these tasks, each one contributing to the smooth operation of your small domain. You're responsible for infrastructure, safety, navigation, and record keeping, which makes you part engineer, part bureaucrat, and part guardian of travellers you'll never meet. Around mid-morning, you start bread dough, mixing flour, salt, yeast, and water, in proportions you've learned to judge by feel. The dough is sticky and resistant at first, then gradually becomes smooth and elastic under your kneading. You set it to rise near the stove, covered with a damp cloth, knowing it will double in size by afternoon. There's something satisfying about bread making, the way basic ingredients transform through patient work into something essential. Lunch is simple. Yesterday's stew reheated, more bread and tea. The stew is improved with time, the way stews do, all the flavours meld in together. Samuel mentions that he'll likely transfer to a land station next year. His wife is tired of the isolation and wants to be nearer their grandchildren. This means you might become head keeper here, or transfer to another station, or possibly train a new assistant. In lighthouse keeping, Everything is temporary except the lights themselves. After lunch comes more maintenance. There's always more maintenance. You clean windows, trim lamp wicks, polish brass fittings, check the storm shutters, inspect roof shingles, and perform a dozen other small tasks that collectively ensure the lighthouse remains functional and presentable. The Lighthouse Board sends inspectors without warning, and keepers who fail inspection can be demoted or dismissed. By mid-afternoon, you've earned a brief rest. You sit on the bench outside the dwelling, drinking tea and watching the sea. The fishing schooner from this morning is returning, probably successfully given how low it sits in the water. A few gulls wheel overhead, their cries mixing with the wind. The bread dough has risen properly and now sits in the oven, filling the dwelling with yeasty warmth. This is your life now, routine and responsibility, isolation and purpose, and the endless cycle of maintenance and vigilance. It's not the life you imagined in your youth, but it's proving to be the life you needed. Here at the edge of the world, things are simple, if not easy. The light must burn, the machinery must work, and the ships must be guided safely through the night. Everything else is just details. The Fresnel lens that dominates your lantern room represents decades of optical research, compressed into crystalline precision. Before Augustin Jean Fresnel revolutionized lighthouse technology in the 1820s, lighthouses used simple reflectors that wasted most of their light. Fresnel's innovation, arranging prisms in concentric circles to capture and focus light that would otherwise scatter uselessly, transformed maritime navigation. Standing before your third-order lens, you're looking at technology that's essentially unchanged since Fresnel's original designs, because sometimes the first solution is also the perfect solution. Your lens consists of 186 individual glass prisms held in a bronze framework that rotates around the central lamp. The innermost ring features the largest prisms, called bullseyes, each one hand-ground and polished to tolerances measured in fractions of millimeters. Surrounding these are smaller refracting prisms that capture light travelling at angles and redirect it toward the horizon. The entire assembly weighs nearly 2 tons, yet floats on a mercury bath that allows the clockwork mechanism to rotate it with remarkable smoothness. Understanding the lens means understanding light itself. You've learned that light travels in straight lines until something makes it change direction, which is exactly what each prism does with exquisite precision. The bullseyes concentrate the lamp's output into focused beams that sweep across the sea as the lens rotates. Ship's captains can identify your lighthouse by counting the interval between flashes. Your station produces one flash every 30 seconds, a signature as distinct as a fingerprint. The lamp at the lens's heart is simpler than you'd expect given the sophisticated optics surrounding it. It's essentially just a fancy oil lamp, a brass reservoir holding colza oil, a circular wick that can be raised or lowered, and a chimney to direct fumes upward. But getting that simple lamp to burn steadily for 12 winter hours requires attention that borders on meditation. You've learned to read the flame like a language. A yellow-orange flame means the wick is too high or needs trimming. A blue-white flame means it's perfect. A flickering flame suggests draft problems or contaminated oil. The wick itself is cotton tape about 2 inches wide, and it needs trimming every 4 hours to remove the carbon buildup that accumulates as it burns. Too much trimming and you'll use up the wick prematurely. Too little and smoke will blacken your beautiful lens. Trimming the wick requires small scissors designed specifically for the purpose, sharp enough to cut cleanly through charred cotton, small enough to maneuver in the confined space around the lamp. You wait until the flame is at its lowest safe level, then carefully snip away the blackened edge, creating a smooth circular cut. The flame responds immediately, burning brighter and cleaner. It's a small satisfaction, but satisfaction nonetheless. The oil itself comes in 50-gallon barrels delivered by the supply boat, each barrel weighing over 400 pounds. You and Samuel roll them from the landing to the oil storage room using a wooden track, then decant the oil into smaller containers for daily use. The oil has a faintly vegetal smell and a viscosity that varies with temperature, thinner in summer, thicker in winter. In extreme cold, you sometimes need to warm the oil slightly before adding it to the lamp reservoir. Cleaning the lens is your favourite task. though calling it a task doesn't capture the ritualistic quality it's acquired. You work in the early morning after extinguishing the lamp, when sunlight streams through the lantern room windows and turns the lens into a sculpture of light. Your cleaning cloths are soft flannel, dampened with a solution of alcohol and distilled water. You work systematically, cleaning one prism at a time, buffing until no streaks remain. Each prism reveals its personality during cleaning. Some collect dust preferentially on their upper surfaces, others show salt crystals at their edges, where spray somehow penetrates the lantern room's weatherproofing. The bullseyes require extra attention because any imperfection in their surfaces will scatter light and weaken the beam. You've learned that the best technique is small circular motions followed by vertical buffing, and that checking your work against sunlight reveals streaks that are invisible in other conditions. The clockwork mechanism that rotates the lens is Victorian engineering at its finest. Brass gears, steel cables and iron weights working in concert to produce perfectly consistent rotation. The weights descend through the tower's centre, connected by cables that wrap around a drum connected to the lens assembly. As the weights fall, they turn the drum, which rotates the lens through a series of reduction gears that slow the rotation to the prescribed speed. Winding the clockwork happens every 4 hours, regardless of weather or fatigue. You open the access panel in the lantern room floor, grasp the windlass handle and begin cranking. The weights rise slowly through the tower's hollow core, accompanied by clicking sounds as the ratchet mechanism prevents reverse motion. Your arms learned quickly to judge the proper rhythm. Too fast and you'll exhaust yourself. Too slow and you'll waste time. The full winding takes about 15 minutes and leaves your shoulders feeling pleasantly worked. Occasionally, usually during storms, something goes wrong. A gear tooth might chip, a cable might fray, or the mercury bath might develop irregularities. These problems transform from abstract possibilities into urgent crises because the light must keep turning. You've learned to perform repairs while the system continues operating, working around moving parts with tools held in hands that can't afford to shake. Once, during a January nor'easter, the clockwork began grinding ominously around 2 a.m. during your watch. You discovered that moisture had somehow penetrated the gear housing, causing rust to bind one of the reduction gears. Samuel joined you in the lantern room, and together you performed emergency field maintenance, disassembling the mechanism section by section, while manually rotating the lens to keep the light sweeping properly, cleaning each gear, applying fresh oil, and reassembling everything before the next rotation interval. The repair took 3 hours and left you both exhausted and exhilarated. When the clockwork resumed its smooth operation, Samuel actually smiled and said, "This was why lighthouse keeping wasn't for everyone. It required people who could solve problems at 2 a.m. during storms while maintaining a light that ships were depending on." You felt a pride that had nothing to do with ego, and everything to do with competence validated. The lens has taught you patience. You cannot rush its cleaning without leaving streaks. You cannot force the clockwork to wind faster than its mechanics allow. You cannot make the lamp burn brighter than its design permits. Instead, you work within constraints, achieving excellence through consistent attention rather than dramatic intervention. It's a philosophy that applies beyond lighthouse keeping, though you don't often have time to contemplate such connections. Sometimes, during quiet afternoons when all maintenance is complete and the sea is calm, you simply sit in the lantern room and watch light move through glass. The sun strikes prisms at changing angles as it crosses the sky, creating patterns that shift with geometric precision. You understand now why Fresnel devoted years to developing this technology. There's something profound about shaping light with such precision, about taking something as ephemeral as photons and bending them to human purpose. The lens will outlast you. It was here before you arrived and will remain after you depart, serving keeper after keeper in its patient mission of guiding ships through darkness. This isn't melancholy, it's comforting. You're part of a continuum, a link in a chain of responsibility that extends backward through decades and forward into an unimaginable future. Your job is simply to maintain your link, keeping it strong and bright for whoever comes next. As sunset approaches and you prepare to light the lamp for another night, You run through the checklist that's become second nature. Ventilators open, oil reservoir full, wick trimmed and positioned, clockwork wound, cleaning completed, and log entries current. Then you strike the match and touch it to the wick, and once again the machine comes to life, transforming a simple flame into a beacon visible for miles across the darkening sea. The light sweeps outward, and somewhere beyond your horizon, a ship's captain sees it and marks their position with relief. You'll never meet that captain or know their name, but for this moment you're connected through the intermediary of light and glass. It's enough. It's everything. The isolation accumulates gradually like snow on a rooftop. The first week felt like a peaceful retreat from city crowds and social obligations. The second week introduced moments of silence so complete you could hear your own heartbeat. By the third month, you've learned that solitude isn't simply the absence of people. It's its own presence, as tangible as wind or weather. Samuel is good company, but lighthouse keeping doesn't encourage extensive conversation. You work parallel rather than together, each managing assigned tasks with practiced efficiency. Meals are brief and functional. Evenings find you both absorbed in separate pursuits, him reading or doing repairs, you writing letters or maintaining personal equipment. The dwelling has become like a ship where two sailors share space while respecting each other's psychological territory. You've discovered that solitude changes how you think. Without constant social input, your mind develops its own rhythms and preoccupations. You find yourself contemplating questions that would seem absurd in city contexts. Whether the gulls recognise individual humans, how fish experience storms, and what percentage of waves break without anyone watching them. These aren't practical questions, but they occupy the mental space that social obligations previously filled. The sea itself becomes a companion of sorts, though an impersonal one. It has moods but no intentions, patterns but no purposes. You've learned to read its changing faces, the long rolling swells that signal distant storms, the sharp chop that means local wind shifts, and the glassy calm that precedes weather changes. Each condition creates its own soundtrack: gentle lapping against rocks, explosive crashes against cliffs, or the peculiar hissing sound of spray suspended in strong wind. Winter storms transform the lighthouse into something between a fortress and a prison. When nor'easters blow in from the Atlantic, waves reach heights that seem impossible until you witness them. Water explodes against rocks with force that makes the tower vibrate, sending spray high enough to coat the lantern room glass with salt despite its 70-foot elevation. During these storms you cannot leave the lighthouse grounds. Even the short walk between dwelling and tower becomes dangerous as wind tries to lift you off your feet. You've learned to prepare for storms the way squirrels prepare for winter. When the barometer drops and clouds mass on the horizon, you and Samuel spring into action. Storm shutters get secured over dwelling windows. Extra oil gets hauled up to the lantern room. The fog bell mechanism gets checked and double-checked. Freshwater containers get filled from the cistern. Firewood gets stacked inside near the stove. Then you wait, knowing that the next few days will test both the lighthouse's construction and your own endurance. The worst storm hit in February, a 3-day tempest that made previous storms seem like rehearsals. Waves reached heights that seemed to violate natural laws, sending green water crashing over rocks you'd thought were safely above sea level. The wind howled with voices that sounded almost human, finding every gap in the lighthouse's weatherproofing and exploiting it. You and Samuel took 2-hour watches instead of 4, because the strain of maintaining the light during such conditions exhausted concentration faster than normal. During that storm, you discovered depths of fatigue you hadn't known existed. Your watch shifts became exercises in sustained focus despite overwhelming tiredness, wind noise, and the tower's constant motion as waves hammered its foundation. You learned to climb the 93 steps in a zombie-like state, respond to routine problems through muscle memory alone, and stay alert enough to catch actual emergencies through the fog of exhaustion. When the storm finally broke and the sea calmed, you and Samuel emerged into brilliant sunshine that made the violence of the preceding days seem like a hallucination. The rocks were scoured clean of vegetation. Driftwood littered the grounds. Several windows had cracked despite their storm shutters, but the light had burned steadily throughout, and that was the only measure of success that mattered. Solitude also brings unexpected encounters with wildlife that shares this rocky promontory. Seals haul out on rocks below the lighthouse, their barking carrying up on quiet evenings. Harbour porpoises sometimes pass close enough that you can hear their breathing. During spring and fall migrations, birds stop to rest. Warblers, thrushes, and even once a bewildered-looking wood duck that seemed surprised to find itself here as you were to see it. The birds teach you about navigation and determination. The small ones, weighing barely an ounce, somehow cross hundreds of miles of ocean during migration. Occasionally they're drawn to the lighthouse beam during foggy nights, circling the lantern room in confusion. You've learned to extinguish the lamp briefly during these events, allowing birds to escape the fatal attraction, then relight it once they've departed. The Lighthouse Board doesn't officially sanction this practice, but you suspect most keepers do it anyway. You've also become acquainted with the resident gulls, 3 pairs that nest on the rocks each spring and maintain territories year-round. One pair, which you've mentally named Friedrich and Clara for no particular reason, has grown accustomed to your presence enough that they don't immediately flee when you emerge from the dwelling. They've learned your routines and appear expectantly when you dispose of fish scraps. It's not exactly friendship, but it's a relationship of sorts. The psychological weight of isolation varies with seasons and weather. Summer feels easier despite longer watches, because decent weather allows outdoor work that provides variety and sunshine. Winter compresses life into smaller spaces with shorter days, intensifying the sense of being contained in a small stone box at the edge of civilization. You've learned to recognize the warning signs in yourself and Samuel: increasing irritability, attention lapses, sleep disturbances, and to address them through deliberate routine changes before they become serious problems. Letters become lifelines during deep winter. The supply boat brings mail monthly when weather permits, and you've developed correspondences with family, friends, and even other lighthouse keepers. Writing letters forces articulation of experiences that might otherwise remain wordless impressions. Reading letters brings news of the outside world, though their content often highlights how different your daily concerns have become from those of city dwellers. Your mother writes about church socials and neighbourhood gossip, difficulties with servants, and the rising cost of groceries. Your brother describes his work at the bank and his concerns about his eldest son's education. These letters arrive from a world that feels increasingly foreign despite having left it only months ago. You write back with descriptions of storms and seals, lens maintenance and supply boat visits, and wonder if your life seems as strange to them as theirs now seems to you. You've discovered that solitude sharpens certain perceptions while dulling others. You've become exquisitely attuned to weather patterns, mechanical sounds, and the ocean's moods, but you've noticed your social skills growing rusty. During the supply boat captain's monthly visits, you sometimes struggle with casual conversation, having grown unaccustomed to the rapid-fire exchanges that characterize normal social interaction. You find yourself talking too long about topics the captain clearly finds boring or falling silent when social convention suggests you should respond, but there are compensations. You've learned to find entertainment in things city dwellers would consider mundane, watching sunset colours change minute by minute across the water, tracking cloud formations and predicting the next day's weather, observing how different winds create different patterns in grass that's managed to root itself between rocks. These aren't substitutes for human interaction, but they're sources of genuine interest that expand rather than diminish your experience. Solitude has also forced self-reliance in ways that prove surprisingly satisfying. When equipment breaks, you repair it yourself or improvise solutions. When food supplies run low before the supply boat arrives, you get creative with what remains. When loneliness threatens to overwhelm, you develop strategies. Vigorous physical work, detailed letter writing, self-assigned projects that restore psychological balance. The sea continues its eternal conversation with the rocks, a sound so constant it's become silence. You've learned that isolation isn't the absence of stimulation, it's a different quality of engagement with the world. Instead of the scattered attention demanded by city life, you've developed a sustained focus on narrower concerns. Instead of superficial interactions with many people, you've built deeper relationships with place, purpose, and the handful of individuals who share this isolated existence. As spring approaches and ice finally retreats from the rocks, you find yourself anticipating rather than dreading another season at the light. The isolation that initially felt like deprivation has become a kind of freedom. Here, stripped of social performance and urban distraction, you've discovered a version of yourself that's perhaps more authentic than the person who navigated city streets 6 months ago. It's not a discovery you'd have made anywhere else, and while you occasionally miss civilization's comforts, you wouldn't trade this knowledge for an easier life. The supply boat's arrival is always an event, even after multiple experiences with the routine. You spot it while making afternoon rounds, a dark shape materializing from coastal haze, gradually resolving into the familiar lines of the Lighthouse tender that serves this section of coast. Samuel sees it too and remarks that Captain Morrison is making good time despite yesterday's rough seas. You both head down to the landing, carrying the outgoing mail and your requisition list for next month's supplies. The landing is a stone platform built into the most sheltered section of rocks, with iron rings set into the stone for securing boats. Even in calm weather, the tender doesn't dock directly. Morrison anchors offshore and sends supplies in on a smaller dory rowed by his assistant, a taciturn Maine native named Webb, who can read waves the way you read lamp flames. The dory arrives loaded with crates, barrels and canvas bags. You and Samuel help haul everything up to the landing, while Morrison himself comes ashore to conduct his monthly inspection. He's required to verify that the lighthouse meets Lighthouse Board standards, check the keeper's logs, and report any deficiencies. In practice, he's also your primary connection to the outside world, bringing news, letters, occasional treats, and the simple presence of someone new to talk with. Morrison has been running this supply route for 12 years, and knows every lighthouse keeper on his circuit by name and temperament. He is a compact man in his 50s with weathered hands and the kind of practical competence that inspires confidence. While you and Samuel unload supplies, he performs his inspection with the thoroughness of someone who takes bureaucratic responsibilities seriously but isn't looking to create problems unnecessarily. He climbs the tower, checks the lens and lamp, examines the fog bell mechanism, and reviews your log entries for the past month. Everything passes inspection, as you knew it would. Samuel runs too tight a station for things to slip. Morrison signs the log to indicate his approval, then produces letters and newspapers from his coat pocket. You resist the urge to tear into them immediately, maintaining the social courtesy of offering Morrison tea before he departs. Over tea in the dwelling's kitchen, Morrison shares news from his other lighthouse stations. The keeper at Portsmouth Harbour Light is retiring after 30 years. There was a rescue at Baker's Island during the February storm, a fishing boat driven onto rocks, all crew saved thanks to the keeper spotting their distress signals. A new assistant keeper at Cape Ann Light is apparently struggling with the isolation and might not complete his probation period. He also shares news from the wider world, filtered through his own perspective. The economy is improving, though fishing remains difficult. There's talk of new lighthouse construction further up the coast. Some inventor claims to be working on electric lights that might eventually replace oil lamps, though Morrison is sceptical. He's seen too many innovations that looked good on paper, but failed in real conditions. You savour this conversation, even though Morrison's topics are ordinary by city standards. After weeks of only Samuel's company, anyone new is fascinating. You find yourself listening to Morrison's stories about routine supply runs, as if they're high adventure, which probably says more about your isolation than about the story's actual interest level. Morrison also brings small luxuries that aren't on the official supply list. Fresh apples from his own orchard, a tin of fancy tea, and recent issues of Harper's Weekly. These gifts are technically outside regulations, but they're part of the informal economy that makes lighthouse life bearable. In return, you give him fresh-baked bread and smoked fish, items that Morrison will appreciate during his supply runs to other stations. After an hour, Morrison prepares to depart. The tide is turning and he wants to make his next station before dark. You help carry empty barrels back to the dory. These will be cleaned and refilled for next month's delivery. Webb loads them efficiently while Morrison does a final check that he hasn't forgotten anything. The dory pulls away from the landing and you watch it return to the tender. Morrison waves from the deck as the tender's engine coughs to life, and the vessel turns back toward the mainland. Within minutes, it's disappeared into the same coastal haze it emerged from, and you're left with the supplies to sort and the letters to read and the renewed awareness that you won't see another human face for at least 4 weeks. Late March brings weather that can't decide what season it wants to be. One day offers spring sunshine warm enough for shirt sleeves, the next brings freezing rain that coats everything in treacherous ice. The barometer has been falling steadily for 2 days, and the sky has taken on that peculiar yellowish quality that experienced keepers recognise as a storm warning. Samuel checks the barometer again and notes the reading in the log, 29.2 inches and dropping. The wind has shifted to the northeast, and the swells are building with the slow, powerful rhythm that indicates a major storm system approaching. You both know what's coming, a spring nor'easter, potentially worse than winter storms because the temperature contrast between systems creates additional violence. Storm preparation begins with a kind of practiced urgency. You secure everything that could blow away or get damaged. Tools, spare parts, anything left outside gets moved into storage. Storm shutters go up over the dwelling's windows, plunging the interior into premature twilight. Extra lamp oil gets hauled up to the lantern room, along with spare wicks, cleaning supplies, and emergency equipment. The fog bell gets a thorough check because low visibility is virtually guaranteed. You test the mechanism, oil the moving parts, and verify that the spring tension is correct. The bell's deep tone echoes across the rocks, and gulls scatter from their roosting spots in apparent irritation at the noise. Food preparation comes next. You bake extra bread, knowing that the stove may be needed continuously for heat, and that you won't want to deal with baking during the storm's peak. Samuel makes a large pot of stew, enough for several days of reheating. Freshwater containers get filled from the cistern. Candles and matches get staged where they'll be accessible if the storm knocks out your ability to move freely between buildings. The storm arrives that evening, announcing itself with wind that goes from fresh to violent in less than an hour. Rain comes horizontally, finding every tiny gap in the lighthouse's weatherproofing. Waves begin their assault on the rocks with increasing fury, sending spray high enough that you can hear it hitting the lantern room glass 70 feet above sea level. Your watch begins at 8 p.m, and climbing the tower is already noticeably more difficult. The wind makes the iron stairs vibrate, and you can feel the tower swaying slightly, within its design parameters, but still disconcerting. In the lantern room, the lamp burns steady despite the chaos outside. The lens rotates with its usual precision, sending beams of light out into the storm, though you wonder if any ships are close enough to see it through the rain and spray. The noise is extraordinary. Wind howls through the lantern room's ventilators with a sound that varies from whistling to shrieking depending on wind direction. Waves crash against the rocks with reports like cannon fire. Rain hammers the glass with such force that you worry about cracks, though the thick panes are designed to withstand exactly this abuse. Through the windows, when lightning flashes, you catch glimpses of seas so wild they look like moving mountains. You perform your watch duties with extra attention. The lamp needs checking every 30 minutes instead of every hour. Wind-driven variations in the ventilator airflow can affect the flame stability. The clockwork requires monitoring because temperature changes from the violent weather can affect its precision. The windows need constant inspection for any signs of water infiltration that could threaten the lamp or damage the lens. Around midnight you notice water beginning to pool on the lantern room floor beneath the eastern windows. This shouldn't happen. The weatherproofing is supposed to prevent any significant infiltration. You investigate and discover that wind-driven spray has found a tiny gap where the window frame meets the wall, and the sheer volume of water hitting the lighthouse has overwhelmed the normal drainage. You stuff the gap with rags from your cleaning supplies, which slows but doesn't stop the leak. The water is coming in faster than it can drain through the floor's intended drainage holes. If it accumulates enough to reach the lens mechanism, It could cause damage or freeze the rotation. You grab every available cloth and begin a cycle of mopping up water, wringing out cloths, and repeating, all while maintaining your watch duties and monitoring the lamp. By the time Samuel comes to relieve you at 2 a.m, you're exhausted and soaked despite your oilskins. You explain the leak situation, and he nods grimly. This storm is testing the lighthouse in ways that routine weather doesn't. You descend to the dwelling, change into dry clothes, and try to sleep despite wind noise that penetrates even through thick stone walls. 4 hours later, Samuel wakes you early. The leak has worsened, and he needs help. You climb back up to find the lantern room floor covered in a 1/4 inch of water, despite Samuel's efforts. Together you work out a system. One person constantly mops while the other maintains the watch duties and tends the lamp. You trade off every 30 minutes to prevent exhaustion. The storm continues through the next day and into the following night. You and Samuel fall into a rhythm of work, brief rest, and more work. Meals become hasty affairs of bread and cold stew eaten standing up. Sleep comes in 2-hour chunks between watches. The leak remains manageable but requires constant attention. The lamp burns steadily, the lens keeps rotating, and that's what matters. On the 3rd day, the wind finally begins to decrease. The rain continues, but without the driving force of gale-force winds. The waves gradually diminish from terrifying to merely dangerous to simply rough. You and Samuel repair the leak properly using materials from the maintenance supplies, sealing it with oakum and tar that should withstand any future storms. When the storm finally ends, you both emerge into a world that's been scrubbed clean. The rocks gleam in returning sunshine. The sea, still agitated but no longer violent, shows colours you'd almost forgotten during the storm's grey chaos. Driftwood is scattered everywhere, including a massive timber that must have come from a ship somewhere. You make a note in the log to report it, as it might indicate a wreck. The dwelling shows minor damage. Several roof shingles missing, one window cracked despite its storm shutter, and water stains on the ceiling where rain found gaps in the roofing. The lighthouse tower itself is essentially undamaged. It's been standing here for 40 years and will probably stand for another 40, built by people who understood what forces it would need to withstand. You're both exhausted in a way that goes beyond physical tiredness. 3 days of heightened alertness, irregular sleep and constant work have depleted reserves you didn't know you were using. But there's also satisfaction. The storm tested you, and you passed. The light burned steadily throughout. Any ship that needed guidance received it. You did your job. Samuel makes proper coffee, the good kind he reserves for special occasions, and you sit together in the kitchen, not talking much, but sharing the quiet satisfaction of people who've weathered something difficult together. Outside, the gulls have returned to their usual spots, apparently unbothered by having spent 3 days hunkered down in whatever shelter they'd found. The next supply boat visit is still 2 weeks away, but you've already started the mental list of items you'll need to repair storm damage. More roof shingles, window glass, oakum and tar, and paint for areas where the storm stripped it away. The list is long but manageable. Storm damage is part of lighthouse life, as routine as daily maintenance, even if the specific damage varies. That night, lighting the lamp feels different than usual. You go through the same physical motions, checking oil, trimming wick, adjusting ventilators, striking the match, but with renewed appreciation for the ritual's significance. This lamp has burned through worse storms than you'll probably ever experience. It will continue burning long after you've moved on to another station, or retired from lighthouse service entirely. The lens catches the flame and transforms it into beams that sweep out across the darkening sea. Somewhere beyond your horizon, a ship's captain marks their position and continues safely on their course. The storm is over. The light burns on. All is well. Samuel receives his transfer orders in late April. He'll be moving to a harbour-light closer to his family by the end of May. The news arrives in a letter from the Lighthouse board, formal and impersonal as all official correspondence. He reads it aloud over breakfast, his tone neutral, though you detect relief underneath. He's been at this isolated station for 5 years, and while he's never complained, you know his wife's letters have grown increasingly urgent about wanting him closer to home. This means changes for you as well. The Lighthouse board offers you the position of head keeper, which comes with a modest pay increase and full responsibility for the station. You'll also receive a new assistant keeper, a young man named Thomas, who's completing his training at a more accessible station and will arrive when Samuel departs. You accept the promotion with mixed feelings. On one hand, it's recognition of competence and a step forward in the Lighthouse service career structure. On the other hand, it means losing Samuel's steady presence and experienced judgment. You've learned to read his moods, trust his decisions, and appreciate his particular approach to lighthouse keeping. Breaking in a new assistant will require patience and attention you're not certain you have. Samuel spends his remaining weeks training you in aspects of headkeeper responsibilities you haven't handled. There's more paperwork than you'd realised. Monthly reports to the Lighthouse board, inventory management, supply requisitions and personnel evaluations. There's also the weight of final authority. As assistant keeper, you could always defer difficult decisions to Samuel. As head keeper, those decisions will be solely yours. He also shares wisdom that isn't in any manual. How to judge when someone's isolation difficulties are a temporary adjustment versus a genuine unsuitability for lighthouse work. How to balance necessary discipline with the flexibility required when two people must live and work in very close quarters. How to represent the lighthouse service properly during the rare occasions when outsiders visit. These lessons come through stories and observations rather than lectures, Samuel's preferred teaching method. One evening, sharing tobacco on the bench outside the dwelling, Samuel tells you about his first station, a remote light where he served under a head keeper who'd been lighthouse keeping for 30 years. That keeper had taught Samuel something that proved more valuable than any technical training. Lighthouse keeping isn't really about maintaining equipment or following procedures. It's about maintaining yourself, your alertness, your judgment, your sense of purpose, because everything else depends on the keeper's reliability. You ask what happens when you can't maintain yourself, when the isolation or exhaustion or sheer routine wears you down. Samuel takes a long draw on his pipe and says, that's when you either find new ways to stay engaged, or you request a transfer. There's no shame in recognising your limits. The shame is in staying at a station you can no longer manage properly, because then ships are depending on someone who's no longer dependable. Thomas arrives on the same supply boat that takes Samuel away. He's 23, eager, and clearly nervous about this posting. You remember feeling similar nervousness 6 months ago, which now seems like years. Samuel introduces you both, hands you a formal letter confirming your promotion, and says he'll write once he's settled at his new station. Then he's in the dory heading toward the tender, and you're alone with your new assistant. Thomas has that scrubbed, earnest look of someone who's spent more time studying manuals than actually working. His uniform is pristine, his equipment is new, and his questions reveal that he's memorized procedures without yet understanding why they matter. You recognize this because you were similar not long ago. Time and experience will season him. Your job is ensuring he survives long enough to gain that experience. You start his training the same day because lighthouse work doesn't pause for transitions. The afternoon's tasks become teaching opportunities. You demonstrate proper lens cleaning while explaining why technique matters. You show him how to read the barometer and what different patterns indicate. You have him practice wick trimming until he can do it smoothly. Each task comes with context that connects procedure to purpose. Thomas is quick to learn mechanical tasks but struggles with the isolation's psychological aspects. After a week, he admits that the silence bothers him. He's from Boston, accustomed to constant noise and activity. The lighthouse's quietness feels oppressive, and he's having trouble sleeping because the wind and waves sound too loud in the absence of city sounds. You remember feeling similarly disoriented by the acoustic environment. You suggest strategies that helped you, focusing on the natural rhythms, treating the sounds as information rather than noise, and understanding that adjustment takes time. You also share something Samuel taught you, that some people adapt to isolation and others don't, and there's no predicting which type someone is until they're actually living it. The first storm you weather with Thomas reveals both his potential and his gaps. He handles the increased watch duties well, staying alert and following procedures, but he becomes anxious in ways that interfere with judgment. When the fog bell mechanism jams during the storm's peak, Thomas panics and wants to wake you immediately. You're already awake. No experienced keeper sleeps soundly during storms, and you talk him through diagnosing and fixing the problem himself afterward. You explain that lighthouse keeping requires a particular kind of calm. Emergencies will happen, often at the worst possible moments. Panicking wastes time and clouds judgment. The solution is trusting your training, working systematically, and knowing when to ask for help versus when to solve problems independently. Thomas nods, but you can see he's still processing this. Experience will be his real teacher. You're also learning lessons about leadership that didn't seem important when you were assistant keeper. You discover that different people require different management approaches. Thomas responds well to patient explanation, but poorly to criticism, even constructive criticism. He needs explicit praise for good work, whereas Samuel operated on the assumption that no comment meant satisfactory performance. You find yourself thinking about how Samuel managed you, his mixture of giving you responsibility while remaining available for questions, his way of correcting mistakes without making you feel incompetent, and his patience with your adjustment to isolation. You try to emulate this approach with Thomas while developing your own leadership style. Letters from Samuel arrive monthly with the supply boat. He's settling well at his new station, enjoying being closer to his grandchildren, but admits missing the clean simplicity of the remote lighthouse. Harbour lights have more visitors, more bureaucracy, and more distractions from the essential work. He asks how Thomas is developing, and offers advice on managing a young assistant's enthusiasm without crushing his spirit. You write back with updates and questions, grateful for the continued mentorship, even at distance. Samuel's letters become a kind of professional development resource, offering perspectives you can't get from manuals or even from direct experience. He's teaching you to see patterns across situations rather than treating each challenge as unique. As summer arrives, you and Thomas settle into a functional partnership. He's growing more comfortable with isolation, developing his own routines and interests. He's revealed a talent for sketching, and fills notebooks with drawings of birds, waves, cloud formations, and lighthouse equipment. His mechanical skills improve with practice, and his panic responses diminish as experience builds confidence. You've also discovered unexpected satisfaction in teaching. Helping Thomas develop competence feels meaningful in ways that simply maintaining the lighthouse doesn't. You're not just keeping a light burning, you're training someone who'll continue the work after you move on. It's a kind of immortality, passing skills and knowledge forward through generations of keepers. One evening, Thomas asks why you became a lighthouse keeper. You realise you've never articulated this clearly, even to yourself. After thinking, you say something about wanting work that matters, that has a clear purpose and measurable results. You wanted to be responsible for something important but not be crushed by administrative complexity or social performance. Lighthouse keeping offered honest work where competence is obvious and where your effort directly affects others' safety. Thomas considers this and admits he became a keeper partly to escape family pressure to join his father's business. Lighthouse work seemed adventurous, romantic even. The reality has been harder and less romantic than he imagined, but also more satisfying. There's something real about this work that his father's import business lacked. You understand exactly what he means. Modern life in the 1880s feels increasingly abstract. Money represents labour, contracts represent relationships, and cities represent communities that deliver anonymity. Here at the lighthouse, everything is concrete. The light either burns or it doesn't. The lens is either clean or it isn't. Ships either pass safely or they don't. There's clarity here that's increasingly rare in a world growing more complex by the year. As you and Thomas share tobacco and watch sunset colour the water, you realise you've become what Samuel was to you. A bridge between the lighthouse service's institutional requirements and the human reality of doing this work. It's a role you never sought but have apparently accepted. You're no longer just keeping a lighthouse. You're keeping a tradition, maintaining a skill set, and preparing the next generation to continue the work. The light will outlast you both, serving keepers you'll never meet, and guiding ships that haven't been built yet. But for now, in this moment, You and Thomas are its guardians. You're doing work that matters, in a place that demands your best, with a purpose that needs no justification. It's enough. The inspector arrives in August without warning, which is precisely how the Lighthouse board prefers it. You spot his boat approaching on a Tuesday morning. Not the regular supply tender, but a smaller vessel that carries only the inspector and his assistant. You have about 15 minutes to ensure everything is presentable, though Samuel's training has made you meticulous enough that the Lighthouse is always inspection ready. The inspector is a career Lighthouse serviceman named Henderson, severe and thorough in ways that make you understand why keepers sometimes dread these visits. He examines everything, running white-gloved fingers along windowsills to check for dust, testing the fog bell mechanism repeatedly, scrutinising log entries for any irregularities, and measuring oil consumption against your reported usage. Thomas is visibly nervous, but you've learned that the best approach to inspection is quiet confidence in your work. Henderson finds minor issues. Some brass fittings could be more polished, and your log entries occasionally lack detail he'd prefer to see. But nothing that suggests inadequate performance. He signs your station log to indicate satisfactory inspection, then does something unexpected. He asks to talk with you privately in the lantern room. Once there, Henderson's severity softens slightly. He explains that he's been inspecting lighthouses for 20 years, visiting every station from Maine to Maryland. He's seen excellent keepers, adequate keepers, and keepers who should never have been assigned to isolated stations. You, he says, are developing into an excellent keeper. Your station is well maintained, your assistant is progressing properly, and your log entries demonstrate the kind of attention to detail that prevents problems rather than merely responding to them. Then Henderson shares something that stays with you for years. He says that lighthouse keeping is entering a transitional period. Electricity is coming, not this year or next, but within your career lifetime. When it arrives, it will change everything about how lights are maintained and operated. The lighthouse service will need keepers who can adapt to new technology, while maintaining the core values of vigilance and responsibility that have always defined the profession. He sees that adaptability in you. More importantly, he sees someone who understands that lighthouse keeping isn't really about technology. It's about maintaining reliability in systems that others depend on. That understanding will remain relevant regardless of whether lights burn oil or electricity. He's recommending you for advanced training when it becomes available, preparing you for eventual promotion to inspector or to manage multiple stations. This conversation transforms how you think about your work. You'd been viewing lighthouse keeping as an honest job at civilization's edge, a way to escape modern complexity. Henderson helps you see it differently, as participation in a critical infrastructure that enables maritime commerce, military operations, and safe passage for anyone who ventures onto the sea. Your lighthouse is one node in a network of lights that collectively make ocean travel safer than it's ever been in human history. After Henderson departs, you find yourself looking at the lighthouse differently. The tower is 70 feet of granite, but it's also an idea made physical, the idea that humans have a responsibility to help each other navigate danger. The lens is 2 tons of glass and bronze, but it's also a commitment that darkness and distance don't absolve us of duties to strangers who'll never know our names. You share some of Henderson's comments with Thomas over dinner, though not the parts about your potential advancement. That feels like boasting. But you tell him about the coming changes, about electricity and modernization, and about the need to balance tradition with adaptation. Thomas listens carefully and asks intelligent questions about how electrical lights might work, and whether they'll still require constant tending. The truth is, you don't know. You've read articles about Edison's electric lights in New York City, but applying that technology to lighthouses involves challenges you can barely imagine. Will electric lights need the same kind of focused lenses? Will they burn as steadily as oil lamps? Will they require different maintenance skills? These questions are above your pay grade, but they're increasingly relevant to your profession's future. As autumn arrives, you notice changes in your own perspective on lighthouse keeping. The work hasn't changed. The same daily maintenance, the The same watch rotations, the same endless attention to detail. But your understanding has deepened. You see connections between tasks that once seemed separate. You anticipate problems before they develop. You've internalized the rhythms of this place so completely that you can sense when something's slightly wrong, even before you consciously identify what. Thomas is developing similarly, though he's months behind where you were at his stage. He no longer panics during routine problems, has learned to read weather signs, and can clean the lens without your supervision. He's also growing more comfortable with isolation, having found his own ways to stay engaged through his artwork and letter writing. He'll make a good headkeeper someday, probably sooner than he expects given the Lighthouse Service's constant need for qualified personnel. One October evening, a vessel passes close enough that you can see crew moving on deck. They're probably repositioning after a day's fishing, heading back to port while daylight remains. The vessel is completely unremarkable, a working schooner like dozens you've seen, but watching it, you're suddenly aware of your role in its safety. That crew trusts that your light will burn tonight. They've probably never thought about it consciously. Lighthouses are just part of the maritime landscape, like tides and prevailing winds. But their trust is real. If your light fails, if you make a mistake in maintenance, or if you fall asleep during watch, their vessel could run onto these rocks. Their lives, their families, their futures, all of them depend partly on your vigilance. This recognition carries no drama or grand emotion. It's simply true, the way mathematics is true. Your work matters, not in abstract theoretical ways, but in concrete life and death terms. A ship's captain who safely navigates past your light doesn't owe you thanks. They owe you competence, which you provide through attention to tasks that have become routine but remain crucial. You've also begun to understand your place in the continuum of keepers who've maintained this light. The first keeper lit it in 1847, when your parents were children. Since then, dozens of keepers have performed the same tasks you perform, maintaining the same light through similar storms and identical daily routines. After you leave, others will continue the work using techniques you're currently teaching Thomas. This continuity is the real legacy. Not any individual keeper's service, but the unbroken chain of responsibility that keeps lights burning year after year, decade after decade. You're maintaining that chain, adding your link while preparing the next keeper to add theirs. It's work that lacks glory but possesses genuine dignity. Winter returns with its shorter days and longer watches. The cold is familiar now, the isolation is normal, and the routines have become so ingrained that you could perform them while half asleep. Thomas has fully adapted and no longer needs close supervision. You've developed the kind of functional partnership that allows two people to share small spaces without friction, each person occupying their own psychological territory while contributing to shared goals. The supply boat brings news of changes throughout the Lighthouse service. 2 new lighthouses are under construction further up the coast. Several older lights are being upgraded with more powerful lenses. There's talk of establishing a training centre where keeper candidates would receive formal instruction before station assignments. The service is professionalising, becoming more systematic and less dependent on informal knowledge transmission. You wonder how this will change the keeper experience. Will formal training replace the apprenticeship model where experienced keepers teach newcomers? Will standardisation eliminate the local variations and individual techniques that currently characterise different stations? Progress seems inevitable, but you hope something essential isn't lost in the modernisation. On the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, you stand alone in the lantern room during your evening watch. The lamp burns steadily, the lens rotates with its precise rhythm, and the beam sweeps out across darkness that seems especially absolute tonight. Below, the dwelling's windows glow with Thomas's lamplight. Beyond that, there's only sea and stars and the distant lights of other vessels navigating through the night. You're 32 years old, in excellent health, with potentially 20 more years of lighthouse keeping ahead of you. You could eventually manage multiple stations, train new inspectors, or maybe participate in the transition to electrical lights that Henderson mentioned. The future is uncertain but not frightening. You've learned to be comfortable with uncertainty in this profession, where weather and mechanical failures provide constant reminders that control is limited and temporary. What you know with certainty is that tonight, tomorrow night, and every night for as long as you're assigned to this station, the light will burn, ships will pass safely, captains will mark their positions and continue their voyages. This work will continue long after you're gone, maintained by keepers who'll learn the same lessons you've learned, face similar challenges, and find similar satisfactions in work that demands their best. The lens catches the lamplight and sends it out across the dark water. Somewhere beyond your horizon, someone sees it and knows where they are. That's enough. That's everything. The legacy of the light isn't written in records or celebrated in ceremonies. It's written in safe passages, in ships that reach port, and in crews that return home to families who never knew they were in danger. You check the oil reservoir, trim the wick, and wind the clockwork mechanism. The routines continue because the need continues. Dawn is still 8 hours away, and the light must burn until then, and through every night that follows. This is your work, your purpose, your contribution to the slow accumulation of human efforts that make the world slightly safer, slightly more navigable, and slightly more survivable for those who venture into dangerous places. The light sweeps across the sea, regular as a heartbeat, reliable as a sunrise. You stand watch through another night at the edge of the world, guardian of a flame that guides strangers through darkness. It's work that requires no applause because it provides its own meaning, and that meaning is enough.